Alright, welcome back to the Fire Games, everyone. Happy Safari Week 2026. I'm your host, Nick, and tonight we're getting a shiny Pokemon. I just don't know what. Hopefully we get that shiny Scyther. That is the target Pokemon. On the last stream, we did finally find my favorite Pokemon of all time, Shiny Slugma. So, we finally knocked that out, and Jay popping in early and quick. What's going on, brother? What's going on, man? Good to see you, man. How are you doing? Yes, we are doing Safari Zone tonight. May, what's going on, May? How you doing? Jason popping in and says, hey, how are you doing? I'm doing great. Thank y'all for being here. How are you doing, Jason? And how are you, May? Thank y'all for being here. Jay said, oh, nice cut, Nick. Looking handsome. Oh, thank you, Jay. Thank you, brother. Yeah, it was definitely well overdue. So, had to get that knocked out. And, everything has been going smooth. We did not stream last night, but that was for me to kind of get up early today and go down to the hospital, and everything is going to be okay in that situation. So I appreciate all y'all for checking in on me on the Discord and all that. So thank y'all for the support and all that. I really appreciate that. May says, I'm feeling so much better. Good to hear that, May. Good to hear that. Jay says, sup, guys? And Jade, what's going on? Thank y'all for being here. I did stop here just to show y'all on the top screens here. We got a Scyther. That is the target Pokemon. I'll be happy with anything really, but I've got to make sure I can identify it. So basically, in between his upper body and his lower body, I'm expecting that to be like a little bit of a red or an orange. Hopefully, it catches my eye. So we'll see how it goes. Jason says, did you guys see my bearded dragon in the Discord? I checked it one morning when I woke up, and I want to say I did see it. I can't say for certain. So I get so many messages, and I see so much, I get so many notifications. I kind of put something in like our mod thing on the Discord. I just pretty much gave the mods my phone number, just in case, like, if there's something where y'all need to get a hold of me, or, you know, we got a situation, whatever. I just pretty much let them know. I was like, I got so many notifications, y'all. But that was really cool, though, Jason. Like I said, I think I do remember seeing the bearded dragon. It probably didn't register in my mind that it was a bearded dragon. But I love that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to pull it up right now. Let's see here. Oh, Discord. That's right. Let's take a gander at it. Let's see here. Oh, wouldn't be here. It would be probably in the normal chats. Next Fire Game main. Ooh, okay, yeah, I did see it. I did see it. Dude, that is beautiful. That was nice, dude. That was nice. So what is the name for the bearded dragon, Jason? And Jay says, hey, Jade. Jay says, yeah, Jason. I seen it. It looks cool. Jay says, hey, Jay. Jay says, oh, we should go to the tourist section too. Oh, okay, yeah, we definitely gotta check that out. And Joffrey says, oh, what shiny? We are looking for the Scyther, but I wouldn't be mad at anything we get, really. May says, I'm about to get off work. Nice, nice. Hope it was a good day for you, May. Jason says his name is Flash. Love that, Jason. Love that, brother. That is awesome. I hear bearded dragons make phenomenal pets. Because, you know, they're not aggressive. The upkeep, not as much as you would, like, do for a dog, I would imagine. Worm says, Nick, what up? Looking fly with your haircut? Thank you, Worm. Thank you, brother. Don't forget to vote for Worm for president. So welcome in, brother. Hope you are having a great weekend. And Jason says the poop smells horrible though. Okay. Guess everything's got its ups and downs. Jay said, hey Worm. Oh, and Worm, big congratulations. Dude, I love that picture you put in the Discord. I did see the one with you and your fiance. So, dude, that was an amazing picture, bro. And big congratulations, man. Big congratulations. And if I'm not mistaken, one of the first times you ever popped in the chat, Worm, I think you told me you were expecting a baby girl. And if I'm not mistaken, we named a shiny Pokemon after her. And I do remember the name as well. But I want to say that was you. I want to say that was you, Worm. It's been a few months, but I do remember that. Worm says, we got 8 views, but only 8 likes. We got some slackers who need to like the stream. Hey. May says, very sharp haircut. Nice, nice. Hey, thank y'all. Thank y'all so much. Oh, and another big news. We did pass the 3,000 watch hours mark. I woke up this morning, and it said 3,019 hours. So, big W there. I did apply for the YouTube partnership program, whatever you want to call it. And, it said it'll take about 2 or 3 days, so I'm just going to be patient with it, and I'll kind of hear back one way or another, and then I can kind of, you know, get the memberships going and all that razzmatazz. So I just want to let y'all know we did hit that milestone. Worm says we named a shiny Hoot Hoot. We did. We named it Iris. I remember that. May says, thanks for the reminder. And May says, did you find any other shiny on my birthday? You know, after the Shroomish. I don't think we did. I think we went to go hunt shiny Slugma to no avail. And then the next stream, that was the one I started off with Slugma. I was like, you know what? We are finding the Slugma. One way or another. And Worm says, I have some free jewels I got from YouTube I've been meaning to give you. Oh, love that. Thank you, Worm. Worm says, can't wait for you to start to get donations. Oh yeah, that'd be really nice. It'll definitely help out a lot. Love that. And, oh. So, Kitsune is now Ninetales. Says, hey Nick, sorry I'm late, just got off work. Oh no, better late than never. I pretty much just started stream. So thank you for being here, Ninetales. Love the name change. And May says, same Worm. Yeah, I'm really excited about it. And I'm just being patient with it, you know. Just still focusing on, you know, putting one foot in front of the other. I don't know if y'all have noticed, but I did change the music. We've been listening to like the same like 12 songs. So I changed the playlist to a whole different new song, like a whole new playlist. 12 different songs that I picked out from the YouTube audio library. So some are pretty calming. Only a few of them are kind of like really upbeat. But this one's probably a lot more chill playlist than what y'all have been listening to. So I kind of changed that up a little bit. Kitsune says, this was my original name for my main account. This is my 4th one. Okay, cool. Again, glad you're here and I hope you're having a great Saturday. It has been pretty good for me. We had a safe trip down to Gainesville and made it back home okay. It's such a madhouse driving down there with all the traffic. It's like I'm such a country boy, like with all the like the curvy roads. But I get down there in the city. I mean, it's not that I get nervous with driving. It's just I don't go down there often. So when I do, it's just like, oh my god, the people on the road. They're everywhere. May says, wait, BRB, I'm gonna change my name. I was about to say, are we doing May the Mudkip? And then what pops up? May the Mudkip. May the Maykip. Oh, excuse me. Maykip says, ta-da! That is amazing. I love this. Worm says, I love the name, May. I do too. Very fitting. Maybe I should change my name to Nick the Slugma. Ninetales, that's cute. It is. It's very fitting too. Maykip. Because sometimes I'll read your name as Maykip anyway. So that kind of works. Maykip says, do it, Nick. Do it. Do it. It would be funny. And Ninetales says, speaking of which, what Pokemon are you trying to catch today? I think my main target, again, I'd be happy with anything. Shiny Rhyhorn, Shiny Chansey, Execute, Venonat. I think the last time we were here, we did a Shiny Safari hunt like on our actual playthrough, and we found the top right screen as a Shiny, the Nidoran, and that's our Nidoking. Kuyo is what we ended up naming it. But I'd be happy with anything really. Especially a Scyther. So let's see here. Burger, what's going on, Burger? How you doing? Says, hey Nick, welcome in, Burger. Welcome in, brother. How you doing? Hope you're having a great weekend. Always good to see you. I Play Earth says, hi. Hey, welcome in. Welcome in. Earth, welcome in. Maykip says, do it. Oh, change my name to Nick the Slugma. That's funny. Elijah says, hey, sorry I'm late. Hey, better late than never. And honestly, I just started streaming probably about 10 minutes ago, so I think you're right on time. But yeah, how you doing, Elijah? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank all y'all for being here. Ninetales says, I also found out Eevee is actually a fox. Oh, really? Thank you for that, because I've always kind of liked the question, is it a cat or is it a dog? It's a fox. I didn't see that coming. Interesting. Now I can totally see it. Maykip says, hello, Elijah. Jay says, hey, Burger. Burger says, first time out without a hat, liking the style, bro. Oh, thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, I had to get a cut the other day. It was well overdue. It's just with work being crazy and me trying to stay on a certain schedule. So I kind of let certain things slack there this past month. So the other day, what was it, Thursday, my day off? Yeah, I was really productive that day. Between the groceries, haircut, and just cleaning, and just doing a lot. But it needed to be done. Elijah says, I evolved my Meryl and slack off. Okay. That's pretty dope. In the Emerald? Nice, Elijah. Love that. Shiny says cat dog, like from that one cartoon. Cat dog. Cat dog. Welcome in, Shiny, by the way. Good to see you, man. Always good to see you. I've been missing your streams, but cannot wait to be in them again. So thank you for being here, brother. And Kit's Ninetales says, oops. Maykip says, my name is perfect. Dyed my hair Mudkip theme. I remember seeing that. That is awesome. And welcome in, Brendan. Welcome in. Hopper says, ¿Qué pasa, amigo? Hey, what's going on, Hopper? Thank y'all for being here. Burger says, hey, nothing wrong with that. Awesome. Your mom's Ghost Tour shorts are awesome. Hey, thank you, Burger. She was really happy to get 5 more subs for me posting that in the Discord. So thank y'all so much. That is awesome. Shiny says, hey, everyone. Worm says, me and my fiance's dog got stung on the lip by a wasp. It's all swollen. Oh no, I hate that. I hate that for the little doggy. Oh man. Brendan says, May. Yeah, again, welcome in, Brendan. We got May and Brendan in here. This is a party. And then Worm said, then I got stung. Dang. That wasp needed, has a bounty out for it now. Shiny says, I like being here too. Well, thank you, Shiny. Like I said, I really enjoy your streams, man. I wish I could make it in more of them. Brendan says, how is May here? May says, why are you here? This is hilarious. Brendan says, I thought you were in Hoenn with your dad, Birch. Worm says, what's going on? I'm enjoying this just as much as y'all are. Nantes says, what is going on? How are the Sapphire and Ruby people both here? I know, right? I think Gary is about to pop in next. And shut it down. Maybe Giovanni. Jason says, I'm about to go where the only person I hate in ZA are the small brat and a pain to deal with. Beat Rogue Venusaur, Dragonite, Tyranitar. She calls me to participate her. May says, I thought you were helping your dad. Hey, what's up? The great mighty Gub says, how is everyone? We're doing great. How are you doing? Shine says, I thought May's dad was the gym leader. May says, why is my rival here? Sounds like destiny for a Pokemon battle now. Brendan says, Norman left to vacation with Mom. Ninetale says, also, you can call me Kitsune if you want still. Okay, thank you, Kitsune. I like Ninetales, but Kitsune's also a really like unique and name, so I really like that as well. May says, oh, he's finally helping her. Ooh, shots fired. Brendan says, yes. May says, finally. May says, want a battle? Like the good old days? Oh, yes, y'all. We are in for a show tonight. Brendan says, yeah. Brendan, the Pokemon champ, that is. Burger says, oh, I see. We are shiny Scyther hunting. Nice. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And speaking of the devil, there's two of them right there. And earlier I kind of paused it, kind of like illustrate, like if you see in between his upper body and his lower body, there's like those little white parts. I think those are going to be like red. It's going to be a pretty hard, I don't think I'll miss it. I'll just have to pay extra close attention. But, Worm says, it got me in the bicep. I'm looking swole. Oh, I like that. I like that. That's what I do. Get things to pop up a little bit. May says, go Swampert. Uh-oh, it's going down, y'all. Worm says, doing great. The great mighty Gub. How are you? We got Gub and Worm up in here, and we got May and Brendan. This is amazing. Jason says, useless tournament despite the fact that if I don't stop the Megas, the city could be destroyed. But if I don't participate in her tournament, the worst that happens is she's annoyed. Sounds like a pretty good alternative. Ninetales says, to be fair, Ninetales is based off the Japanese Kitsune, which is the nine-tailed fox. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Ninetales. Or should I say, Kitsune? Brendan says, go Blaziken. Uh-oh, okay, I think May has the upper hand here. May said, Swampert, Earthquake. I told you. Brendan, Blaziken, Mega Evolve. May, shocked Pikachu face. Brendan, use High Jump Kick. May, use Protect. Swampert uses Protect. May, Blaziken takes Recoil. Brendan says, Protect missed. The attack missed. May said, what? Impossible. Brendan says, High Jump Kick again. Burger says, I'll try to be back on. Good luck, Nick. I hope it comes fast. Hey, thank you, Burger. I appreciate that. Thank you for popping in here, man. That means a lot. Brendan says, you can't protect twice. May said, hydro pump. Ninetales says, actually, Blaziken is technically better based on speed boost, insane speed, and the high attack. But for type advantage, I would have to give it to the Swampert. Let's see what Brendan has up his sleeve. It was a bold move. She did send out the Swampert first. With no fear, Brendan sent out that Blaziken. Brendan says, Blaziken dodge. May says, water pledge. Ninetales says, protect can be used 2 times in a row, but each time it reduces probability 50%. That's right. It can. It's just not likely to actually protect on the second go, or especially the third. Brendan says, go for the mighty blaze kick. Uh-oh, they're pulling out the heavy punches. And Jason says, when we get back to the hotel, she sets up a hologram barrier, trapping Team MZ against her will to force them into participating in tournament. She's ridiculously annoying. Ninetales says, a bit water type. Type doesn't matter if the only one can't get hit and also is faster. That's true. Typing's not everything. But if a surf attack does land, it's going to be devastating. And Brendan says, switches to Breloom and uses Mega Drain. Alright, now here we go. Now here's a tight matchup I can get behind. Breloom, I'm still on your side, May. Get him, Breloom. May says, return Swampert. May says, go Gardevoir. Ooh. Alright, where is my popcorn? Brendan says, switches to Dusclops. Brendan says, go for Shadow Ball. Dusclops uses Shadow Ball. May says, beyond evolution, Mega Evolve my sweet Gardevoir. Worm says, the loser of this fight will be eaten by worms. Oh, there's some high stakes here. Brendan says, I got a free Shadow Ball. May says, HP. Brendan says, it does almost half up HP. Ninetales says, Ariza sends out Ninetales and just wins. Ninetales uses Psychic and controls both people. Oh, this is that Mewtwo play. May says, Swampert, or excuse me, Gardevoir, use Moonblast. Brendan says, Dusclops, Shadow Ball again. May says, protect. Brendan says, your Pokemon faints. Brendan says, Shadow Ball. May said, damn it. Jason says, crushes both of their Pokemon with Psychic from Mewtwo. And Grizzly, welcome in, Grizzly. Good to see you again, man. Always glad to see you popping in. How you doing, Grizzly? Hope you're having a great weekend. Thank you for being here. May says, go, Arteria. Brendan says, Shadow Ball. We are spamming that Shadow Ball. I love it. Grizzly says, I'm in here. Rob says, soon for Jewel Gifties? Yes, we just passed over the 3,000 watch hours. So thank you for asking, Rob. So hopefully here in a few days I will have that set up. And again, thank you for being here, Rob. Hope you're having a great weekend too. Jason says, hey, Grizzly. May says, Dragon Dance. Oh. That is a really good move. That's a very underrated good move. And back in the day, I didn't give that the appreciation it deserves. But Dragon Dance, where it raises everything, ooh, it's mean stuff. Elijah says, okay, I'm back. Ninetales says, based on Kitsune lore, technically Ninetales would be one of the strongest Pokemon, even compared to the most legendaries. Really? Brendan says, Shadow Ball. Grizzly says, good, dude. May says, Dragon Pulse. Brandon says, damn it, he's almost dead. May says, your Dusclops is dead. Grizzly says, love you all, man. I love you too, Grizzly. So glad you're here. Brandon says, go for your last Shadow Ball. Oh yeah, the PP on the, the PowerPoints for Shadow Ball gonna be running low soon. Jay says, Grizz, Rob, what's up? Jay says, I dropped partially melted snowflake on Altaria. Elijah says, did we ever find a blue shiny so I can be a Pokemon? Not yet. We're going to get that, Elijah. Thank you for reminding me of that. Let's see. Maybe I know Venonat's got blue eyes. I think the Nidoran is blue, right? Brandon says, okay then, Rayquaza, come out. What? Grizzly says, Jay, playing Medal of Honor on PS1. Oh, dude. That is goated, Grizzly. Dude, you're a G, man. Rob says, hope everyone is doing well. Thank you for that, Rob. Yes, I hope everyone is doing well. Then I said, okay. Kyogre, get out here. Ninetales says, Ariza sends out Magikarp. Brendan says, now use Draco Meteor. May says, Ice Beam. Elijah says, yay. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to get you named after a shiny, Elijah, for sure. May says, you're dead. Rob says, Mystical Explosion. Jay says, nice, Grizz. Brandon says, Rayquaza is very strong and Ice Beam could do half. Brandon says, but you're almost dead. May says, deal with it, hun. Ninetales says, doing Draco Meteor might then once reduces the damage by about 25% each time. Jason says, Mewtwo slams them together with Psychic. I could visualize that, just the whole... Pah! Brandon says, now, Draco Meteor. Ninetales says, I hate typing in English because of the constant autocorrect. I know, autocorrect is a pain. It's like, never in my life am I ducking anything. We ain't ducking. Brandon says, now, throw out your next Pokemon. I love how intense this battle is. Elijah says, I'm staying the whole stream this time. I'm not sleeping. Awesome. I love that, Elijah. And a happy Safari Week to y'all. This is a pretty great week all the way around. Like I said, this morning I woke up. We finally hit the 3,000 watch hour mark, so I applied for the YouTube monetization thing. Here in about 10 days, I will be 1 year sober from alcohol. Lots of good things happening. We're about to get a shiny Pokemon from the Safari Zone. So lots of great things happening. May says, Godrachi. Brendan says, Rayquaza, use Fire Blast. May says, Perish Song. Oh man, I hate Perish Song. That is such a goated move. Brendan says, Fire Blast to end the Jirachi. Ninetales says, I type thee and it corrects to they. Right? Like, that's not even necessary. Thee is a word, right? May said, no. Impossible. That was my last mon. Oh. Dang, I'm sorry, May. You put up a good fight, though. You really did. I'm proud of you, May. I'm proud of both of y'all. Brendan says, now, the Jirachi is dead. I can switch to Rayloom. Elijah says, what would you do if there was a glitch and all screens were shiny? That'd be one heck of a short. I would have to clip that. Brendan says, don't you got Swampert? May said, no. You killed him. It didn't just faint. Like, you did what we did to Gary's Raticate. I'm sorry. That was great. That was a great battle. So, that was very entertaining. Jason says, pokes dead Jirachi with a stick. Forget the max revive. Just poke it with a stick. So yeah, that was a really great Pokemon battle. I enjoyed that. And May said, he took damage due to Breloom, and since it was 4-time weakness, that's KO. Elijah says, May, I have gift. Gives 2,763 Shroomishes. That's a whole smorgasbord. You could eat for days on one of those things. Ninetales says, what is even going on? I think we've got a whole Pokemon episode going on in the chat. If I'm being quite frank with y'all, I think it's a little bit more entertaining than the shiny hunting right now. Brendan says, oh. May says, blacks out. Drops $5,000. Jason says, LOL. Brendan says, yo, Nick, after the shiny hunt, will you do a Nuzlocke? I can't promise that. I don't like to promise things, make a promise I can't keep. Eventually, I would just really like to do a Nuzlocke. I had one other person, I think Michael. I haven't seen Michael in a while, actually. But yeah, he had asked a few times about a Nuzlocke. I've never done one. The one thing that holds me back from doing a Nuzlocke is you just got to know the game so well, and as far as like knowing, because there's so many rules with a Nuzlocke, you've got to not over level your Pokemon. Losing the shiny, because if I did a Nuzlocke, it would be like a shiny only Nuzlocke, and losing the shiny honestly isn't that crazy terrible. And sometimes I kind of play like that to where I'm not even trying to let my Pokemon faint, period. The thing with the Nuzlocke, I said, that holds me back is just the constant having to look up this, look up that. Yeah, it's just not really, it's not really one of my things. But if enough people ask about it, I won't have to. Ninetales says, this is better than Disney movies made for the past decade. I agree, Ninetales. I agree. Elijah says, yo, can we get someone to animate the chat into an episode? That would be pretty clever. I like where you're going with that, Ninetales. That was pretty smooth. Elijah says, or excuse me, Brandon says, if it's okay, if you don't want to. Yeah, like I said, it's not really one of my things, but I genuinely do want to, Brendan. It's just I don't want to promise you that I will, and then I don't anytime soon. But down the road we will. Vulpanosaurus says, hi Nick. Welcome in, Vulpan. Good to see you again. Hope you're having a great night. Ninetales says, I draw a lot, Elijah, but that would make too much time. Brandon says, you could go for Pokemon X. It's the easiest Pokemon game. You know, if I went to playing a DS game, I would definitely be shiny hunting. Because the way I play like the video games is through the GB Flash. So it's anything that could be like a Game Boy game or a Game Boy Advance game. But for DS, I'm going to have to get that kind of pretty much the same thing, but for a DS. And if I were to do a Nuzlocke, it would probably be Pokemon Ruby, because I know that game pretty well. May says, or Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. Okay, now we're talking. Brendan says, you level up high? Sometimes I do, yeah, just to make the game easier. And sometimes I do it on like accident. I think that's my biggest turnoff, believe it or not, about a Nuzlocke. It's not about losing the shiny Pokemon that I've caught. It's just the constant, like, knowing what level this is and not accidentally going over. Like, that's probably how I'd mess up a Nuzlocke, is I'd just over level my Pokemon, and then it's It's a non-legit Nuzlocke. Brendan says, and the gym leaders only use 3 Pokemon. Oh, and Pokemon X? Jason says, turns out it wasn't Dragonite or Tyranitar yet. It turns out it was a Mega, Frolass, and Altaria. May says, I thought we were friends, Brandon. Why are you so mean? You know I was never good at battling. But phenomenal at Pokemon Contest. So I guess that's next, is a Pokemon Contest battle. Brandon said, what did I do? Elijah says, turns May into shiny Mudkip again. Maykip says, turns into a Maykip. Brendan says, yo, a shiny, catches with Ultra Ball. I like how you saved your Master Ball, still use the Ultra Ball. I do the same thing. The Maykip breaks out. Ooh, it was so close. The Maykip runs away. Brandon says, ooh. And Brandon says, by the way, I have a... Ninetales says, cute. I'm the Pokemon of Rise of the Champion. And May says, turns back into a human. Bill would love to know how you do this. May says, Brendan. Brendan says, I have a shiny Machoke from Pokemon Gold. What should I name it? Good question. And congratulations on that, Brendan. That's really cool. I love me some Pokemon Gold. Is there a theme for your nicknames? I'll try to, like, for a certain save file, have, like, a theme for nicknames. Like, one we did a Nickelodeon theme. One we did a 4 letters, starts with the F. So we had everything from Fang, Fozzie, all kinds of stuff. Jason says, I noticed an angry Farfetch, totally not owned by Nick, waddled up to May and smacks her with his stick before I burst out laughing. May said, ow. I don't think that was my Farfetch'd. Burger says, I saw fanfiction of the new Pokemon game. Oh, legit. That's awesome. May says, why are y'all so mean? I would never be mean to you, May. Grandpa Nick loves you. Kuyo says, guess who's back. What's going on, Kuyo? Good to see you, man. How you doing, boss? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good weekend. Elijah says, I'm not. Ninetales says, I'm not mean, May. I'm just a Pokemon. Burger says, I wish they brought safari hunting back. Ninetales says, back again. Elijah says, because I have more gifts for May. Brandon says, I'm just exiting. May said, pulls out Latia's flute. Oh, Brandon says, existing. Vulpin says, you should do a shiny Gyarados hunt, please. Shiny Gyarados hunt. If it requires fishing, which I'm pretty sure it does, it's going to be pretty hard to do with this kind of setup. Because, you know, if you hit X on one screen and it's not at the right time as all the other ones, I might as well just hunt on one screen. But it is a good idea. I would like that red Gyarados. Jason says, it wasn't my Farfetch'd, May. May says, hops on Latias and flies off. If I did a fishing shiny hunt, it would definitely be Phoebus. I've been trying to do that. Like, get this set up to like be able to fish for a shiny. I really want to get a shiny Phoebus. And Brendan says, I have a Latios. Kuyo says, any shiny so far? Not yet. But, you know, we only started a little over 30 minutes ago, I think, so we're just getting warmed up. We'll find something here soon. Again, so good to see you, Kuyo. And Grizzly, so glad you're here as well, brother. Jason says, Farfetch jumps on a random nearby Latios and chases after her. May says, no! Pokemon John says, make sure you Will Smith that like button and subscribe. It's free. Salute. Hey, thank you, Pokemon John. Thank you, brother. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Yeah, we hunting down tonight, brother. We hunting down. So what you getting into tonight, John? What you getting into? If you haven't checked out Pokemon John's channel, I highly recommend doing that. John is my boy. It's good to see you, man. Elijah says, May, here's a door. Jason says, I know an easy way to get shiny Gyarados, Nick. Oh, let me hear it, Jason. May says, I have a contest pass. You don't. Let's see. Let me get myself back in the grass here. Perfect. Brandon says, I have more, May. Brandon says, I have every pass. Interesting. Pokemon John says, you already know, Bubba. Chilling, likewise. Going to record a video soon, actually. Nice, dude. Nice. Love to hear that. Love to hear that, brother. And since I started streaming a little bit earlier, whenever I end stream, I might hit you up, man. See what you're up to. But yeah, always good to hear from you, Pokemon John. Let's see. Jason says, Lake of Rage and Johto. Hey, good idea, Jason. I love that. You know, funny enough, I actually try to like research, can I shiny hunt the shiny Gyarados in Pokemon in the Lake of Rage for the non-shiny? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, shiny hunt, but it would be a non-shiny. It's impossible. I did research it though. May says, at least I'm the head contest girl. You're just a little boy who can't do contest. Uh-oh. Vulpensor. Ninetales says, you might have every pass, but I have the Game Boy ribbon on my Ninetales. Fishy, welcome back in, Fishy. Says hi. Thanks so much for doing a safari hunt for the Lickitung. You know, we'll move spots here in a little bit, and we'll definitely go to the spot where we can get a Lickitung. I'm trying to get that Scyther, but it's gonna be pretty far-fetched, no pun intended. Brendan says, anyway, yo Nick, when you gonna do Pokemon, but you use one type? I don't know. I've heard people doing this, was it Keizo Iron Man, where you use one Pokemon? That's becoming more and more popular now. I've been seeing a lot more of those than Nuzlocke. So I guess you could consider that same thing. It'd be the same type. So, Kazu Iron Man, I find that a little bit more intriguing than I find that a little bit more intriguing than the Nuzlocke. Kazu Iron Man, just use one Pokemon the entire game, and like I was saying earlier, I kind of like to level up my Pokemon. That would work for me. Just super over level it. Pokemon John says, for show, holla at your boy. Alright. For show. Ninetales says, and May says, hee 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 hee. Grizzly says, oh May, thought you were different. May says, oh, I'm different. I'm very different. I love that answer, May. Vulpin says, shiny Scizor is a very good shiny. Oh yeah, and someone reminded me earlier that, you know, you can just get the shiny Scyther through the game corner. I think it'd just be cooler just to find it in the Safari Zone though. But they're absolutely right. I was in someone else's stream when we were talking about it. Elijah says, May I have a question? Jason says, Farfetch, riding the Latias, catches up to May on a Latias, smacks Latias, sending it spiraling to the ground. May says, sure. Ah, no, stop! Elijah says, how's everything with your past problems? Brendan says, I'm just a ROM hack player type guy. Oh, that's awesome. You would definitely love Pokey OBG. Um, he's a subscriber to the channel, and I really enjoy his content. He streams a lot of Pokemon like fan made games, ROM hacks. He had one that's My Pokemon Gym. So yeah, his name's Pokey OBG. I think you'd really like him, Brendan, if you like ROM hack games. Again, it's Pokey OBG. May says, I'm good, I'm free. And we love that, May. Fishy says, I completed Pokemon Legends Arceus today. I'm collecting plates and honestly I have no idea what's going to happen when I get the last shard. Please don't spoil it. I don't know myself, so yeah, let's please not spoil it for Fishy. Elijah says, still glad to hear that you're safe. Yes, I am too, May. We love this. Grizzly says, my thoughts put me in a jail half the time. You gotta be careful about what you think about. You are what you think about all day long. Like I was saying before, there's two wolves that live inside of all of us. One wolf is full of love, forgiveness, happiness. One wolf is full of jealousy, hatred, anger, and the wolf that wins is the wolf that you feed. Ninetales says, should I name one of my favorite Pokemon in my party, my shiny Sylveon, after May? I think so, Ninetales. I know May would love it. Jason says, alright Judah, what happens next is... Just kidding. That was good, Jason. Brendan says, dang, what's the chance of getting a rare Pokemon shiny? I think my rare shiny is only like a 10% encounter. We've had a few of those, but we haven't had anything crazy like a 5% or like a 2% chance. Or I missed it one. Nantel says, it was a shiny Eevee, Brendan, that evolved. Elijah says, how does shiny hunt on emulator? Well, first, make sure that you have a cartridge and you don't download it illegally, and then use a GB Flash by Geek Simon to upload your ROM onto the emulator. That's the big first step to me. Elijah. Brendan says, I don't know why, but I think this guy is underrated. Let's see here. If you're talking about me, that is very sweet. Thank you so much. And May says, anyway, I have a train to catch. See you in 10 minutes. Awesome. Awesome. Take your time, May. Hope you enjoyed the train ride. Elijah says, bye, May. Brandon says, you should have 10,000 subs. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Brandon, so much. I'm still a very new YouTuber, definitely a new streamer. I think we've just now probably been streaming 5 months. And we did hit the 3,000 watch hour mark, and over 500 subs. So this morning was the first time I could apply for monetization through YouTube. So I'm hoping to hear back in a few days from that. Just being really patient with it. I'm just trying to obviously keep that same humble mindset that, got me to this point. Just putting one foot in front of the other and left foot, breathe. Right foot, breathe, repeat, and just keep it stepping. And again, I'm just so thankful to be a part of this community. It's so much positive energy that it truly, truly helps me. I know if it helps me, it helps a lot of y'all too. Elijah says, I'm doing it on my phone through, and I don't know if it works on a phone though, Elijah. But someone asked that before, and I was like, that's a really good question. May says, see you, Brendan. Take care of Professor Birch for me. Marybelle, welcome back in, Marybelle. Good to see you again. Hope you're having a good weekend. Brendan says, that should be illegal. Oh, Brendan says, how can someone with a good setup as a PokeTuber just have 500 subs? Oh, thank you, Brendan. Thank you. Yeah, it's just, everyone's got to start somewhere, and what I find a shame is that there's so many people that would probably make great content that just don't have self-confidence enough to actually do it, or they may not be in a position to do that. And I hate that because I've actually really enjoyed this journey myself. And again, here in 10 days, I will be 1 year sober from alcohol, which to me is one of the biggest milestones in my life and one of the biggest accomplishments of my entire life. So I'm really proud of that more than anything, to be honest. Cobalt, what's going on? I said, that's my goat. What's going on, Cobalt? That's my dog right there. Y'all, I've been loving your streams, Co. And being in that stream the other night, dude, you were wilding out, brother. I mean, I remember Hopper and Jay telling me, you know, your streams are lit. And I was just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna pop over there. Dude, that was like one of my first times, like, actually, because I think I've probably been in one of your streams before, but I didn't stay long. But this time, you know, I actually got to sit down for a little bit, chill out, relax, enjoy the stream. And dude, I loved it, Co. Freaking loved it. Glad you're here, brother. Fishy says, just imagine if Volo or Professor turns evil at the end. I love a good twist like that. Brandon says, so you have a Sigma in your team? Oh yeah, Slugma. Oh yeah, I know what you meant. He is Sigma. Yeah, that's my favorite Pokemon. Shiny Slugma. Grizzly says, that answer seems to bother me right now. I don't feel great about anything right now. I'm just keeping things going on a... I'm sorry to hear that, Grizzly. Jason says, let's just say you'll be surprised, Judah. I won't say much more than that. Okay, that's a good answer. Elijah says, would you rather be friends with Season 1 Ash or be friends with evil Pokemon? Oh, that is a really good question, Elijah. I'm going to have to think about that. Fishy says, okay. Worm is back. Back again. What's going on, Worm? Brandon says, Season 1 Ash was throwing hands. Good point. Grizzly with a great emoji. And Co says, of course, anytime. Pleasure having you. Yeah, dude, I really enjoyed it, Co. Your streams are lit, brother. I love when I pop back into the second one on Nintendo account. And Hopper was like, yeah, this is a Co's alter ego Bolt. Because you were wilding out. You had so much energy, dude. I was like, I'm envy of that kind of energy. I wish I could freaking keep that going. But dude, I enjoyed it, man. I enjoyed it. That was fun. Every bit of it. All the games. And Brandon says, frick Pokemon, use these guns. The guns. Koval says worm. Fishy says worm. Jay says Co. Yo. But yeah, Jay, I was telling Co about how great those streams were, man. I was really enjoying that the other night. I mean, I had things I had to get done, but it was like, I was loving it. Which is a really good thing. And Co said, Jay! New Picker said, hi bro, how's everyone? Doing great, thank you for being here, New Picker. How are you doing? Hope you're having a great Sunday in India. So always welcome, always glad to have you, man. Welcome back. Co says, gonna be changing the main channel pretty soon. Hyped for it. Oh nice, Co. Jay said, hey Picker. Luffy says hi. Welcome in, Luffy. Jay said, Duffy, welcome. Luffy. LOL. New Picker says, sorry bro, no message from me 2 days. Oh, dude, you're good, man. I haven't actually streamed in the past 2 days. Work's been wild. So, I was telling someone earlier, I'm just trying to pace myself right now. I do about 3 to 4 streams a week anyway. This week, because I didn't stream last night, it's, 3 stream a week kind of thing right now, but after the summer ends, I won't be as worked as hard, so I'll probably put a little bit more energy into the stream, into the channel, making long form videos, all that good stuff. So you all good, New Picker, just appreciate you being here, man. And let's see, Brenda says, what happens if you get other shiny than Scyther? We'll still catch it, and also if we find a shiny here, I have hunt set up and ready for us in Pokemon Ruby as well. So we can find a shiny on this game, and we can find a shiny on Pokemon Ruby as well tonight. We're double dipping into the Safari Week 2026 here on the Nick's Fire Games. I'm your host, Nick the Slugma. Fishy says, bro, Cresselia is so hard to catch. I've heard that before. It's like, I mean, because, you know, it's a legendary Pokemon. It's going to be tough, but it's just one of those like Rayquaza where it's like extra tough. Or Moltres. The toughest one to catch of all the legendary birds is Moltres. And I found out firsthand. I threw 70 Ultra Balls at this thing and it popped out. Until I finally caught it. That was on like a practice run. It wasn't for the shiny. I think we caught the shiny pretty easily. New Picker says, doing live, so is getting late. Can't message you. Oh, well, I appreciate you being here. Always glad to have you in here, New Picker. Leffy said, what did I miss? You know, I know you missed the shiny Slugma. I'm pretty sure from the last stream. But that could be about it. Before that, we found we did a birthday stream for May, and she asked for a shiny Shroomish, which was only a 10% encounter in Petalburg Woods, and we did find it like within an hour, which is crazy odds. And then before that, we found the Mewtwo, I do believe. That was a really good hunt. That stream got over 3,000 views. Those legendary hunts do really good, and I do see other streamers that kind of do this setup. That's pretty much like all they'll hunt is legendary Pokemon, like for shinies. Like that's all they do. Like I've seen this one dude a shiny hunt for Ho-Oh probably 10 different times in the past few months, just because he keeps coming back to the same legendaries. So yeah, I mean, I know the legendary hunts like probably do really good for the algorithm, but for me it's just like sometimes we want a shiny hunt a Shroomish. Sometimes we want a shiny hunt a Slugma. I mean, so yeah, we'll still do legendary hunts, but I like to throw in route hunting every once in a while where you just don't know what you're going to get. It's like a box of chocolates. Fishy said nothing really. Brandon says nickname the shiny after me. Alright, we'll do a poll. I'll put 4 names in the poll. So we have Brendan already added to one of the 4 names. If it's blue, we're going to name Elijah. Because Elijah asked earlier. So we'll at least put Elijah's name in the poll. So we got Brendan, Elijah. Let's see. We named Jay after a shiny Hitmonlee. I think we named the shiny Mewtwo after Worm. May is actually the name of the girl in the player here, the avatar. We named the shiny Charizard after Char plays Pokemon. Invader was the shiny Spearow. Kuyo was the shiny Nidoran that we found the last time from being here in the Safari Zone. Fishy says, can you nickname me after Lickitung? Because I asked for it lots of times. If we find a Lickitung, then we're going to have to give it to you then. And what's cool about the Pokemon Ruby Safari Zone shiny hunt that we'll be doing later, if we find a shiny here, is that, you know, I don't know if y'all noticed, but every once in a while I'll have to reset because you only get like, what, 500 steps in the Safari Zone, and then I have to reset. And it's hard with 6 screens to get everyone to do the exact same steps. So, in Pokemon Ruby, we can go wherever we want and just hop on the bicycle just infinitely. So we don't have to redo that. New Picker says, nice to meet you, Jay. Jay says, nice to meet you too, Picker. Brendan says, I want the shiny named after me. We'll get you in the poll. We'll get you in the poll. Ninetales says, eventually, if you catch a shiny Vulpix or Ninetales, would you name it Ariza? I would love that. I mean, it would be definitely fitting considering, you know, you're the Ninetales. And you know, I haven't seen Hulk lately. Hulk asked me if I would name a shiny Pokemon after him. Specifically the Machop, I do believe, or the Machoke. And I named it Hulk, and I've yet to see him back in here since then. And when was that? That was like 4 or 5 streams ago. So remind me, if Hulk pops in, that I gotta pull that up for him. And New Picker says, enjoy the Nick Bro stream. Have a great day to everyone. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Always glad to have you in here, New Picker. Brendan says, you know what? What if we do a shiny Rayquaza catch? Oh yeah, and I'm always down for a shiny Rayquaza hunt. You know what? That might be a really fun hunt to do, like for the next stream. Can't remember the last time we did a shiny hunt for Rayquaza or the Reggies. It's been a while since we've done the Reggies as a hunt. Brendan says, and we named the shiny Rayquaza after me since Brendan in the Pokemon League lore gets a Rayquaza. I'll at least put your name in the poll. Because as you see, like, just in the past few minutes, I've had 3 or 4 people ask me to name them after a shiny. So I guess you can imagine after like a 5-hour stream, you know, I've had like 20 people ask to be named after a shiny, which I'm not trying to brag, but we've gotten about 20 people named after a shiny. So I think the best I can do at this point to kind of like just please everyone is put the name in the poll, put 4 names, and we just vote on it. But absolutely, I will try. You have my word. Jay says, see ya, pick. Grizzly, with a great emoji. Jason says, I just received an item in ZA called Tasty Trash. I'm trying to just visualize what would Tasty Trash look like. I'm picturing a lollipop, like with some hairs like growing out of it, like a lollipop that you dropped on the ground, you pick back up, like, oh look, Tasty Trash. And Co says, maybe a wheel spin. Yeah, I don't know how to set up a wheel spin. Is it Streamlabs or Stream Elements that I need to use for something like that? I've been trying to like get a little bit more educated on that. Because once I get to the memberships and stuff like that, hopefully here in a few days, because I applied this morning, I want to be able to get overlays on the stream to where if someone subscribes, it pops up like right here, like this person subscribed, and someone becomes a member, like this person became a member, and start to do overlays like that. That is my next course of action. And Brendan said, LOL. Leffy says, I have 1.3k views. Oh, nice. Co says, you use OBS? I do. And at one point, I think it was my second stream ever, the Fortnite stream, which is like the only stream I ever did Fortnite on. I used the Stream Elements or Streamlabs, I forget. I used one of them, and it made the whole stream laggy. And I don't understand why, because I felt like I did through the whole setup, you know. I still stream through OBS, but maybe I'm wondering if that's my problem. If I'm streaming through OBS and I'm having my overlays come from something else, and that caused the stream to be laggy. But I'm just nowhere near tech savvy enough to know some of this. But I am making improvements here and there, slowly but surely. We're getting there. Fishy says, drink water. Thank you. It's not water, but it's flavored water. Close enough. Glad my throat's doing a lot better than it was the start of the last stream. It was like the first hour on the last stream. I was like, excuse me. It wasn't that I was coughing. I was just clearing my throat constantly. Co says, get with me after stream. I can help you. All right, perfect. Thank you, Co. Dude, that is seriously what I need. Thank you, brother. Jason says, I was given the tasty trash to lure some trubbish away from a restaurant. I bet you that would do the trick. Fishy says, Jason, I think I meant tasty trubbish. A tasty trubbish. We eat all kinds of Pokemon on this channel. Oh, and Brendan, I'm not sure if I invited you to the spicy Torchic barbecue, where we're having fried mudkip bites and sliced shroomish, but y'all are all invited. Jason said, no, it said tasty trash. Yeah, that's where I got that the dropped lollipop, and you pick it back up and it's got all the trash and the hairs on it. That was my visual for that. Brendan says, trash, I love trash. Trash, I love trash. That's one alien thing. Fishy says, oh, that side quest. Jason said, yup. Luffy says, please don't tell me you said you will make Mayberry. You're going to do that. I can see your live stream. I'm going to get a membership. Oh, thank you, Luffy. Yeah. We hit the 500 subscribers, and as of this morning, I'm over 3,000 watch hours. 3,019 to be exact. So, yeah, I applied for the YouTube partnership program, or whatever it's called. And this morning, it said it could take 2 to 3 days to get back with me. In some cases, it could take a few weeks. But I think on average, they get back to you within a few days. So, yeah, we'll have that set up and ready. Nantel says, Rick and Morty quote, question mark. I don't know. Let's pull up a good one. Let's see, what do we got? To live is to risk it all. Otherwise, you're just an inert chunk of randomly assembled molecules drifting wherever the universe blows you. Okay, that was a pretty good one. Reminds me of one of my friends, his senior year, his like quote in the senior yearbook was, if you're living on the edge, you're taking up, if you're not living on the edge, you're taking up too much space. And Brendan said hi. Luffy says, I will try to be in the live stream. Oh, thank you, Luffy. I appreciate that. Brendan says, so nerp. Nantel says, that's not what I meant. Nantel says, that, trash. I love trash. It's from Rick and Morty. Oh. Yeah, that one went over my head. I'm sorry. Elijah says, I'm back. Welcome back, Elijah. And I just brought you up a minute ago. I think Brandon was asking about being named after a shiny, and someone else had named as well. Well, Jita wants to be named after Lickitung. But I was like, if we find a shiny, we'll throw Elijah's name in there, especially if it's blue, for, a vote in the poll. So yeah, welcome back, Elijah. I've not forgotten about you. Invader says, hello all. Well, welcome back, Invader. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. How things been on the homestead? And have you found that Lapras yet, homie? I meant to ask you on that last time I seen you. Grizzly says, but what if you're on edge all the time? If you're on edge all the time, then, hopefully it's a good view from the edge. That's a pretty good question, Grizzly. Jay said, hey, Invader again. Brendan says, I'm starting to think we might not get this shiny. I'm sure we will. It does take, on average, with the speed that we hunt with, about 1.5 to 2 hours, and we're just now passing the hour mark on the stream. A little over that. So hopefully it should be coming soon. I'm not sure if we quite hit at odds yet, but with this speed and this many screens on, we're definitely getting close to at odds. Elijah says, yay, thank you, Nick, you're the best. Thank you, Elijah. So thankful for y'all. You are so good to me. Vader says, I don't know what you're talking about, Jay. Never seen you before in my life. I love seeing Jay in other people's streams. I was in someone's streams I was in somebody's stream earlier, and Jay was in there. Was it Billin? I was in Billin's stream earlier. I think it was Billin's stream. Billin Flange. And he had just found a shiny Nidoran. Whoa. About knocked my mic over. I think I did that the other day on stream, and that had to be so loud for y'all. Me knocking my mic over. Fishy says, I wish other Judah's coming. I'm sure they'll be here soon. Sure Nova will pop in eventually at some point. Sure she could, she would. Probably has work going on. Yeah, we'll see probably other Judah. We'll see maybe Sean here in a little bit as well. Nova. And Hopper, I don't think, have I seen Hopper yet today? I don't think so. So I hope he's doing well. And Invaders said, I'm just chilling outside, touching some grass, and enjoying a nice bonfire. Hey, nice. Dang, Invader. You're living the life. You're doing summer right. Love that. Brendan said, what? Elijah says, where's May? May was here earlier. She had to get on a train. She was leaving work, so I'm sure she'll pop back in here in a little bit. Cobalt says, bro, I'm finally getting a new phone. 5 years in the making. I can see my motherboard on the back of my phone. Oh my goodness. It's about time for me, and it always has to do with my port, like my charging port. They're notorious to get messed up. I don't know what it is about me and my charging port. But now for me to charge my phone, I have to stand it up straight and angle the port to where it's like bending in sideways, and my phone sits down on top of it, so the weight, you know, like you push down on it, which I know is even worse for the port, but it's the only way my phone will charge. So and that happens every few years with my phone. So it's time. Brenda says May said she would come in 10 minutes. It's been almost an hour. I know, right? We're going to have to give her hell when she pops back in here. Like, May, where have you been? We've been worried sick about you. Co says, do you usually let everyone in your Discord know that you're live? I actually don't, Co. I probably should. Probably be a really great idea. Every once in a while I used to like send out an announcement, hey y'all, we're going live in 5 minutes, but I've kind of figured that they just get the announcement. But you're right, Code, that is a pretty smart move. Back when I first started streaming, I would like post stuff like on maybe like, you know, other platforms, but then like, you know, my friends would pop in, stuff like that. But I feel like it didn't really help the algorithm itself. But it would definitely help with as many people as we have in the Discord. You're right, brother. Jason says, or Brenda says, oh, Jason says, dang, Co. Elijah says, yeah, that's sus, Brandon. Brendan says, yes, very sus. Elijah says, I summon May. And Co says, I can also set that up to where it does it automatically. Oh, yeah, dude, that'd be freaking awesome. Because I remember when Encounter Team was still kind of popping. Kanto XP set up the Discord for Encounter Team, and so now, like, every time I go live, if y'all are still in the Encounter Discord, you probably get a notification from there that I'm going live, just like, you know, all the other content creators in Encounter Team. You get a notification whenever they post a new video or whenever they go live. But yeah, I probably need to get that set up in my Discord. So yeah, thank you for reminding me of that, code. That's actually really smooth. And Capita says, what is the best shiny caught on Heart Gold? Well, I haven't played a Heart Gold, but I have played Pokemon Gold itself. And we've caught some good shinies in there. I would say my best is the shiny Growlithe. It had a 10% encounter, and this is actually in the, not the Kanto region, but in the Johto region itself. A 10% encounter, and it got away from me due to Roar. And then I got my redemption on it and finally caught it. So welcome in, Capito. Fishy says, oh my god, my Sliggoo is evolving in ZA. Oh, that's awesome, dude. I love that. Coast has been working on the Discord lately. It's been my baby. I love that. Discord be popping. Corsair, welcome back in, Corsair. Good to see you. Says missed a few streams. It's half 4 a.m. so I mostly be listening tonight. Any safaris on shiny so far? Not any yet. We will be getting some soon though. We're pretty much right at odds is what I'm thinking. For something. Somewhere, somehow. So yeah, welcome back in, Corsair Filming. Good to see you again. Hope you have a great Sunday. Elijah says not yet. Brendan says, I'm waiting for my shiny Machoke nickname. Shiny Machoke. If there's no theme, you can just name it whatever, anything. Goldberg. I used to watch wrestling with my grandpa growing up, and that was one of my favorite wrestlers was Bill Goldberg. And fun fact, he also played for the Georgia Bulldogs and the Atlanta Falcons as a defensive end. Elijah says, I need my shiny mini-me. Jay says, hey Corsair. Jay says, welcome Capito. Jason says, something similar happens with my red 3DS. I either have to lightly wrap the cord around it or position it in a way that pulls the part that goes into the charger up a little bit. Yeah, exactly. So you know what I'm talking about, Jason. Like, you gotta finesse it to where like the weight and like it can still be pushed up into the port, but the port itself is just, I've tried blowing in there, I've tried taking something really minute and like scraping it out, and that might work a little bit, but it's not a permanent fix. And I just imagine it's me just having my phone in my pocket and at work, just so many stuff like falling in there. Jason says I could put it in this other charger thing that I just plug the cord into and it could charge that way, but the bottom is damaged from the last battery getting bloated. Whisper, what's going on, Whisper? Good to see you again. How are you doing? Corsair says, hey Jay. Co says, Whisper. Whisper said not first. Hey, better late than never though. So thank you for being here, Whisper. How you been doing? Hope you're having a great weekend. Jay said, hey Whisper. Whisper said hi. Mawile says, I'm hunting shiny Marie in Legend ZA. Oh, love that. Welcome in, Mawile. I was trying to find a shiny one of you. And actually, I have that hunt set up and ready for after Safari Week. I'm in Granite Cave in Pokemon Ruby. Um, so we are gonna be looking for a shiny Mawile. That's gonna be my like main priority target. I mean, if we get a shiny Aaron in Granite Cave or whatever, I'll be happy. But yeah, that is awesome. Great name. Great hunt, by the way. Whisper says, "How are y'all doing?" I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I didn't stream last night. I got up early this morning, went to the hospital to see my uncle. He got out of surgery, and I wanted to make sure I had time to do that. So that's pretty much my big event for the day today. Was go down to the hospital. Like I said earlier, driving in Gainesville is like, I'm just such a country boy. I'm used to these country roads. I get down in the city with all these people. I'm like, good God. But yeah, how are you doing, Whisper? Brandon says, cheeseburger, everyone spam it. Hey, Kurt says, chilling like a villain. Elijah says, gives. Hold on, let me get my numbers right. 744,373,373% chance of shiny luck to Nick. Thank you. Thank you. That's like 3/4 of a billion. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Corsair says, finally got the Hundo Pikachu I was hunting for, but it's a costume one. Can't evolve. And there's a mega raid event on. But those are very coveted, the shiny costume Pikachus. And I know that it's probably like, actually I'm pretty sure it is an illegal market of selling your shiny Pokemon on like through eBay and stuff like that, but there is a market for that, and the expensive ones are the shiny Pikachu costumes, believe it or not, and the special events and the background ones. I saw someone was trying to sell saw it through a meme. They're trying to sell one of the Mewtwo's. Like, it's not even a shiny Mewtwo. It's just a Mewtwo caught in Times Square with the Times Square background for $750. Like, what? Cheeseburger. Corsair says, on the plus side, I'll always have a Hundo Pika, but on the downside, no Hundo Mega Raichu. With yin, there is yang. Elijah says, is it for Pokemon Go? I do believe so. Okay, that's what I was assuming. Whisper says, you play other games? Me personally, if it's a Game Boy game, then we'll play it. The only one that I haven't played is actual Pokemon Red on stream. But shiny hunting on there is going to be a little bit of a challenge. It's not impossible. It's just talking about a loop, a hurdle, and another loop and a hurdle. Fishy says, today I got a Nervorn. Oh, in Pokemon Go? I love that little green bat. Jason says, isn't Marie guaranteed to be a shiny in ZA from Side Quest 17 Mawile? Corsair says a Mewtwo from Times Square went for $5K. Oh, so you know what I'm talking about, Corsair. Yeah, and it's pretty ridiculous. Especially that amount of money. What? Like, I had no idea. Like, there's a whole market for that. Pokemon John that y'all saw earlier, he was the one that actually educated me on that. Cause said right now there's a Shundo Times Square Mewtwo going for $4,000. At least it's a Shundo, you know what I'm saying? It's a shiny, like, okay, I could almost justify like putting a price on it, but $4,000? Are you kidding me? For $4,000 you could have got a plane ticket, a hotel, and actually went up there and caught it and spent money on the raid passes till you find a shiny. Okay, maybe find a shiny, but a shiny Hundo? Okay, that is pretty cool, but $4,000? What? Unless that is going to make you money back. I can't justify spending $4,000 on something just to brag. I don't care what it is. That's crazy. Elijah says, anyone have Pokemon Go so I can add people and trade? You know, I'm going to post something in my Discord, Elijah. That way we can all become Pokemon Go friends and send each other gifts. It's a great idea, actually. And, Jason says, I got my shiny Raichu. First try and go today. Hey, congratulations, Jason. Whisper says, done any ZA hunting? I haven't myself. Fishy says, keep the Lickitungs coming. Whisper says, yes, it is guaranteed shiny. Oh, the shiny Mareep in ZA. Jason says, that's crazy, Ko. If a Shundo is traded, the stats are randomized. Oh. That makes it even crazier. So you're not even going to get the hundo. Now, if it was close and someone had a bottle cap they're willing to, like a, you know, one of those kind of things, they're willing to use for it, might be a little better. I still don't think it's a guarantee that you get a hundo, though. But yeah, that's a really good point, though, Jason. Nantel says, I just love when people intentionally sabotage raids. And Whisper says, Jason, yes, there is. Jay said, that's wild. LOL. Ko says, you couldn't have called it for the background. It was invite only. Oh. Elijah says, I don't have Discord, though. Oh, dang. Whisper says, yo, I'll post mine here in a moment. I love that, Whisper. Thank you. Elijah says, okay, thanks. Cobalt says, join the Discord. Absolutely, and if y'all are interested in joining the Discord, I believe I still have the link set up in the channel description, in the actual main channel description of Next Fire Games. There should be a link for the Discord posted there. Let's see, Corsair says, oh, Brandon says, I'm still here? Oh, thank you for being here, Brandon. Thank you so much. And Corsair has been offered a content creation job at a charity. Proper paid work. Still hope that I have time to edit YouTube thumbnails and stuff if there's anyone who needs it. Good time, good fun. Oh, I love that. That's awesome, Corsair. Ko actually edited a short for me. I think for the Mewtwo, out of the kindness of his heart, our very own Ko clipped a short for me and edited it, and you can tell it put some time editing it. You know, he was modest about it. Said, "Oh, it didn't take me no time." I'm like, dude, that would have took me hours. So yeah, I appreciate you doing that, Ko. I'm gonna get you back on that. And Jay, actually being the great mod that he is, put the link for the Discord in the chat. So thank you, Jay. Thank you. Nantel says, someone brought a hydrogen dark dragon to a fairy type raid where none of their moves do anything to it and had a 4x X weakness. Right, it was just a waste. Like, why don't they just sit on the bench and just wait for us to do the work? That's how that felt, probably. Kosa tried posting it, but my message wouldn't post. No mod. Whisper says, Jay, that like don't work. By the way, link. Oh, really? Jay said, what about this one? May says, I'm back. Welcome back, May. Jay says, does that one work? Lasha says, hey, May. Ko says, it's not clickable. Hold on. I got an idea. And Ko says, yeah. Ko says, Nick would have to put each individual mod as an approver user. Yeah, so congratulations, Ko. I feel like this was a good one here. Good play. I mean, you're the mod in the, like, one of the mods in the Discord anyway, so that just kind of makes sense. Brandon says, May's back. But yeah, no, I appreciate everything you do for the channel, man. Like I was just saying, like, you know, out of the kindness of your heart, you clipped a short for me, edited it, and, like, dude, that saves so much time for me. Like, because I'm still working 5 days a week, and, like, in my downtime, like, what I do, you know, as a hobby, and any downtime that I have is edit a thumbnail, edit shorts, try and set up something for the live stream. And then, you know, again, I'm trying to spend family time. You know, I try not to be that person that just stays away from the family. And, you know, it's very important to me to spend family time. So, you know, just trying to juggle everything. You doing that for me, man, just meant a lot. Like, especially in that, like, that particular point in my week where, like, things were, like, starting to pile up. That was really appreciative, dude. It came at a really good time for me. May says, I caught a tour chick and my copy of Violent on the way home. Oh, nice, May. On the train ride home. I love that. Jay says, congrats, Co-W. Elijah says, May, you have Pokemon Go? Brandon says, tour chick, I want to eat it. Oh, yeah, like I was saying earlier, man, y'all are all invited to the spicy tour chick barbecue where we're going to have fried mudkip bites and sliced shroomish for our vegetarian friends. I guess vegetarians won't eat Pokemon, but that's okay. Ko says, I got you. I'll send you a video on how to allow mods to have ability to post clickable links. May says, yeah, I don't share my code. That's smart. I can understand that, Wild May. Especially, like, when you start sending gifts, then you can pretty much tell where someone lives. Like, when I send a gift to one, I think Jason might be my only friend on here that is a friend on Pokemon Go. And, yeah, some of those gifts are actually, like, right there at my house. So Jason knows. May says, oh, pass me the Kentucky Fried Tour Chick. I love that. Whisper says, oh, my joke was already used. Brandon says, yum. May said, not the mudkips. Corsair said, wish I could, my. May said, stay away from my children. Oh, come on now, May. You know you love a good old fried mudkip. Elijah says, so I can add? Fishy says, I like Kentucky Fried Mudkips. May says, rawr. May says, no frying my mudkips. Brandon says, Torchic is fine, but Swampert is bad. Huh. But what about mudkips? May says, no killing mudkips. At least they're mudkips, not maykips. You know, we wouldn't eat a maykip. Would we? Corsair says, wish I could multi-screen on Switch like this. Yeah, if I could figure out how to do it on Switch, I would definitely do that myself. Excuse me. May says, ew. Whisper says, do you have the Mew Pokeball? I don't think I do. Brennan says yes. May says, I do not. Fishy says, I thought you loved Kentucky Fried Mudkips. I thought so too. May, crying hysterically. Whisper says, the meat would be all dirty, no thanks. May, still crying. Penguin, what's going on? Good to see you again, Penguin. Says, mudkips are small. I'll take a whole fried Swampert. Penguin. Welcome in, Penguin. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Fishy says, then I'll eat Kentucky Fried Shroomish. Sliced, grilled, sauteed. How are we preparing this bad boy? And Fishy says, insert evil laugh. Elijah says, relax. It's just a Trico salad. What? Okay, no. You know me too well, Elijah. This is what is this called? Gaslighting? Y'all know I can't eat a Trico. I draw the line. Where I draw the line is right between Mudkip and Trico. I can't eat a Trico. Yeah, I think that's my spirit Pokemon. Brendan says, I got the buzzers. Fishy says, noir. Jay says, hey, Penguin. Corsair says, in the UK, kip is old slang for sleep. Thank you for letting me know that, Corsair. That's actually pretty cool. So mudkip just means asleep in mud. Basically, dead in a ditch. That wasn't just a shot fired. That was like a mortar strike. That was great. Dead in it means dead in a ditch. Oh my god, that was hilarious. Penguin says, hi guys, I've been hanging out the whole time. Love that, Penguin. Fishy says, I'm stuck in the oven and there's so many shroomish. May, still crying hysterically. Oh, don't cry, May. I was just kidding. We wouldn't eat a May kip. But we do eat mudkips. Brendan says, Torchic. Now, the thing about Torchic, I'm sure as you've noticed now, it's a little bit spicy. Sometimes I like to pair it with like a sweet barbecue because the meat itself is spicy. Like the meat just comes like that, spicy. No seasoning or nothing. So it's a good taste, but I like to give it some kind of sweet barbecue sauce to kind of mellow everything out. Elijah says, I'm sorry, I'll eat Mewtwo instead. Let's see, I feel like if we eat like a humanoid Pokemon, then we're getting into that realm of cannibalism. So, it's the question of ethics here, we're getting some real shades of gray when we talk about eating Pokemon. Like when y'all talking about that Trico salad, I went from, oh yeah, we're going to have fried mudkips, spicy Torchic barbecue, Trico salad. And Jason says, my code in Go is 437637367424. Fishy says, I can't find the Swampert seasoning. Oh, you can just use Old Bay. Let's see here. If you ever had that Dell seasoning, that's pretty good stuff too. For steak. Some people don't like it, but I like it a lot. Elijah says, oh, here you go, fish. May says, what? Y'all had seasonings? Brandon says, I can't find those Ditto eggs. Oh, the Ditto eggs. Well, if you do find some, I'll take mine just over well. Brendan says, the oven is fighting back. Jason says, check the nursery, Brendan. Hey, I found some eggs right here. We can just use these. These execute. Perfect. And then, we'll slice or we'll cheese grate a Pikachu so we can put some cheese on our dish as well. What kind of cheese is this? Oh, it's Pika cheese. Fancy. Brandon says, they ran out because of Team Rocket. Whisper says, I'll be back. I gotta do something. I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes. Hey, thank you. Take your time, Whisper. Take your time. And Fishy says, oh, thanks for the... What is this Arcanine flavored seasoning? No. What have you done to Arcanine? At least we're not eating Arcanine. May says, y'all are so mean. Jason says, sneakily puts a Ditto in my pocket for later. It reminds me of that meme where that one girl was caught eating a baked potato out of her back pocket, like at a Chiefs game, and some lady took a picture of her, and that lady actually took a picture of her, and she's like, yeah, I actually seen you taking the picture. She's like, but I enjoyed a baked potato and a win. What about you? Brandon says, the butter have knives. Elijah says, oh, Arcanine is delicious. No, we can't be eating dogs now, guys. Not the dog Pokemon. Alright, we gotta draw a line somewhere, right? And that it should have been well before the Arcanine. Like I said, we had to stop at Trico. Mudkips? Slice and fry 'em, brother. Fishy says, someone pass me my special chikorita sauce. Oh, don't let Jay hear that. Jay loves chikorita. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're tasty. But I couldn't eat one in front of Jay. He would never forgive me. Co says, W whisper. Fishy says, no, Elijah, what have you done? Elijah says, he 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 he. Penguin says, agree with Elijah. Barbecue Arcanine burgers. What? Elijah says, see, he gets it. May says, Brendan, can I go back to hoeing? Sorry, let me just take a second. I don't know why I'm laughing. Fishy says, I'm still stuck in the oven. Please, someone pass me my chikorita sauce. Brendan says, my Blaziken accidentally ate my chocolate chips. What were we saving the chocolate chips for? Co says, gotta have execute omelet. Hey, want to make an omelet? You gotta break some execute. Jay says, LOL. Yeah, right. I wouldn't eat a chikorita in front of you, Jay. I wouldn't do it. Brendan says, we gotta move. Fishy says, we're out of moo moo milk. May says, yeah, dude. Yeah, I says, yeah, duh. Corsair says, gonna edit a Google Translate screenshot so Mudkip translated to dead in a ditch when translated to British. I love that, Corsair. Thank you. Y'all always have very entertaining chats. Y'all all do. Y'all always keep this amazing for me. Fishy says, don't kill my Arcanine. Elijah says, Fish, I'm sorry. I did. Brandon says, don't eat my Blaziken. He's an MMA fighter. Well, I guess that means, like, if you can win the fight. May says, get out my baking oven. Corsair says, Arcanine can only live if he's the Kanto one. The other ones look bad. Okay, there's a little bit of compromise. Fishy says, guys, Litten's in the fridge. Not my fridge. I would never eat a Litten. May said, Brendan, here's a revive. Brendan says, thanks. May says, guys, what's going on? Penguin says, I wouldn't eat a chikorita in front of Jay. I would invite him to eat it with me. Oh, Penguin, that was diabolical. Code says a scrambled Togepi. Oh, that sounds like it's got some good flavor, like a little bit of a blueberry flavor, a little strawberry flavor. Brendan says, slimes out, Elijah. Fishy says, Nidoran, stop trying to eat me. Sam says, hey Nick, hey chat, hey, welcome in, Sam. Good to see you again. Hope you're having a great weekend. Elijah says, ow, what the Brandon? May says, cries in the corner, completely overwhelmed. Look what y'all did to May. Y'all didn't offer her any chikorita. Co says, sup, Sam? Sam says, happy Safari Week. Yes, happy Safari Week to you as well. This has been a really good week for me. This morning was the first time we hit 3,000 watch hours. So I got to apply for the YouTube partnership program thing. Here in about 10 days, I will be 1 year sober from alcohol. And I don't know what else to say. Just life is good. I love being here. This is a great spot to be right now. Jay says, hey Sam. Because I really do look forward to being here with all y'all. Kay says, happy hunting. Yes, happy hunting to y'all. Fishy says, Jay, I'm sorry. I ate my chikorita sauce. Corsair says, I'm sure this isn't a hot take, but in Sorona we're such an underwhelming... Oh yeah, right? When it goes up on two legs like that. I always thought Litten would have had like a really cool final evolve form as like a Jaguar style. And welcome in, Lotus. Welcome in. How you doing? Elijah says, guys, I hate the Pokemon God. Am I the new Pokemon God now? Well, I'm just wondering how it tasted. Brendan says, I hate the Pidgey eggs. Like in the first episode of Pokemon where all the Spearows are chasing after him. It was really because Ash, like, ate those eggs for breakfast. And Sam says, congratulations for you, Nick. Happy for you. Oh, thank you so much, Sam. It means a lot. Thank you so much. Ko says, the way Nick reads the chat with everyone is so entertaining. Oh, thank you, Ko. I really do try. My best, anyway. Sometimes I have to skip a few to kind of get a little caught up. I'll try not to do that, though. Fishy says, shoot, I hate Dialga. On accident or on purpose? May says, Brendan, I want to go home. Elijah sends back Makeup. May says, yeah. Fishy says, someone get me out of this stupid Shroomish-filled oven. Ko says, when you wake up tomorrow, you should be approved. Make sure you click individual account instead of business account when setting up payment stuff. I made that mistake. Oh, okay. Bet. Thank you, Ko. Jason says, I random Machamp. Hers, May complaining, and throws her all the way to Hoenn. Oh, that was a really nice Machamp. You didn't have to do that. Brendan said, no. I'm stuck here. Corsair says, notice today that Mega Raichu has fangs. Presumably to reference the unused Evo Gorochu, the closest we'll ever get to my favorite Pokemon that was never released. Oh, where Pikachu is supposed to have like a third evolution? Like an extra one? Lotus says, to the time when Ash tried to punch Mewtwo in the movie. I know, right? That was from a former Gryffindor myself. Yeah. That was pretty Gryffindor-like. Ash would totally be Gryffindor, like a Harry Potter. Fishy says, oh my god, thank you. Because May pulled Fishy out of the oven. Elijah says, now can I eat a Shroomish? May says, screams, y'all calm down. Now, I'm Mother May, and you listen to your mother. Fishy says, where's the Chikorita eggs at? Ko says, BRB work calls. Like, hey, take your time. Take your time, Ko. Sam says, have we found a Taurus or a Kangaskhan yet? Not yet. I'm looking for the Scyther right now. I hope I don't miss it. Elijah says, I'm sorry, I got hungry. Well, I might have an extra Kangaskhan laying around somewhere. Jason says, sorry, went a little fast there. I think this is the first time I've had to like skip a few chats. Elijah says, I'm sorry. Ko says, reminder to like the stream. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more Pokemon. It's free and helps Nick out a lot. Hey, thank you, Ko. Thank you so much. I just heard some random people like yelling at the top of my lungs outside my window. I think they're fine though. I think they're just drunk. Lotus says, imagine instead of Draco, it was just Ash rambling about some Pokemon related to wizards and magic. May says, I am y'all's mom, and you listen to me now, or you get the spoon. The spoon? You know, at first I picture this little bitty, like, teaspoon. Sam says, Corsair filming. Oh my god, I can't believe Oak tried to eat Krabby. He did. He deep fried him. Or, you know, boiled him, I mean. Fishy says, why? Corsair says, yeah, the original Pokemon Red game had cut Pokemon because of cartridge space. I know exactly what you're talking about. One of them was Garuchu, a third Evo, but with the success of Pico being cute, they did Pika and Johto instead. Pichu. Got you. Okay. Thanks for letting me know that, Corsair. That's a fun little fun fact. A fun little fun fact. Brendan says, guys, who votes to eat May? Elijah says, not the spoon. Elijah says, me, I'm hungry. Pingla says, a spoon to eat the mudkips with? Brendan says, okay, go for it. Jason snatches May's spoon and smirks. Fishy says, Nick, May is eating Arcanine. Why? Let's become kindergartners, and Nick is our teacher. Cigarettes for everyone. You know, one of the coolest things a teacher ever did, not that it helped, I mean, I still ended up smoking cigarettes in high school, so it didn't really have effect like it should have. But when I was in middle school, the health teacher, what he did was one day he brought the entire class outside, and he made us run around the whole parking lot of the school. Like, you know, we're not in gym class, we're in friggin' health class, you know what I'm saying? So none of us are in like running clothes, but he makes us run all the way around the friggin' parking lot, and as we come back to where we originally started, he hands us a straw and he says, start breathing through the straw. And so we're all like kind of out of breath and we're trying to like breathe through a straw, and he's like, welcome to the world of emphysema. This is what your life is like when you live with emphysema. This is what your life is like when you smoke cigarettes. And it was actually like one of the cooler things that I've ever like experienced in a class, just because of how impactful that could have been to someone that would have actually listened to him. But I kind of thought that was a really cool thing to do. I forget his name, but to be like his age, he was like still competing in the Olympics, like the senior Olympics. Like this dude was like, he was 60 plus, but I mean, he was built. He was a really good health teacher. Whisper says, I'm back. What'd I miss? I don't think you missed. Probably a whole bunch of shenanigans. But no Shawnees, though. Jason said, wow. Elijah says, make-hips. Get your hot make-hip. Make-hips. Get your hot make-hips. That's how that was supposed to be read. I got you. Fishy says, Mr. Nick, I ate the rest of Moo Moo milk. How are we going to bake a shroomish cake? You know, if we take a cast form and squeeze the juice out of it, we could use that as a substitute. I've yet to try that. It's worth a try, right? Corsair says, there's also going to be a baby ponyta Venomoth, like Kakuna became. Oh, because they didn't fit in the cartridge. Yeah, we'd like to go back and see some more of those sprites that never made it. Lasha says, only $12. May says, guys, stop. Yeah, we can't eat a make-hip, right? Going back to like the question of morals, where do we draw this line? Sam says, Chansey. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a shiny Chansey either. That'd be pretty sweet. Elijah says, Brendan, that would be $12. May says, read my last comment, Nick. I think I did. It said, guys, stop. Maybe the one before that? Sorry, I'm staying smoke-free, bud. Sorry. Well, that's fine. We don't have to smoke the mud kits before we cook them. We can just deep fry them. But yeah, I know I'm proud of you though, May. For not smoking. Sam says cast form is mortified. Yeah, when we squeezed it to death and no juices came out, so it was a kind of a waste anyway to do that to the cast form. But it's a cast form, so who cares? That was probably the most evil thing I've ever said on stream. Look what y'all done to me. Whisper says, honestly, intrusive thought. If I couldn't die, I would eat an oddish. Brendan says, hell yeah. Sam says, I'm having execute scrambled eggs. I love how all you are joining in on this. Oh wow, all Rhyhorns. Corsair says, the biggest surprise to me that actually makes sense is the Dratini had an entirely different third Evo. Really? I didn't know that. May says, no, the one where I explained the spoon. Oh man, that's probably so far back now. And Jason says, stares straight at May and bites Mudkip's head. Fin. Oh, the fin. Surely not. May says, did I hear a Manja JTV ref? I know who that YouTuber is. Brendan says, yes. Penguin says, all hell cast form. May says, Team Sky. Brendan says, hell yes. Fishy says, we're out of shroomish cake mix. Interesting. Alright, well, if the cast form doesn't produce any juice, let's see, what do I got on my screen? A Hitmonlee, you know, that might be some pretty good meat. Whisper says, also, can there be a Discord chat in the DC called Intrusive Thought Corner that has Anomi chats? Believe it or not, you know, in my Discord, I've not made any channels other than like the main text channel. I've pretty much turned the keys of the car over to Worm and Co. as far as like creating channels, and they do a phenomenal job of managing the Discord. So again, big shout out to the mods of not just this channel but of the Discord channel as well. I will be making it up to them soon, one way or another. Brendan says, yippee! May says, Team Sky is the best hoeing team. Whisper says, go Team Sky! Fishy says, ugh, Team Sky, we meet again. Team C will win to you, because I am the master of Team C. Who was a Team Aqua? Archie? Wasn't he the leader? And who's the leader of a Team Magma? If Archie was for Team Aqua, Team Magma had... Why can't I think of his name? I'm having a brain fart. Brenda says, I'm an admin of Team Sky who wants to be grunts. May says, I'm an admin also. Corsair says, I gotta close my eyes, which usually means the shining isn't far off from appearing, but I'll listen in. But it's good night for me. Hey, thank you for being here, Corsair. Thank you so much. Just keep the good vibes going. Thank you, Corsair. You always do when you're here as well, so thank you. May said, Team C. Fishy says, does anyone want a promotion at Team C? May says, you mean Team Aqua? That's what I was thinking when I heard Team C. I was thinking like Team Aqua and Team Magma. Penguin says, it's all about Team Sky tonight. Or Team Night Sky. Brandon says, yo Nick, have you ever heard of... Man, yes, I think I've watched a few of his videos. He makes like a top 10 like Pokemon game videos and stuff like that. He's kind of got a little bit of a higher pitched voice. I think I know who that is. Sometimes he wears a hat backwards too. I think I've watched a few of his videos. Fishy says, yeah. And Whisper says, M&J TV is a goat. Elijah says, well, night guys. I gotta catch Pokemon in my sleep again. Alright, good luck with that, Elijah. Thank you for being here. It's always good to see you. May says, Maxie. Thank you, May. Thank you. Maxie. He's the leader, Team Magma. And let's see here. Jason says, Archie is Aqua, Maxie is Magma. Thank you, Jason. I don't know why I couldn't think of Maxie's name. Especially with me like going through and playing Pokemon Ruby lately and not Sapphire. Surprised I remember Archie. Well, I think you do get to see the other guy just briefly at the end of the game. Fishy says, please tell me I'm not the only one who wants to eat Yamper and his I can't eat a dog Pokemon. That's where I draw the line. Tricos and dogs. I mean, a Nidoran, I mean, if we can break past the shell, I'm pretty sure it's got some good meat, so I would go for a Nidoran. But I'm sure that outer shell is going to be hard to break through, like crap. Sam says Archie was a style icon. True. Mason says, Aspitapani is where it is. Whisper says, haha, it is I, Grunt Boy. Sam says, Fishy, no, dogs are friends, not food. Good point, Sam. Good point. May says, slaps Grunty Boy. No, no promo. No promotion for you. Fishy says, I love dogs, especially Arcanon, but Yamper looks so tasty. But, okay. Doshbon. If we're going to eat it. I still, like, it would bother me that we'd be eating a dosh bun. Because it's still a dog. Even though it looks like a cinnamon bun, it's probably made to be eaten. I can't do it. I can't do it. And let's see, Jason, Nick's father slaps him. No, what mine? Whisper says, how dare you? Slap Grunty Boy. Brandon says, oh, what are human foods in Pokemon? Slowpoke tail. Because, you know, they actually do talk about that. May says, berries, Pokepuffs, Pokeblocks. Oh, what do Pokemon actually eat, or what the human eats? Brandon says, those are for Pokemon. Yep. But the humans eat slowpoke tails. Alright. Jason says Miltex steak. May says bread. With a sly shroomish in between. Grr, grr, grr. Hold on. What did that say? Let me go back. It went a little fast. It said, it is I, Grunty Boy, and today's sponsor of Nick's Fire Games. Sam says, Nick, you got me craving cinnamon buns now. Oh, cause a dosh bun? Yeah, I could go for a cinnamon bun too myself. May says, yes it does. Penguin says, and Violet Scarlet, they eat cloth. May says, bread exists. Sam says, in the anime, they have lots of rice balls. Oh yeah, and the cookie's always like some kind of rice ball too. Like, when they have like a cookie in Pokemon, I'm like, that is the weirdest looking cookie I've ever seen. Whisper says, Grunty Boy, run away, but before he give you a promo code for Raycon. Brandon says, what episode did that show bread? Fishy says, I would want that tiny milk Pokemon to eat. Sam says, which they call donuts. May said, in Journeys. Brennan says, no one watches Journeys. Fair point, Brendan. May says, Onigiri? Brendan says, yeah. May says, I do. I'm British, so I do. Jason says, look at 9% of shiny hunters in Scarlet and Violet, Brendan. May says, Raycon earbuds. Blah, ha, ha, ha. Fishy says, me too. I'm a tiny bit British. Well, I did my AncestryDNA.com thing, and it said I'm like 46% English, 26% Scottish, 13% Irish, like 7% Norway, and then like, I think it was like 3% French, 2% German. Like very small percentages there. And May says, I am fully British. You know, I say British, not British, because, you know, the whole T thing, you know. Brits really hide their teeth after what happened in Boston. Whisper says, oh, and Dr. Squash. Fishy says, I'm mainly Asian. Oh, that's cool. Jason says, I'm American. America. May says, I'm a good old Brit. Righto, chap. May says Holland. Oh yeah, yeah, that 7% Norway in me, yeah, it's just like Erling Holland. That dude is great. We gotta protect this guy, Holland. Fishy says, can we go back to the chaotic kitchen moment? Brendan says, I'm a good old Puerto Rican. Oh, dude, that's cool. I've had a few friends from Puerto Rico. And when I moved out to the coast of North Carolina, my first friend that I made out there lived in the neighborhood with me, and his name was Harold. And he had a brother named Omar, who I still talk to occasionally here and there, but Harold actually had an overdose and is no longer with us. And he was such a really great dude. He was so welcoming to me in the neighborhood and introduced me to everybody when I first moved out there after high school. So I'll never forget that. Never forget him, man. He was a great dude. Whisper says, of course you're a Brit. Penguin says, I'm a penguin. So, Antarctican. You know, I've never met a fellow Antarctican. That is awesome. I say fellow Antarctican like I'm from Antarctica. I'm just an alien. May says, England beat Norway, lol. So take that, bruh. Well, I said I'm 46% English. Only 7% Norway. But yeah, my peeps, they really dropped the ball against Argentina, which England went up 1-0 against Argentina, and then it was on at work. I mean, I was trying to look at the score, and next thing you know, it's tied up. I was like, oh, it'd be alright, it'd be fine. It wasn't fun. Whisper says, I'm mainly German, and Jason says, I'm sorry for your loss. Oh, thank you, Jason, thank you. Yeah, my prayers go out to his family. Like I said, Harold was a really great dude, and his brothers were always really amazing to me. His mom was a super sweet lady, so I really hate that happened to their family. Like I said, he was the first friend I made when I moved out to North Carolina, when I moved out there after high school. Brandon says, sir, the second bus is coming. Fishy says, let's go back to the kitchen moment. I can't stop the stove. Whisper says, Fishy burn. Fishy says, hey, I'm German too. Oh, that's awesome. Were y'all here on the stream where I wore the lederhosen and the fedora and stuff? Yeah, I've got a fedora for like every occasion. Yeah, I might do that again soon. Maybe here in about 10 days, you know, it will be 1 year sober from alcohol for me. 1 year sobriety. So I might kind of do something cool, fun, and different in a few different ways for that stream. Pina says, whisper, no burn. My igloos have melted enough already. May said, my tea. Brendan says, tea is fish food. Fishy says, anyone want prayer beads? I would love that. I found these all around town, and so now I collect them. There's some lady here in town that drops these off everywhere. It's a little baby Jesus. There's like different colored ones. So I actually started and it's funny because you'll find them all around this town. And so I put them next to Bulbasaur. Bulba. Bulbasaur. Penguin says, Nick, sorry for your loss. My condolences. Thank you, Penguin. Thank you. Like I said, my heart just goes out to his family. I'm very thankful to have met a person like him. It's very sad. May says, I'm a Yandir, Brandon. Remember that? A Yandir? What is that? Brandon says, okay. Whisper says, I'm currently cooking a May-kip and avocado tea. Anyone want some? Yeah, I'll take a sip. Fishy says, I'm Chinese, Burmese, and Scottish, and British, and German, and that's it. Oh, that's cool. Jay says, it'll be bottom right screen. You were the first one, Jay, to call a screen. You're calling bottom right. Didn't you call it last time? Bottom left? I'm going middle left. Execute. You know, it's just my best guess. So what do y'all think it's going to be? Jay says bottom right. He says just any Pokemon bottom right. Whisper says I'm also French. No, France got a really good soccer team. Mbappe, I mean, that whole team is legit. Brendan says, why is that Bulbasaur getting the Jesus treatment? It's because you don't know what Bulbasaur did. If anyone needs Jesus, it's Bulbasaur. Got my eye on you, Bulbasaur. And so does Jesus. May says, guys, stop cooking me. I actually don't like being cooked. Believe it or not. And Jay says, make sure to like and subscribe, y'all. Thank you, Jay. Thank you so much. So thankful for y'all. Y'all are just so good to me. And again, if y'all didn't hear earlier, we did pass the 3,000 watch hour mark. And we're over 500 subs. So this morning was the first time I could apply for the YouTube monetization, the YouTube partnership program. So big milestone. And so big thank y'all. Big thanks to y'all. Jason says, great job staying sober, Nick. Keep up the great work. Hey, thank you, Jason. Thank you, brother. Like I said, I'm very, very proud of that success. And talking about the sobriety, I'm even more proud of that than, you know, don't get me wrong, I love to see this channel, this growth do this. But my mentality, my mental health has benefited not just from starting a YouTube channel and being a part of this community, but just being sober. It's been something that I've been wanting to do for a long time, and to finally get something that I've been wanting and craving, to get control of my life. Because when I stopped drinking, it was like the ball started rolling, the momentum started coming. I started making decisions that actually improved my life. So it was a really good one. Fishy says my leg hurts. May leaves door and slams. May, don't do that. Come back, May. May says, this stuff tastes good. Fishy says, at least it's not Arcanine. Brandon says, leaves as well. May follows behind Brandon. Where y'all going? Take me with you. Whisper says, salted and boiled May kip, guys? Fishy says, sips. Wait, you use Arcanine seasoning on this too? Neo says, I'm about to knock out, but I just heard about this variety and channel. Let's go, man. I'm happy things are looking up for you. Hey, thank you, Neo. Thank you so much. Thanks for popping in here and saying hey and giving me a congratulations on that. Thank you so much. It really means a lot. And like I said, really, really happy about the growth of this channel, and just as excited, if not more excited, probably more excited, that I'm hitting a year sober, y'all. Like, maybe I'm not doing justice to like truly let y'all know like how bad things were for me about a year ago. I was a very hardcore alcoholic. I was spending over $1,000 a month on alcohol at the bar. My life was pretty sad. I'd work, drink, go home, sleep, and wake up and repeat. There was not a lot of happiness in there anywhere. And so when I stopped drinking, really I didn't really want to stop drinking like at all, like completely. I wanted to at least be able to get a handle on it. I felt like that was step one, like get a handle on it. So I took 4 days off from work just to do that, just to lock myself in the house and stop drinking. And after that, I was like, I want something to really come of this. And I tried to go a week, and after a week I tried to go a month, and after a month I tried to, I set the goal for a year, which I thought was a little far-fetched, but I'm really proud of myself, and here we are now at a year, and gotta ask myself what's next. We'll go 5 years. So again, thank you, Neo. That means a lot. Whisper says, no, I use the new rock salt guy on it. May says, no, Nick, Hoenn trainers only. I'm a Hoenn trainer. Who am I? I'm that dragon trainer Nicholas. That's it, dragon trainer Nicholas. He's Gen 3. Fishy says, hey, I can come. Mills says, show me the shiny. Hey, what's going on, Mills? What's going on, brother? How you doing, man? Thanks for popping in. We're doing good, man. I just kind of gave the update that here in 10 days I'll be 1 year sober from alcohol. This morning was the first time I could apply for YouTube partnership program, monetization, because we hit the 3,000 watch hours. So a big week going on here for Safari Week 2026. So I hope you're doing good, Mill. It's good to see you, brother. Always good to see you, man. Fishy says, I'm hunting Kyogre right now. Love that. Whisper says, Paris was shiny bottom left, it was yellow. Oh, dang. I hope not. Mill says alcohol sucks. Spark some green to get right. Hey. That's the truth. May says, no, you're not. Your tax is Sinnoh. I didn't know that. Fishy says, say, Hoenn, if you're a Hoenn trainer, Hoenn. Hoenn? Neo says, that's what's up, man. I know what that's like. Lots of drinking. Pretty much ruined my early 20s. Didn't do much with those years, but party. Same, yeah. Throughout my 20s, and another big thing is, in my 20s, I went from relationship to relationship. Like, literally, like, I spent this much time being single in my 20s, practically. I went from relationship straight to another relationship to another one, and I reassessed life around 28, and I told myself, is it even possible for me to be single and be happy? And it was I know this sounds weird, but just waking up to no text, that was the one thing that was like the weirdest thing to me. To kind of like get over the hump is like not waking up any good morning text, not waking up and just kind of feeling like I have someone to talk to like that, just kind of really focus on myself. It was a good thing. It's been a really good thing. I feel like I've really been able to focus on myself and be in control of my happiness, because no one should be in control of your happiness, y'all, other than you. And I felt like really prioritizing my goals has actually helped my happiness. And let's see. Mill says, not the same day, just 2 years ago. Okay. Oh yeah, and thank you again, Mills. Thank you. It is a big accomplishment for me. Jay said, oh nice, bro. May says, toss his Pokeblocks at Brendan. Here, give those to your Blaziken. Jason says, great job, Mills. Keep up the great work. You too, Nick. Mills says, thank you. Fishy says, well, I'm on a 1 second vacation to get a Arcanine from Kanto and bring it here. Like I said, I'll eat a Mudkip, I'll eat some Torchic, but I can't eat a dog Pokemon. Especially not an Arcanine. Jay says, I've been sober 6 years. Kind of hard sometimes, but worth it. Hey, I'm proud of you, Jay. 6 years is really, really tough stuff, dude. Brendan says, thank you, May. But yeah, I spent a lot of my 20s partying, doing stupid stuff that I regret. But everything happens for a reason. I've learned some lessons of what to do and what not to do. Jason says, you're doing great, Jay. Hang in there. Absolutely. Neo says, I still can struggle with that without a relationship. It can be hard to figure out what goals matter to me. Absolutely, yeah. Having a certain self-discipline for me is my biggest thing. And that's why I had to just quit alcohol altogether. I kind of thought that I could manage, but it's a slippery slope, alcohol is, and I just don't have the discipline that I thought I did with it. Nothing bad happened for me to stop drinking. It was just me reassessing my life and wanting more out of it. Sam says, Nick, did you get your hair cut? Looking smart. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I did. Told someone at work. I was like, no, I just styled it shorter. But no, I totally got a haircut. I was way overdue for it. And Sam says, May, I'm exhausted today. Please send Mudkip. Fishy says, I mean, a lot of my favorite Pokemon is at Hoenn. I love the Hoenn region. A lot of people hate on it because it's got so much water. It's also got a volcano region. It's also got a rainforest region. You know, I mean, I love the Hoenn region. May, unconscious. No. Sam says Hoenn is the best vibes. And I think it's just a nostalgic thing for me, but I love the pixelated kind of, you know, sprites and stuff like that. These games, amazing. Jay says, thanks, y'all. Yeah, thank you, Jay, for being an amazing human being that you are. Thank you for everything that you do for the channel as well, brother. Oh, and it's that time. Sam says, May needs CPR. She has fainted. May, still fainted. Whisper says, grab Maykip and put her in the stew again. Brendan says, no. Jason says, pokes May with a stick I stole from the angry Farfetch. And Nacho says, can't you just use sweet scent and attract Pokemon instead of running? It'll make it a little bit faster, but the speed is already sped up. If you see here, like, that's pretty much faster than, like, that's about as fast as it's going to get. But I do hear what you're saying. Sweet scent would make it even faster, but at this rate, like in Safari Zone, it's so quick. But yeah, welcome in, Nacho. Sam says, Hoenn felt so vivid and full of life. It did, especially as a kid, man. Like, that was like my world, you know what I mean? Like, I'm venturing around, like, that's my stow, the Pokemart. That's where I hang out at, you know? I mean, Neo says, I picked up a lot more work these past few years, and I'm trying to get a leg up financially. Starting to feel the effects now. Don't have much hobbies anymore because I don't have a lot of time off. I'm proud of you for putting in the grind, though. May says, still unconscious. I care, though, May. I care. Neo says, American life. Yeah, it's that American dream. I've had a talk about this on one chat. You know, if you don't have an American, like, if you don't have, like, a business that you're not trying to bring to the top at the top, you know, America may not be the country for you. There's other European countries that really benefit the middle-class worker, where corporate America wants to help corporate companies and big businesses, and unless your dream is to start a big business, you know, America just may not be the best country for you. Because everyone's different. Everyone's goals are different. I feel like a lot of people here in America, the middle class workers, they have never done any kind of research on the Danish government. Fishy says, I think my legs broke. I can't feel them. Oh, dang, Fishy. Kurt says, nah, Jay, you got this, homie. Whisper says, like chicken. Sam says, that's my stove. That's my stove. You right? Be hanging outside like Jay and Silent Bob. $15, little man. Put the shit in my hand. If the money doesn't show, then you owe me, oh. Jungle Love. Sam says Australia might be for you. The middle class worker. Exactly. No, great point, Sam, because I've done research on Australia. You're going to be much better took care of financially in Australia. Granted, the United States spends more money on their military than any other country, so you're going to be protected in that sense here in America. But Brandon says, excuse me, sir. Nia says, You're really not wrong, brother. My trips in Europe were eye-opening. Their workers are treated much more fairly, better for the most population. Thank you, Neo. Because I wouldn't say I feel really strongly about this, but I do feel some type of way about how I just want to bring awareness to people that, you know, living in America doesn't mean that you're going to get rich. And doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have a happy life for you and your ambitions and your goals. Like I brought up the Danish government and what they do for their middle class workers, or a lot of countries in Europe. 4-day work weeks are mandatory. 6-week paid vacation leave is mandatory. And they don't try to benefit all the big pharma, big tobacco, big whatever company that they want to, whoever's got the most money. A lot of it's not like that. Sam says Australia might be for everyone. Yeah, until we see the spiders. May says, slaps Brendan. Shut up! You woke me up. Sam says, it was just beauty sleep? May says, yee. Whisper says, May, you're roasting. How? May says, yep. Jason says, I'd love to visit Australia to see the reptiles and amphibians I can catch. Oh, I know you would love it, Jason. You're like the crocodile hunter of this channel. May says, Co says, Jay the homie. W bromance. Not gonna lie. Jay's a dude, man. Jay's a dude. He's been Jay's been one of the longest supporters of this channel. Neo says capitalism means capitalizing. If you're, hold on, sorry. I rarely go back in comments, but it seems good. If you're not capitalizing, you're hurting. Some will win, some will lose. More fall somewhere in between. Good quote. Sam says, Jason's lots of reptiles. I don't see amphibians. And Brandon says, excuse me, sir, is there someone, in fact, I could see if I knew something in uniform? May says, anyway, I'm going to go to sleep. Hey, thank you for being here, May. I really appreciate all the time you spend in the stream and being engaging in the chat. Thank you so much. Always love to have you here, Mother May. So thank you so much for being here. And Co says, for real, fam. Sam says, good night. Brendan says, I go on church on Sundays. Usually, truly, usually more. Is this? Should I be singing this? And Sam says, sleep tight. And Whisper says, night, May. Brendan says, good night, May. Co says, no shirt life. Oh yes, and our next hunt will be for Jay's shirt. I'm just kidding. Oh, I had to. Jay says, yes. We did a birthday stream for Jay. I should have totally took off my shirt on stream in honor of Jay. Sam says, who doesn't have a shirt? The dude that commented right above you. That amazing human being. Too sexy for the shirt. I think they wrote a song about him. Co says, wouldn't take it any other way. Gotta hype the bro up. Oh yeah, y'all fam for real. Brandon says, meh. Nick says, or Sam says, Nick, I'm curious if you grew up religious. Yes and no. I was pretty much raised to, believe in God and do the right thing, do the best thing, be the best version of me that I can be. My father was raised in a Catholic household. And my mother's raised in more of a Baptist household. And they've always kind of wanted me to kind of, just, instead of influence something on me, which that's something that we don't really talk about a lot on the channel, which, I mean, it's not that I don't mind. But yeah, I just believe being the best person you can be, and if religion gets in the way of if like, if you don't agree with someone else's like point of view, like, how many wars have been started over religion, and how many lives have been lost over religion? So it's like, that's why I find it a touchy subject, because I know some people like take it such to heart. It's just like, I like going to church. I like learning about different religions. I truly do. I like educating myself, because I know that I'm not educated as I should be. So it's a pretty good question there. Brandon says, yo, Nick, I gotta go. See you later. Hope you get that shiny. Hey, thank you, Brandon. Thank you for being here. Neo says, alright, I'm gonna go to sleep. Enjoy the night, brother. Hey, thank you, Neo. Thank all y'all for being here. Thank y'all so much. Fishy says, I'm bored. Sam says, oh, Jay, I see you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, next hunt is for Jay's shirt. Whisper says, I'll go night now. Well, thank you, Whisper. And Brandon says, bye, guys. Thank you for being here. And Co said, Jay the Slay. Whisper said, bye-bye. And Jason says, I grew up religious. Now I'm an atheist. Like I said, I am very open to learning about different religions. And, I find it fascinating, really. A lot of people are not familiar with the Book of Enoch, the Ethiopian Bible. But there's some things in there that is pretty interesting. Sam says, well said, Nick. Jay said, yes, Queen. Sam says, I'm about being a good person as best as you can be, whether you're an atheist or religious or spiritual. Exactly. I do believe that there's some sort of higher power, God, that has, there's things that have happened in my life to where it's like, it's hard for me to doubt it. And my best analogy is like, it's like the wind. You can't see the wind, but you can feel it. Fishy, oh, Chris, what's going on, Chris? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you, man. Fishy says, just imagine if you find shiny Nidoran. After already finding another one. Because when we did our playthrough here, we did find a shiny Nidoran. Code says, day 165 waiting for Suicune hunt. Trust. I've been here that long. Jay says, Chris, my guy, what's up? Jason says, what's the difference between religious and spiritual? Just curious, Sam. Like I said, it is a good question. I guess religion, I guess, means you're really kind of going by that text, like actual like scripture. While spiritual means like you could probably be like in tune into like the nature and your surroundings and spirits, and more of like a North American like indigenous religion. That's a good question. I'm not sure if I'm answering that right. Co says, I've read it, Enoch. W Nick for the knowledge. Hey, Co recognizes there's truth out there that might have been held from us. But in the world of 2026 with this kind of internet, the answer's out there for you. But in this world of fake news, it's like you also got to do so much deciphering between you before you find out what's real and what's not. Sam says, oh my god, Co, what game are you hunting Suicune? Good question. Yeah, I was assuming like Emerald. Not Emerald, but like Crystal. Co says, no, I'm asking Nick to hunt it. Same. Actually, let me get Pokemon Crystal, and yeah, we can do a static encounter hunt for it. Chris says, what's the shiny count at? We've got to be over odds for a shiny on this stream, because I started like 2.5 hours ago, which is crazy, actually. So yeah, again, welcome in, Chris. Jay says, just chilling in the stream. I love that, Jay. Love that. Sam says, Jason, I would say religious is more following Christianity or Islam, following the book. Sam said, what Nick said. Yeah, I think religious is kind of more following scripture. Like, it don't have to be just those two. You know, it could be Judaism. You know, as far as having like scripture, but spirituality could be more like being in tune with nature and the spirit of. But honestly, I don't think I'm doing a good job on that. Fishy says, I'm gonna go. I'm tired. I remember the name Shiny Lickitung after me. You got it, Judah. And thank you for being here and spending so much time in the stream and being engaging in the chat. I thank all y'all for doing that. Thank y'all so much. Ko says, not to get on that topic, however, the word Christian was an insult to believers in Christ back in the day. The more you know. No, I find, like I said, I love going to a church and different kinds of church, like Catholic churches, Baptist church. I've yet to be in any kind of like a synagogue or anything like that. I would go. I totally. Just to be educated. And Kerry says, I'll send you that mug to you. Sam says, oh, haha. Sam says, Shiny Suicune is stunning. It really is. Fishy says, bye. Ko says, Sam, look up the Shiny Shadows cuisine, or I think you meant Suicune, not cuisine, from Pokemon Coliseum. The black mat mane is beautiful. Ooh, I bet so. Ko says, bye, Fishy. Jay says, peace, Fishy. Sam says, wow, Ko, I never seen that Coliseum Suicune before. Yeah, actually, I'm about to pull it up myself. Coliseum Suicune. Oh, what? With the black mane? Yeah, that's hardcore. Suicune reminds me of my dog. So noble. Yeah, I love how we all still call them legendary dogs, because I'm going to call them legendary dogs till the day I die. But someone tried to educate me on the fact that they're actually cats, and I'm sorry, I can't get behind it. I know that Suicune's modeled after a leopard, Entei's modeled after a lion, and Entei's modeled after a tiger. I know those are felines. It don't make a difference. Ko says, Shadow Shiny. Ko says, yeah. Best Pokemon in the game. Complete bias. Jason says that my first Suicune in Go was a shiny. For a while there, I only had a shiny and a shadow as far as Suicune goes. Dang, that's a flex. I think, the only Groudon I ever found was a shiny Groudon in Pokemon Go. When I did that hunt, the first one I got was the shiny Groudon. And let's see here. Sam says, Suicune and Entei resemble dogs to me. Raikou a cat. I could even see, yeah, Raikou a little bit more. But to me, they just look too much like dogs. Because they are so cool. Yeah, either way, whatever they are, they're amazing. Sam says, but they're all beast. That I can get behind. They are some beast. And this Ninetales is very tired. I understand. But thank you for spending so much time in the stream and being engaging in here. Thank you so much. Okay, it says Pokemon Go is where I shiny hunt. I just don't have the time to shiny hunt like this. W mans to Nick for the dedication. Hey, and W to people like Jay for like the hardcore dedication of like soft resetting on a console. Doing that kind of shiny hunting. Because I don't know if you know this, Ko, but Jay's like, what, over 12,000 resets right now for his shiny Charmander in Fire Red. So, big respect to him. Ko says, one more like till 30 likes. Hype. Hey. And we just started streaming about 2.5 hours ago, so we're just getting things warmed up here. Mill says, my birthday is July 22nd, this Wednesday. Pop by and say what's up. Yeah, dude. Are you gonna be streaming for your birthday? Well, I guess I since you said pop by and say what's up. So yeah, hey, you know what? I've been having Thursdays and Saturdays off, but this upcoming week I have Wednesday and Saturday off. So guess who's off for your birthday? This guy. Mills is doing a cake slam for my birthday. Oh, dude, that is wild, Mills. Yes, I will definitely be in your freaking stream. Cause said that's ridiculous. Oh my god. I know, right? Mills is turning 31. Nice, brother. Doing good for 31, brother. Just says, if you think that's impressive, Nick, my first Pokemon for my 5-star I caught was a shiny Heatran. That's really good. Sam says, happy early birthday. Yeah, Mills, I'll definitely be popping in over there. And, because, you know, I serve tables, bartend, all that, yada yada. I take home, like, at the end of the night, whatever I made, like, I take that home, like, in cash. So I rarely ever have money on a card unless I go to the bank and, like, put money on a card. But I'm going to make sure that I got money on my card before Wednesday. Got you, Mills. Cuz says W Mills. Jay said, for sure, Millsy. Mills says, would love for all y'all to make it, sub and ring the bell, please, so you don't miss it. Thank you, Mills. I will definitely actually make sure I ring the bell after this stream to get set up for that notification. Mills says, I'm getting a giant cake to slam in my face. Dude, that is awesome, bro. That's a really cool idea. I'm glad you like are doing like really cool stuff like that and being engaging with the audience. That's smart stuff, dude. Like I didn't realize, like, you know, on the end of the last stream, I went and did the worm. Instead of getting me any subscribers from that short, I lost 2. Remember I was telling y'all how I was like, my shorts don't like go to short stream, and someone was like, oh, well, they show up on mine. I was like, well, they do show for the the subscribers, but my shorts don't get pushed to new people. It gets pushed for whatever reason to people that are already subscribed, because I haven't got a new subscriber from a short in months, and I used to get 30 to 40 subscribers a month from shorts. It's kind of weird how that happened. And Sam says, why not eat it? Well, I guess you can still eat it after you slam your face in it, you know, and then just... Co says, Mills got the bills. Mill says, I might eat some. It's been a tradition on my channel for every month birthday. Okay. That's awesome, dude. Cody says, hey, Nick and everyone. Hey, welcome in, Cody. How you doing? Hope you're having a great weekend. Thanks for being here. Mill says, who doesn't have bills? Cody says, hey, Cody. Mill says, LOL. Sam says, hey, Cody. Jay says, welcome, Cody. Cody says, how are you all? I think we're doing pretty good, man. I think we're doing pretty good. We're just vibing up in here in the safari zone. In the zone. So yeah, brother. How are you doing? Question is, how are you, Cody? Cody says, work, lurk. Working and lurking. Hey. Working and lurking. So yeah. Since I finally got caught up on the chat, I might take me a 3-minute restroom break. I think I still got plenty of drink. I've got to be drinking more. So yeah, took a 3-minute break, and we'll be back in a jiffy. Alright. Giggity giggity. So let's see here. Cody says, I should be working myself, but I still have a lot of time off because of my partner's funeral. Still getting over it. Dang. Dang. Cody, I'm sorry to hear that, brother. I know that's a lot. That is some heavy stuff to go through. And I'm very sorry for your loss, Cody. Very sorry for your loss. I'm sorry you're having to deal with that. And Sam says, Homer lets the Barts out. I used to watch a lot of Simpsons growing up. Why, you little... Jason, let's go. Oh yeah, we back. And we're going to get a shiny now. Let's get us a shiny. Because like I said, I'm wanting to move over to Pokemon Ruby. And we can shiny hunt over there. And a matter of fact, let's see how this looks. Y'all see the Pokemon on the screen? I can change to the Pokemon Ruby version, or I can switch back to this. So I figured that out. Tokimon, what's going on? And Fishy, welcome back, welcome back. Tokimon, who did I see you? Whose stream did I see you in earlier? Was it Billin? I was in Billin's stream earlier. Yes, it was Billin's stream. It had to be Billin's stream. I saw Jay in there too. So yeah. Hey again, Tokimon. Good to see you again. How are you doing? Hope you're having a great Sunday. Jay says, Toke, brother, what up? Yes. How art thou? Jason says, sorry for your loss, Cody. And again, I am very sorry for your loss. I know that's going to be very heavy to deal with. So I'll keep you in my prayers, Cody. Fishy says, oh wait, I gotta go already again. Bye. Alright, Fishy. Thank you for popping back in, though. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Judah. Tokimon says, yo, brother Jay. Yeah, I saw both of y'all on Billin's stream. I remember he had a little bit of an issue going on with one of his USB ports. And that's when I kind of like, I gave him a little $10 donation. I was like, here you go, brother. But I have mad respect by because he was telling me it was like $100, you know, to get like a new one. So I felt like, you know, a donation was pretty reasonable there. I like to donate a little bit here and there whenever I can to streamers. But I have a mad respect for his setup. All those game cubes. That is crazy. I would like to know how much money he spent to have like 40-something game cubes. And Tokimon says, Billin's streams? Yeah, it was Billin's. I'm always there and good, thanks. How are you doing? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking, Tokimon. I was going to stream last night, but my uncle, some of y'all may know this, a few months ago he was in a pretty serious car accident. We're very lucky to have him still. He broke a lot of his body. Hip, shattered his knee, his arm as well broke. But he had to have surgery again on his knee. So I wanted to make sure I got down there and see him while I was in the hospital. So I knew that I was going to do that this morning. So I ended up not streaming last night just to make sure that I got a good... And there's other factors going on too. It was like last night was a pretty busy Friday night at work for me, and I got off a little late. In between me, like, you know, already knowing I needed to get up, I was like, you know, I think this is best. I take the night off. But the day's been really good. It's been a good day. He is going to make a full recovery. So there's good news there. Tokimon said, I felt bad. I think I pissed him off for laughing at the Pokemon that fled. Oh, yeah, because whenever I popped in, he was like, yeah, we found a Pokemon that fled. And he even said, he's like, no, it genuinely pisses me off, like, when we lose a shiny. And I just wanted to say, like, you know, I feel that because it's happened before. losing a shiny, but I always tell myself that is probably better content than me actually catching a shiny. Because, at this point, a lot of y'all have seen me find a shiny, y'all have seen me catch a shiny. It's pretty rare when I lose a shiny, and that's why I kind of like these Safari Zone hunts, because I'm trying to put myself in y'all's shoes, like, finding a shiny and then losing it and then seeing me flip out over it. That's gotta be funny. That's gotta be a good watch. I would laugh. And Neo says, dab. So welcome back, Neo. It says BRB. Take your time, take your time. Sam says, why were Nidoran and Gengar chosen to be the first Pokemon shown in the games and anime? That's because the Nidorino belonged to Professor Oak, and the Gengar belonged to Agatha, one of the Elite Four members, and they were battling. I forget why. Why is that? Why were they battling? What were they battling in? Was it the Pokemon Championships? I don't know why they were battling, but it was Professor Oak's Nidorino, and that was Agatha's Gengar. And let's see, Jay says, or on my birthday, when you found a shiny, then you fell out of your chair, you need a BRB screen with all your moments. Oh, that would be funny. That's a really good idea, Jay. Because, yeah, I kind of thought that short would do, like, a lot better. That was, like, one of my favorite shorts I've ever made. Because in that stream, I'm sure you remember, Jay, I think we started off that stream with the Bulbasaur hunt. We found the shiny Bulbasaur in, like, 10 minutes. And then we did another shiny hunt, and we found that shiny. That could have been a legendary. It could have been Groudon, something like that. And then we found the shiny Groudon. And then in stream, we found the third shiny for the hat trick. The shiny Hitmonlee, and named it Jay. And then as I threw the hat, I fell backwards out of my chair. Yeah, that was not planned. But I loved it. I'm glad you loved it, man. That was. I'm glad you had a good birthday stream too. We found 3 shinies for your birthday. And did May's birthday stream? Didn't we have another hat trick as well? We found the shroom. No, we found the shroomish, and that was it. I think the stream right before that we did a hat trick. And Sam says Nidorino is especially random. Whoops. But I'm glad they made it those two. But yeah, if I'm 1,000% sure the Nidorino belonged to Professor Oak and the Gengar was Agatha's. But why were they battling? Was it the Pokemon tournament? I don't know why. Could have been like them battling from like back in the day. I don't even know where I learned that from. And Molson says, what are we looking for? The shiny Scyther. And welcome in, Molson. Molson Room. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great weekend. Welcome back, welcome back. Jay said, and a stream starting and a stream ending screen would be cool too. I wish I knew how to do that. Because I probably would. But I have been making little improvements here and there with the stream. About once a week I try and do something new and different with the stream to like make improvements. I've been kind of slacking a little bit. As of lately, I kind of added the Pokemon sprites like this guy right here and at the bottom of the screen. Today what I did was, I'm sure a lot of y'all know this, we've been listening to the same 12 songs like over and over, like every stream. I put some new songs in there. I put a whole new 12 songs in the playlist. And can y'all even hear the music, by the way, or was it too loud last time? Was it not loud enough? Because I think I might have turned down the volume on the music as well, to kind of to be a little bit more engaging, like with the conversations and stuff like that. But yeah, let me know what y'all think about it. But yeah, I need to get with Ko after the stream, because he's gonna let me know how to do some kind of overlays and stuff like that. Because I was telling him I want to, we're about to have the YouTube partnership program, I want to be able to get the overlays to where when someone subscribes, it pops up right through here, and if someone becomes a member, you know, it pops up right through here. So I'm very blessed to have, you know, other fellow PokeTubers in the chat as well that really helped me get past this and improve the stream. So I'm very, very thankful for that. Tokimon says, I try not to take YouTube too serious. I used to get heartbroken when people wouldn't talk to me. You know, I would say learning YouTube's been a little bit of a learning curve for me. But you're right, you can't take things too serious, you know. I mean, for one, I mean, I don't take this as a career like a lot of people do. This is my hobby. And granted, it does become somewhat of a job by the time you spend time editing a thumbnail, editing a short, uploading the thumbnail, and just every other stream, playing the Pokemon game just to get to another point to where it's shiny hunt here, and then go in, duplicate the ROM, duplicate the save file 6 times, go in, save each screen 1 minute off, then update the stream and the title and the description. After, you know, none of this takes all that long individually, but once when you add everything up, it becomes a little bit of some work. But I love doing this. I enjoy doing this. And I'm just so blessed and thankful to have y'all that make this stream go so well for me. I enjoy streaming. I look forward to doing this, and y'all are a big thanks to that. I used to spend a lot of time talking to the void, just kind of just talking out random, but you know, that's life as a streamer. That's what all streamers do when they first start off. And that's what I was telling my friend Marquise, that he's been streaming on Twitch, you know, a little bit, and actually he streams every day. And I popped in a few of his streams, and the other day I kind of just gave him some friendly advice, and I know he took it well. I told him, I was like, listen man, you've got to be talking. I was like, even if you know no one's in there and you're just talking to the void, when someone does pop in, they're more likely to engage in the stream instead of just keep scrolling, you know, and go to something different. Just have conversations, be engaging. And he was like, you know, you're right, you know. It's always easier said than done to show personality and stuff like that, especially on a consistent basis. When, you know, like I said, you know, sometimes I get up early, I work all day at work, and I come here and I try and stream for 6 hours. Keeping up the intensity, it can be a challenge. But like I said, I enjoy doing this. I look forward to doing it. Jay says, I remember when it'd be just me and chat sometimes. Crazy. Jay, yes, and that wasn't that long ago, brother. That was not that long ago, man. But yeah, dude, still so appreciative of you, Jay. Because yeah, you were one of the first people to really not just be in the streams, but you know, spend a long time in the stream, and you know, stay engaging in the chat and all that. So that's really, really helped me get past probably the toughest part of being a streamer. I have a lot of thanks to you, Jay, and all y'all as well. Tokimon says, I'll even watch people, even if I'm the only one. I love that, Tokimon. I love being able to pop in some of y'all's streams too. I love doing that. Someone named Lily Moon, I think Lily Moon Fox or something like that. They had popped in the other stream and was asking me about some things, and you know, joined the Discord, and I saw where they put in the Discord that they were streaming. Yeah, I went over there and checked them out, and they have some really good shiny Pokemon. I wish she had some more subscribers. And well, I'm very blessed to get the reach that I do. I'm very, very blessed. I've been trying to make it in some more of y'all streams as well. I do the best I can, like I was saying, between work, all the editing, And I like to spend family time when I can. I'm not complaining. I wouldn't have it any other way. My life compared to where it was 1 year ago was completely different. I'd probably be getting off work right about this time. And actually, I'd probably be leaving the bar right about this time. Ooh, that's a good little neck pop. Alright, so we gotta get a shiny something sometime soon, guys. Somewhere, somehow. Because we've been at this for like 3 hours now. Jay says, nice, LOL. Yeah, we're getting a shiny. I've actually cranked up the speed a little bit here. As fast as I can go. Earlier the chat was moving so fast. Like, as y'all know, I try to read like every chat. The chat earlier, I stopped. I was just like, because it, like, I couldn't read anything even if I wanted to. It was moving that fast. Like, if my eyes were like stuck to something, it would go. I was like, holy moly. Which, don't get me wrong, those are one of those things, those are good problems to have. But now I can actually like turn and burn a little bit on this hunt a little bit. I like this. We're getting a shiny now. Y'all have been patiently waiting. And you now shall be rewarded. Tokimon says, I love chatting. And I like it when I make a friend online. Yeah, I really underestimated how much I would look forward to doing these streams and what kind of people I would meet and what kind of impact they would have on me in my life. Being like what you would call a complete stranger. They have had really big impacts in my life. A lot of y'all. Sam says, I still can't believe how quickly you found Shiny Shroomish and how long it took for Shiny Slug. I know, right? When it's like the Shroomish had a 10% chance to pop up, and we found the shiny in an hour. That Slugma had a 100% chance to pop up, and it took hours. That's the way shiny hunting goes. That math doesn't always math up pretty well, but sometimes, you know, it's not about the destination, it's the journey and the friends we make along the way. And Jason says, hey look, a shiny Chansey right in the middle. JK. Yeah, someone said earlier they thought they saw a shiny Parasect. I was like, oh, I hope not. I've never missed a shiny. Not that I know of, anyway. Sam says, oh my god, Jason, my heart skipped a beat. Alright, that would have been like a holy grail slam dunk shiny hunt for a shiny Chansey. I mean, you don't even see those pop up hardly at all. So let's see how long it takes just to get one Chansey to pop up. Nothing there. Still no Chansey. At least we got a Scyther. Nothing there. Still waiting on I think it's going to be a Blue-Eye Venonat or an Execute. I don't know which one. Have we seen a Chansey yet since I've done their soft reset? I don't think so. I think we're still yet to see a Chansey since the soft reset. Here's a Scyther. I hope I recognize the Scyther too. Matter of fact, Jason says LOL. Sam says imagine running from a shiny Chansey or losing it here in the Safari Zone. Like, oh. Sam says bro would have been the world champion of Safari Week. Tokimon says I'll express myself no matter how I'm feeling. That'll catch someone's attention. Love that. I'm gonna just pull it up real fast. Shiny Scyther. Sapphire red. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna miss that. Yeah, because he's got the red. Basically, where you see on Scyther right now, where in between his upper body and his lower body, there's like 2 patches of white. Those should become like a red-orange. So that's how I'll know that that is a shiny Scyther. Because otherwise, his green color isn't going to change too much. Like, I don't think that's going to be too noticeable. With the Venonat, he's just going to have some blue eyes. Be a little blue eye baby like me. The chance is going to be pretty evident. He's going to have kind of a green color. So with that Rhyhorn. Rhyhorn's going to go to a golden color. I forget about XQ. I think XQ is kind of a golden color too. But I'm still saying... No, I was saying middle left. I'm going to change it to top left. And I think it's going to be... a shiny Rhyhorn. I changed my mind. Earlier I said middle left, shiny XQ. I'm going to say top left, shiny Rhyhorn. And like I said, I'll take whatever we can get. I am not picky on this hunt. It's a Saturday night here in this tourist town. It's getting pretty wild and crazy, like it has been all summer. And Lee, welcome back in, Lee. Good to see you. This is what are you looking for today? Pretty much just anything. Top right corner, that Nidoran. When we did a playthrough, we did find a shiny Nidoran, but that's the only shiny from this area that we have. So, really, I want the Scyther, but I'd take anything. So, welcome in, Lee. Welcome back in. Good to see you again. Jason says, I've seen 2 guys fishing for a Dragonair holding a Dragonfang in the Safari Zone. I think Dragonair is a 5% chance to appear at all. Oh, dang. Pokemon says, I've been into Champions lately. I play freestyle, but still manage to beat streamers. I'm so proud of. Oh, that is awesome. Sam says, does Nido female not spawn here? No, but you can get a Nidorina. Pretty small chance of it. But yeah, the female, because yeah, when the shiny male Nidoran popped up, it looked like a female Nidoran. Because it was like bluish looking. So yeah, it was really cool. Let's see, run, Pokemon, summary. So, yeah, there's the shiny Dragonite, Nova. Well, I think we've yet to see Nova tonight, so I hope she's doing well. And Hopper, I don't think we've seen Hopper tonight either. So there is Kuyo. That was found in the Safari Zone at level 22. That was it right there. Caught with that Safari Ball. Charizard, Mewtwo, Hopper, and Madara, named after the shiny Slugma from the last stream. And Jay said, really, Toad, what streamers did you beat? Yeah, that is pretty funny. Being a streamer while he's live. But the audience loved that. And Sam says, I've seen that video, Jason. It was an incredible effort. Huh. I just got an idea. Why don't we do something a little different here? So, and it ain't gonna be easy because on 6 screens it's... Let's see if we couldn't... Lee says, honestly, you should do that Deoxys shiny. If you're in Discord, can you let me know how to get a Deoxys inserted into my save file? I need to know how to do that, and I would love to do a Deoxys hunt. I would love to, Lee. But I need to figure out how to insert that save file into an emulator that's been transferred the ROM from here. Because I want to do that for Mew as well, Lee. Mew would probably be my, if I were to insert something, it'd probably be Mew, Deoxys, and then one of the other legendaries. But Mew and Deoxys is definitely... Oh crap, I forgot. I'm going to try and take us to another area. Let's just try it for 500 steps. How do I get there? Here? Perfect. That wasn't too bad. Alright. What can we get up in here? It looks like Doduo, Paris. And Sam says, you need an aura ticket to get it. Right, but how do you insert it? Because I've downloaded that before. Or something similar to it, I think for Pokemon Ruby to get, or maybe it's like Celebi for Pokemon Gold. But you've got to be able to insert it into your save file, and there's going to be a software for that. I see so many other streamers doing it, so I know it can't be that hard. I just need someone to actually tell me what to do. So I'll be talking with Ko after stream about getting some improvements on the stream setup. So yeah, if you have any knowledge on that, Lee, please let me know. Hey, Kangaskhan gone. Hey, this is a great little spot to hunt. Lee says, honestly, I don't know how to do those things. I'm playing on only one screen. Gotcha. But yeah, I would love to do that. For anyone that has any knowledge of how to insert that save file, please let your boy know. Sam says, back in 2004, I asked my mom for an aura ticket. Sam says, she said we aren't flying to Japan. Pokemon says that, I don't know them all, but Sleeping Snorlax, oh, the streamers that you beat? That's awesome, Pokemon. Jace is nice. And Lee says, oh, by the way, I think that Oho is shiny locked. Not in Pokemon Go, Pokemon Gold anyway. Because we found the shiny Ho-Oh in Pokemon Gold on stream. And let's see, Jason says, wow, you need to go to Japan back then to get the ticket, Sam? I think so, or just wherever they had the events at. Oh, so in this spot you can find a female Nidoran. Jay says, can you get Taurus in this part? Honestly, I've yet to see a Taurus. I did see a Kangaskhan pop up, but I don't think Taurus is in this spot. I may have to go to a different area for Taurus. Jason says, I don't think it was Krabs. Talking about the Ho-Oh being shiny locked? Yeah, I've never heard that. And I know in Fire Red, I was actually watching a streamer tonight shiny hunt for Ho-Oh. And he's done that shiny hunt 11 or 12 times. I was kind of saying earlier, some of these bigger streamers that kind of do what I do, like they only shiny hunt for legendaries or starters. But I've yet to see anyone stream for a shiny Ho-Oh hunt in Pokemon Gold. I mean, other than me. Sam says, apparently, Jason, I was too young to use internet. Well, I mean, when I was growing up, internet took forever. And after you listen to that for 30 minutes, you'd wait for another 30 minutes just to get online, because that was just your computer booting up. And then if the phone rang, like the house phone, cell phones weren't really a thing back then, someone called the house phone, which you knew was going to happen, then you'd be booted off the internet, and everything you'd been trying to do for the past hour just went to waste. And then it was like, how much information was on the internet back in 1998, you know, or 2001? Not a lot. He says, by the way, you should do a Legends Arceus playthrough. I just completed the game, and honestly, 10 out of 10. Yeah, I need to give the shiny hunting aspect in that a little bit more of a chance. Sam says, why is Ho-Oh so funny to me? Ho-Oh. I'm laughing so much. Is it autocorrecting? Oh-ho? Because y'all know it's Ho-Oh. But is it correcting to oh-ho? And Jason says, imagine someone got the Deoxys from it and not knowing how rare it is, traded it someone for a Gengar or something like that. Oh, I'm sure there's someone that was just like, yeah, I don't really care about this. And then there's that other kid that was like, give me. Pokemon says, I never knew shiny hunting was a thing. I just battled all my life. You know, it wasn't until a few years ago, actually, I kind of got on the shiny kick, too, myself. I've always been kind of more of a, you know, casual playthrough kind of guy. Might overlevel my Pokemon a little bit, and we'll play through the game, we'll have fun, you know? It wasn't until I caught a shiny Bagon in Pokemon Go that I was like, these shinies look pretty cool. And then I realized that, I know this sounds bad. I found a shiny Charmander in Pokemon Go back when shinies first came out in Pokemon Go. And I was just like, whatever. It wasn't that strong, so I let it go. I didn't even try to catch it. And then it wasn't long after that I realized that shiny Charizard is black. I was like, oh, dude, no. I could have had one of those. So that's kind of when I got into shiny hunting. When I started learning like a little bit more what the sprites look like and just how cool they look, I was like, you know what? This actually might be worth it. When I came across a stream that someone was shiny hunting like this, I was like, okay, now this is worth it. Sam says, yes, ho-oh, but people have been commenting, oh-ho. Right, I still read it, ho-oh. But yeah, it is funny. Sam says, if you live in the USA or Japan, you could have gone to the Destiny Deoxys movie premiere and got an Aura ticket, but the UK did not have any events like that. Huh. A good little fun fact there, Sam. Sam says, dang, that's cool, Sam. Mills says, hope you get a shine Chansey. Oh, thank you, Mills. I really hope so too. We were trying to like just to see one earlier, and it was like it took forever for one to even pop up. I've yet to see one since I've done a reset here. Let's see how long it takes to get a Chansey. Just like a regular Chansey. Like, yeah, dang. At least I got some Scyther there. Still no Chansey. Still no Chansey. Still no Chansey. What is Chansey? A 1% chance? It's got to be. I've got to quit going so fast on Scyther. I've yet to see a Chansey. Pokemon says, I breed strong Pokemon. I find random shinies, but most of mine came from making friends. Oh, that's cool though. Let's see, nothing here. I've yet to see that Chansey. This is crazy. I forget the shiny Chansey. We just want a regular Chansey. Where is he? Alright, because once when we find a Chansey, let's do a practice catch. And okay, there he is. There's a Chansey. Okay. Let's do a practice. Let's just see. Let's pretend it is a shiny. And I'll just walk right up to it and throw a ball. Holy crap, that would have been amazing. So now we know what to do. Just Just walk up, throw a ball. Don't do anything fancy. Don't throw a tree. Don't throw a rock. Don't try and get close to it. I'm really surprised we ain't found a shiny yet. We have been going over 3 hours now. So something's got to shine here. Sam says, that was incredibly lucky. Are you saying to catch that? Instant catch Chansey? Well, let's try it again if we find another Chansey. Jason says, I think Chansey, Scyther, Pokemon like that are the hardest things to catch in the Safari Zone usually. Oh, dang. So, yeah, had that been a shiny, I would have been like sweating bullets. My palms would have been sweaty. And then I would definitely have done a backflip. And I can't do backflips. I can do front flips. Of course, it's going to take forever to find another one. Sam says, can we do a practice Scyther? Okay, yeah. I like that. Let's just see what happens on the Scyther. Of course, now it's going to take forever to pop up. Let's see. Where are you, Scyther? Could you imagine doing this with one screen? It takes forever. I'm sure a lot of y'all can, but wow. Tokemon says, I saw your worm short. That was so funny. Thank you, Tokemon. Thank you, brother. Yeah, I did that for Worm. Ooh. Oh, here's a Scyther. Alright. Alright, so I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to throw a ball. He's what level? He's a boy's level 23. Alright, he's watching carefully. Alright, he's watching carefully. Arg, almost had it. He's still watching carefully. Oh, it appeared to be caught. Okay, he's just watching me carefully. Why don't you take a picture, Scyther? Oh yeah, Scyther is tough. Man, if we come across a shiny one of these, man, I'm gonna freaking... Oh, he fled. Dang. Alright. Let's try it on this female Scyther. Ooh. So we lost them both. Dang. I hope that's not how the shiny hunt's gonna go for it. Yeah, that was a little... Ugh. These shiny hunts are crazy, man. In the Safari Zone. Sam says the instant flee is my usual result. Now I kind of want to try it again. To see what does it take to catch a Scyther. Shiny says, do you want the guide to help increase catch odds? You know, actually I did download a flowchart. So when we find this shiny, I will probably go to that. But I will say the flowchart was not 100% accurate. I did lose a Pokemon following the flowchart. But yeah, welcome in, shiny. Good to see you, brother. Oh wow, instantly got away from us. So yeah, I guess with Scyther, we're gonna have to do something to where we throw a rock or something. I don't know. Jason says rock easier to catch but more likely to run, and bait is less likely to run but harder to catch. So I guess our big thing there is just to throw a rock. I guess Sam was right there. Who said throw a rock. I don't want it to run. But I'll throw one rock. Mill says, best bet is just spam the Safari balls. In my opinion, that's what I was thinking. That's always been my strategy, Mills. Just spam the Safari balls and not risk it. And on one Safari Zone hunt, the first time I ever did it, Pokemon Ruby like months ago. We found 3 shinies on the stream, and we caught 2 of them. The Gloom got away from me. Like I said, I did follow the flowchart to where it says, you know, if it's in this category of a Pokemon, you do this, and if it's in this category, then you do this next. It was not 100%. Hey, there's 2 Chanseys. Alright, so earlier we threw a ball and it was an immediate catch. Okay, so we know what to do for a Chansey. Maybe not. Oh my goodness. Okay, I still feel like with Chansey, spamming the Safari Balls is the move. Because we caught 2 out of the 3 Chanseys. Spamming the Safari Ball for the Scyther, we've lost 3 out of 3, I think. So with a Scyther, I've at least got to throw a rock. At least 1 rock. And Shy says, hey Jay. And Mill says, rock and bait can still cause it to flee. Yeah, that's why I think like spamming, I like the idea of spamming the Safari Ball. But as I've seen now, when it comes to Scyther, I may just have to at least throw 1 rock to lower its, you know, its catch rate. Or raise it, one or the other. Sam says, what the fuck, Nick is a Chansey god. Let's see if we can do it again. I did lose that 1. So let's imagine if this is the shiny Chansey. Okay, let's not. And Jason says 31 likes so far. Nice. Oh, thank you, Jason. Thank you. Tokimon says I don't hear any game audio. Do you hear music? I don't put the game audio in my stream, just so I don't get copyright. The songs that I have in my stream, they come from hey, do y'all hear music? There should be music in the stream. But yeah, I don't do the Pokemon music for the copyright issues. But the songs y'all hear in stream or should hear in stream, there should be safe to use. Jay says, yeah, no, there hasn't been any music. Really? Really? Okay. I turned up the music a little bit. Jason says, I don't hear any music. Okay, I just turned it up a little bit. So y'all might hear it now. Faintly. And welcome in, Pink. Welcome in. So yeah, do y'all hear any music now? Yes or no? Nope. What? Okay, thank you for letting me know that. Interesting, interesting. Let me see something here. Jason says it's quiet, but I think I hear it. Okay, it does seem very quiet. If I turn it up, I think it's just this song right here. Yeah, it's this song is like very, 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 very faint. Okay, So yeah, I turned up the volume on that a little bit. And if another song plays and it's like way too loud, just let me know. I will turn that back down. Or if this is too loud, let me know. I will turn it down for show. Mill says my buddy broke his controller today, so I gotta restart all my progress on power. Oh no. Dang. And Sam says, oh, now means ditto. Oh ho, now means ditto. Mill says cause it was his server. Okay, yeah, I was wondering why, but that makes sense. Jess says, dang, Millsy, hugs. Eaterball says, it's all good, I'm here for the Digimons. We might find one. So welcome back, Eaterball. Welcome back. Mill says, it's all good, I got so much done in a few days. I think I can get back to where I was at on my server. Jay says, hey, Eaterball. Ninetales says, just finished catching the final shiny for the original 152 minus legendaries. Congratulations, Ninetales. Congratulations on that. That's big. Mill says, it's such a fun game. Ninetales says, sorry it was gone so long. I was busy doing that. Oh, you're good. You're good. Eaterball says, hey, Jay, how's it going? Actually, I might turn this back on just for a second, just to make sure my sound and all that's doing good. Alright. I never wear headphones on stream. Let's see here. And Eaterball says, hey Jay, how's it going? Jason says, wait, 152? I was confused myself because I was like, who's 152? Because 150 is Mewtwo, 151 is Mew. Which I think is interesting because shouldn't Mewtwo be 151? Considering that Mewtwo is a clone of Mew. Jay says, not bad, Eaterball. How's about you? Antel says, I should be back the rest of the stream. Now I'm just going to casually play until I want to start Gen 2 shinies. I love that. Who are you going to shiny hunt for in Gen 2 as a starter? Cyndaquil, Chikorita, or Totodile? Nantel says, sorry, typo. Okay. Yeah, we were all wondering, like, who did we miss? But that's awesome, though. Congratulations, Nantels. Tokimon says, there's something else different. You don't have a hat on. Nice hair. Oh, thank you, Tokimon. Yeah, I got a haircut the other day. It was very, very well overdue. Nantel says, Chikorita's 152. Is that what you're going to do for a shiny hunt on Gen 2? Sam says Missing No. Oh, good answer, Sam. We forgot about Missing No. He is quite literally the missing number. Brandon says, I'm back. Hey, welcome back, Brandon. Welcome back. Hope you're doing good. And Jason says, if you're not including Legends and Myths, shouldn't it be 146? Well, I guess what they were trying to say is like it's the decks, you know, they completed of the original number, but I see what you're saying though. Jay says, yeah, Toki got a haircut. Tokimon says, LOL. Nantel says, my final one was a Magikarp because those things are impossible to find even compared to Gyarados. And what game is this? Is it a Pokemon Ruby or Emerald? Well, no, you said the 151, so what would that be? Fire Red? Sam says, I think Totodile was just voted as my favorite water type over on Pokemon YouTube channel. Totodile does have a really cool shiny sprite with that turquoise color. I love that. And Brendan says, did you get the shiny? We have not found any shiny yet. It's kind of weird. Typically we would have found one shiny by now. We did a practice run to see we can catch a Chansey pretty well, I found out, but Scythers are pretty hard to catch. Let's see here. Ninetales says, and I say 151 instead of 140, something because I'm talking about the first gen. Also, I do have all the shiny legendaries, but I didn't get them in this game. I traded them. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. And Ninetales says, oh, Violet, Pokemon Violet. Okay, that's cool. Jason says, that's awesome. Ninetales says, I use the DLC and go between my accounts for exclusive ones for each game and trade to my main account. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. As a shiny hunter, hey, work smarter, not harder. And let's see here. Soft reset there. Brendan says, it's been almost 4 hours and you didn't get one shiny? Yeah, I know. I think the longest we ever went was 11 hours. And the quickest we've ever found a shiny was in one reset. So anywhere between 5 seconds and 11 hours. Somewhere between there, we'll find a shiny. Shiny Pokemon Hunt says 152 is missing now. And it's quite literally the missing number. Ninetales says, I do something similar to you, but instead of 6 screens, I have 2 switches I use. Hey, you know, like I said, I don't hate on anyone however they shiny hunt, you know what I mean? It's just like, however you want to find that shiny, that's part of the hunt. Like, I don't even hate on people that do that RNG manipulation because it's still not a guarantee. You still got to work for it to some degree. And I honestly don't know how to do RNG manipulation. Y'all know me, I ain't tech savvy. There's some of that stuff that's just way over my head. Brandon says, did you even take a break, bro? I took a 3-minute break. Yep, I did. Took a good 3-minute break. You know what? It might be time for me to just put a hat on. I think that's what we're missing. And Sam says, what shiny was the one reset? It was probably a few months ago. You probably find it on one of my live streams. It would have been the short, I mean not the short, but the thumbnail for a live stream that had a Reggie Ice on it. We found their shiny Reggie Ice in one reset. Not only did we find it on one reset, because I didn't have my screens captured, the shiny popped up on 3 different screens. Which tells you I didn't really roll 6 different rolls on that, so it makes the odds even crazier. And I lost it. So I had to hunt for it again. And Sam says, oh, ho, ho to that. Amen. Tokimon says, I say Pokemon names wrong. I used to say Ratata or Missing Note. Yeah, there's a lot of Pokemon names I probably butcher. And let's see here. Brandon says, bro, you should have had an hour break. An hour break? That's one thing I would never do, is leave y'all hanging for an hour. But thank you though. Yeah, when I take a break, I'll try to make it quick. 3 minutes, tops. Come back. Oh, Tokimon says Ratatat. Without the A at the end. Almost sounds like that one dude from Tosh.0 when he's talking about the gun going off. He's like, rat-a-tat-tat-tat. He's like, how does that gun go again? Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. He's like, have you ever shot a gun before? Because it doesn't go rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. It goes pow, pow. You know. I didn't watch a lot of Tosh.0, but that's just one of the episodes I remember. That dude was crazy. Sam says, shiny Reggie eyes. Holy moly, that is wicked cool. You know, that's we've went back and I think hunted most of the shiny legendaries, and maybe about a month or two ago we went back and hunted every single starter from Pokemon Gold, Ruby, and Fire Red. Found all 9 of those. But one thing we haven't went back on is the shiny Reggie ice hunts, or the shiny Reggie hunts. So we're getting about due for that. Sam says, it's cause you're cool as ice, Nick. Hey, thank you, Sam. And Jason says, I'm not trying to brag, but it's only need 25 more shiny Pokemon until I have all them shiny. Sadly, 24 of them are shiny locked. Oh, dang. So what's that one shiny you need left? And that is some hella work you've put in, by the way. Nantel says, which one do you need? I might be able to help you. Sam says, wait, out of all 1,000 Pokemon? And Jason says, yep, I only need 25 of the 1,025 left. Jason do be finding some shinies. Sam says, now that is a flex. Yeah, absolutely, dude. That's hardcore. That is hardcore, brother. Sam says, have you been hunting across all the games? Jay says, W. Nice, Jason. Jason says, type null is the remaining one that can be shiny. Ooh, I wonder what a type null shiny looks like. Sam says, how did you get shiny Chansey and Leaf Green? Well, I think they got, I think this is in Violet, right? Unless you got the shiny in Leaf Green and traded it over. Ninetale says, that's UMass exclusive. Sam says, type null and Silvally? It's one of those names I'm butchering. Silvally. Silvally. I think it's Silvally. Silvally. I don't know. Jason says, the gray is replaced with kind of faded orange for null. Ooh, I bet that would look really cool. I like its name too, type null. Sounds more like a machine than a Pokemon. Ninetale says, now having all the shinies is really rare. Nothing can beat Pokemon with a Game Boy ribbon. And Jason says, I got Silvally from a limited time event. Ooh, nice. I'm proud of you, Jason. You've been putting in some work on that game. Let's see. Whoops. Ninetale says, do you know how to get that ribbon, Nick? I do not. The Game Boy ribbon? The ribbons I'm thinking of are like, you know, Pokemon contest ribbons, so I'm sure that's not what you're referring to. And Brendan says, HM? Jason says, I think I have an Arbok with one of the older game ribbons. I think it was Johto. See, the ribbons I'm thinking of were introduced in Gen 3. You know, with the Pokemon contest, and you get the ribbons that way. I'm trying to crank up some speed here, y'all. There's no way we don't find a shiny. Especially in the Safari Zone where Pokemon pop up so quickly. Like, look at this. Our overlays, this is the quickest we'll ever have it. Watch this. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. I mean, we're almost got 3 seconds going on up in here. And Kitsune says that ribbon was only from 98 Red Blue save files, and you had to transfer that Pokemon once it was possible. When other games were released, bit ribbons didn't exist at all that time. Okay, so that'd be really cool to so I'm not sure how many of y'all know this. You know, you can't see the shiny sprites in Pokemon Red and Pokemon Blue. However, there is shiny Pokemon in Pokemon Red and Blue, and I'm sure Yellow as well. You just can't see it be a shiny, but it is a shiny within the stats. So there is a way to shiny hunt in those games. It's a very tedious task. That's why I can't wait for Kanto XP to start streaming again. He took a break from streaming. He's been focusing on developing a fitness app. But whenever he streams, he shiny hunts in Gen 1. So I cannot wait till he does that again. And he hit me up the other day. I think it was on Threads or it was on something. And he was like, hey man, just want to let you know I'm really proud of you and all this. And I appreciate that. He's always been a very big supporter of the channel. Like, he used to literally make posts for my channel to post in Threads and to say, hey, Nick's Fire Games is live, go check out his channel. Like, that's going way out of your way to support this channel. But Kanto would do that for me. So, love that dude. Jason says, I didn't transfer it up from the old game. I got it in a trade, I think. Ooh. Nantel says, but after Gen 3, it scanned Pokemon from older gens, and some were given that really rare ribbon, and those Pokemon are impossible to get now. I own a Ninetales with one on it. Oh, that's really cool, Ninetales. I'm glad it's a Ninetales for you, too. I know how much you love Ninetales. Ninetales says, Sally, that Ninetales wasn't a shiny, but it was my first Pokemon, Vulpix, to ever catch besides the starter. So it's got a good nostalgic factor to it. And, Oriello, good to see you again. Oriello, how are you doing? Good to see you. This is Nick. I just finished watching the Streamers University fiasco. This stream is a breath of fresh air. That's awesome. Streamer University. What is that? If you don't mind me asking. Is this something on Netflix or something? But yeah, always glad to have you, Oriello. So how are you doing? Jay said, hey, Oriello. It's good to see you again. Hope you've been doing well. But yeah, this stream is a breath of fresh air for me as well. I look forward to doing this. I love it. Oriella says, Nick, do you know of Kai Cenat? Yes, I do know who he is faintly. I think he's a Brit. He's a British man. I kind of know what he looks like. But I've never been in his streams. I think I might have seen him on like a Mr. Beast video or something. I know he's a big streamer. I know he's a really big streamer. Ninetales says, and I still have that same Ninetales, also named Ariza, in my party in violet, and it has ribbons from every region on it. Ooh, that's sweet. And it's my most prized possession. Ninetales says, that's why I have the name Ariza. As you know, it's not my real name, but I named myself after that. Ariza the Ninetales. That's smooth. I remember you telling me your real name, but I will not tell the chat. It's a secret. These lips are sealed. It blows my mind that we have been shiny hunting for almost 4 hours now. No shiny. And Oriello says that basically Kai recruited a bunch of famous streamers and brought them all to a campus to do a whole lessons on how to stream. That's called Streamers University. Oh man, I bet that is a fiasco. Was it? I don't know if y'all can see it this way, but I think it's kind of like an art. Everything between the visuals, between the things you say, I think it's just truly an art. So with art, there is some guide rails, but for the most part, I mean, you just gotta express yourself. Well, what do I know? So yeah, thank you for letting me know that. Dantel says, I don't really care if people know it, but thank you for not saying. Oh, of course, no, I respect that. I have respect for privacy. Oriella says, but how it went down is different. Almost everyone started trashing the campus and screaming at each other. It was messy. Oh, wow. Also, Nick, to answer your question, I'm doing okay mentally, but I've been in a lot of pain. Bought a walker today, so that's helping. Thanks for checking in, Nick. I'm sorry to hear that. If you don't mind me asking, Oriello, why are you in pain? What's been going on with that? And thank you for sharing. I know that's going to be a lot to deal with. And Ninetales says, are you okay, Oriello? What happened? But no, I hate to hear that, Oriello. I always love seeing you pop in the chat. You're always so very positive, so very friendly, and so very engaging in the chat as well, so we always love to have you here. Brandon says, Nick, I think you got finished the live stream. I feel bad for you. Did Brandon just tell me to end the stream? Is that what I heard? Wait, what? Oriella says, I have an endometriosis and an issue with my spine that hasn't been diagnosed yet. Dang, I'm sorry to hear that, Oriello. Not until the missus disappeared. Yeah, I know, because I timed him out for 5 minutes. I'm like... I was just talking about people being positive and all this, and... Brendan's like, something about in stream, I feel bad for you. Like... I feel bad you're in timeout. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Oriello. The spine can be a very tricky thing. I have scoliosis, and I have a lot I deal with as far as scoliosis. I constantly have headaches because I get pinched up. Like, even before I started the stream with like a massive headache. But I fought through it. I don't think anyone could really tell that I was dealing with a headache. But it's just kind of one of those things that I force through it. I fight through it. And Nantel says, I don't know if you can get better from that, but I really hope you can regardless. I will pray for you. Yes, and I will as well, Oriello. I'm so glad you took time out of your day to pop in here. That means a lot to me, it really does. So thank you so much. Nantel says, I might know a lot about medicines, but not for spine, sadly. Nantel, you do answer some medical questions with the absolute knowledge of a doctor. And the wording is on point as well. You know, I've literally had a doctor Google something in front of me. And I've heard this from other people too. This lady had a question about her medicine. Yeah, she had a question, and the friggin' doctor was like, huh. And pulled out a phone and like, so, well, let's see, you know. Oriella says, also, endometriosis, sorry, I'm probably not saying that right, is a condition that causes the lining of the uterus to grow in other places of your body. It's very common and painful. I just want to spread awareness about it. Oriella says, LOL, same. I went to a person for my allergies and they Googled it and told me what not to eat based off a Google image. Yeah, I know. Like, why do people think that that is okay? Like, and it's probably because they passed their friggin' med schools with Google. And hey, don't get me wrong, I've been to college. I know how it goes. You go online to take a test and you pull up a whole nother window for Google just to friggin' sometimes you can't do that, but a whole lot of people do. That's how a lot of people get through college, is cheat their way through. And then, like, I guess if you cheat your way through to be a doctor, then that's what you do. When someone asks you a question, you say, oh, well, let me pull out my phone and Google it. It's like, I could have done that at my house. You know, doctor's office is going to charge you about $2,000 just for stepping in there. Then Oriella says, Ariza, thank you for your support. I appreciate your prayers deeply. I was caught up in typing. And Kyra says, hey there, bud. Again, love from Philippines. Oh, nice. Thank you, Kyra. Thank you for being here. Hope you're having a great night. Nova! What's going on, Nova? Thank you for being here. How are you doing, girl? How are you doing? So glad to see you. Brought you up earlier. I was like, you know, I think we've yet to see Nova tonight, but I'm sure if she could be here, she would be. So I hope she's doing well and having a great Saturday night. So I really hope you are having a great Saturday night. And Raul says, how much shiny do you have all of them? You know, in Pokemon Ruby, we have about 20 plus shinies. Fire Red, we might have about 15 different shinies. And in Pokemon Gold, we probably have about 20 shinies, probably. So altogether, we probably got a little over 50 total. So yeah, welcome in, Raul. Kitsune says, there's Nova. Oriella says, Nova. Jay says, Nova, how's it going? Jason says, I saw a post where it claimed a doctor was using ChatGPT. I'm not sure if he accidentally. No, he probably was. He probably really was using ChatGPT. Brandon says, why did you put me in timeout? I'm just saying you've been trying to find a shiny for 4 hours. I feel worried for you, man. Because you told me to end stream, Brandon. You're like, end stream. I feel bad for you. Like, shiny hunting for 4 hours is a long time. Like, I appreciate your concern, Brendan, but the way you told me to end stream, I was like, yeah, you're going in timeout for that. Like, you can ask me maybe to end stream, which I wouldn't, but no, it was just kind of the way that you like told me to end stream. And like, I know you're new to the channel, Brendan, but I shiny hunt on average 4 to 6 hours. So when I'm ready to end stream, I'll end stream. But no, I don't like when people tell me what to do. As you see, like that's just rude. So yeah, I put you in timeout. Never says I've been doing okay. Just got home from work about an hour ago. Awesome. Again, so glad to have you here. Nathaniel says, hi, tell me a type. I'll use it in a Nuzlocke. Okay. Ice. Ice type. So welcome in, Nathan. Jason says, hey, Nova. Yeah, so glad to have you here, Nova. Love your energy. Rose says, which PC do you have? So I'm not very tech savvy. I had to educate myself on what PC specs are before I bought this PC a few months ago. It is a Skytech Gaming King 95. Is a Ryzen 7 9800, 32 gigabytes. It's got 2 terabytes storage. A 5070 graphics card for a 23-year-old video game. And I guess that's pretty much about it. It's got 9 fans, liquid cooling. Brandon says, because I feel bad for you. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry for putting you in timeout. It's just, that was kind of my way of just like letting you know I don't like being told to end stream. Nathan said, I bet. Ninetails says, not the ice type, lol. Oh wait, Alolan Ninetails. Hey, there we go. Alolan Ninetails is ice type. Shine says, people tell me to play different games all the time while I'm shiny hunting, like I'm not doing something. Right. You know, I say I like it, but it's just kind of funny now. There's someone that pops in this stream all the time, and their name is John Doe. They've popped in this stream probably like 9 or 10 times, and they always say the same thing. You still playing video games? Like, if you're going to be a hairy little troll, be funny with it. You know, like that dude that popped in was like, is that Abraham Lincoln shiny hunting? Like, that's funny. But Oriella says, Brandon, I think it's very hard to read tone and intention over chat. I made mistakes like that before too. It just reminded me of that kid Murad when he was just like, man, you look so tired. Why don't you end stream? And just kept ignoring me about like ending stream. I was just like, dude, like this is not your channel, bro. Like, not even a mod, brother. Wait. Huh. Nathan says, I can get off-brand Ninetales. Off-brand Ninetales? Is it the Walmart off-brand or is it the Dollar General off-brand? Because I could do Laura Lynn. Jay says, oh yeah, he pops in Ribo stream and says that too. What? To tell him to end stream? What? Surely not. Nantel says, if someone does that, I just ban them personally. Well, that's why I have mods on the channel, because me personally, as you see, I will time someone out in a heartbeat. And I'm very, like, if I find someone being disrespectful, or if they just don't accept what I'm saying and they don't understand what the word no means, then I'll block them from the channel. I'll cut the head off the snake. So that's why I like to have mods. I feel they make good decisions for me. Robert says, bro, what's the price of your PC? I think it was like 1800 at Best Buy. And then, yeah. So after tax, probably close to 2K. So I saved up for months to buy the PC. Because when I started this YouTube channel, all I had was my phone for the first few months. Jason says, that lady joked about having a husband named Wayne. Oh, yes! Jason, that was funny. It was like, say happy birthday to my husband, Wayne Kerr. And I was like, oh, happy. And then my look of realization, like, oh my god. This troll just trolled me so good. I love it. I love it. Co says, yes, sir. But Brendan says, but I just said, no, you didn't just say you're worried. You told me to end stream, Brendan. And that's why you got in timeout for the third time. Nova says, I think a low in 9 cells is pretty. It is. It is pretty graceful. Jay says, call this bromance. Jayco. Ooh. Do I see a dual channel coming up? But yeah, I love Co's stream. Co has a great freaking stream. His energy, dude, I love it. I want to stay longer too. Like I said, I had so much stuff to do. Like between housework and editing, like I didn't want to break out of Co's stream, man. I loved it. That's how you know a stream is really good. When you got other things to do, but you're just like, I gotta keep watching. Nantel says, I play Violet and it works fine. Oh, Oriela says, anyone plays a Switch? I almost bought it recently. What do y'all think? Co says, nah, let's call it J-Bolt. I love this. Jay says, alright, bet. Co says, Brandon, let's just drop it. Enjoy the live stream, homie. Thank you, thank you. Even better said. Nathan says, give me another type, Nick. I can't really get ice types that much in Pokemon Violet. I have to progress for that. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Because, yeah, I kind of gave you one almost like next to Dragon, you know what I mean? Like, there's not a lot of ice type Pokemon. So how about Poison? I looked at Nidoran up here, and I was like, Poison. That's a good one. You should have a plethora to choose from. Nova says, I have both games. I don't have a problem with them. Jason says, the worst thing I encountered in Violet was falling through the map once. Other than that, not even lag. Fell through the map. Bet that was a fun experience. Nantel says, no. How about R9 19 1 bolt Jayco? Cobalt says, gonna start back speedrunning on the main channel. Gonna be sick. I love that. Awesome, dude. Jay said, Ariza, LOL. Nantel says, Nathan, I can help you in Violet if you want. Cobalt says, that's why I'm scared to play Violet. Oriela says, thanks for letting me know, Jason. Reddit made it seem like it's unplayable, but I think I will buy it now. Shine says, have you played Pokemon Unite? I have not myself. Nantel says yes. And Cobalt says shiny. Damn. Nathan says, I can get Pokemon that's poison types early, so that's good. Good, brother. Good. Jason says, other than that, literally my only Pokemon is that it was way too easy. Let's see here. Nathan says, I can get... oh, yeah, I read that one. Nantel says, Absol, the best in the game. Absol is very underrated. I don't know if y'all have ever looked at Absol's attack stat. It's like a friggin' Rayquaza attack stat. It's like a friggin' Charizard attack stat. It's unbelievably high. Shiny says, hey, Co. Nathan says, bet, Ninetales. No ice type, no fire type. Ninetales says, I can help tomorrow. My Switch is downloading a game right now. It won't be ready for a few more hours. Co says, yeah, that dab was clean. Hey, thank you, brother. Nathan says, you know you can play while it's charging? Worm, what's going on, Worm? So, did we get any shinies? No, dude, we haven't got any shinies, man. We've been on a dry spell. We've been on such a dry spell. I think Brendan told me to just straight up end stream because he felt bad for me. It's been that dry. Nova says, hello, Worm. Jay says, sup, Worm. Cobalt says, all hell the worm. All hell the worm. Y'all like how I did that? I'm gonna try and do that again. Worm says, hey guys. And Nova says, nothing much, you? Jason says, thankfully I have the shiny charm already. Oh, so this is how you find in those shinies. I love it. Like I said, however y'all shiny hunt, I'm a big fan of it. I don't even care if you do RNG manipulation. It's part of the process. It's part of doing what you gotta do to get that shiny. Ninetale says, not online while it's updating. The update will stop once it's online. Cobalt says, drier than the Saharan desert. But yes, we're here for the vibes. That's right. It's not about the destination. It's the journey on this adventure. Nathan says, Ninetales, just meet me in Nick's stream when it starts tomorrow. You know, I probably won't stream tomorrow night, but Monday night I will. Yeah, I'll work tomorrow. I'll work Monday as well, but Monday will probably be a slower day for me, so that way when I get off work, it won't be too crazy for me. Not one of those, well, it shouldn't be one of those shifts where, like, you know, you drive home, all the way home with, like, no music on, you're just dialed into the road. And you finally get home, and you're just like, have I been driving? Like, where have I been? I've just been working through the PTSD. And let's see here. Ninetale says, I will. Ninetale says, I can give you any herbas you need. I have hundreds of them. Well, that's nice. Kitsune, meaning Ninetales, is such a good person at heart. And highly intelligent as well. Nathan says, when does it start anyways? So yeah, I'll start Monday night, probably about 11, give or take, p.m. Eastern time. Jason says, I'm shiny hunting Xurkitree and Ultra Moon, even though I already have one in Sword. That's nice. That's a really good one. My mom's favorite Pokemon is Blastoise. I think that's how you say it. It's one of those Ultra Beasts. Looks like a lollipop. I think that's why she likes it. Co says, remember to like the stream and don't forget to subscribe. Join the Discord to stay updated on all things Nick. Hey, thank you, Co. Thank you. And the Discord is popping. We got some really great channels in there. We got one for art, we got one for poems, we got one for self collabs. So if any of y'all have a content yourself that you want to let people know about, I told the Discord about my mom's YouTube channel, Alpine After Dark Ghost Tours, and I put it in the Discord, and because I feel like she may not say it like this, but I feel like I don't want her to compare like her channel to my channel's growth, and so it really meant a lot that a lot of y'all went over there and subscribed to her channel, because she did notice that she got 5 more subscribers and she was really happy about it. So and the Discord is a really great place, and I appreciate y'all applying the pressure months back to make me get a Discord going. So thank y'all. Ahmed, welcome back, Ahmed. Welcome back. Says, hi, bro. I got shiny Steptaka. Oh, less than 100 tries? That's a really good one. Oh, what color is it, if you don't mind me asking, because I don't even know. Nantel says, I will help anyone that needs it in Scarlet, Violet and Scarlet. To the best of my abilities, I have everything I want, so why not help others get what they want? To illustrate my point, Nantel, you're such a great person at heart. My intuition tells me you have very, very strong character. And Co says, yo, congrats, Ahmed. Jay says, W, Ahmed. Welcome. Yeah, welcome back, Ahmed. Good to see you again. Nantel says, nice. Nathan says, or just memorize this code. 4 zeros and then 4 2s. Jason says, I pronounce it Blasphelion like Blacephalon. Blacephalon. I think you're actually pronouncing it right. Blacephalon. 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 There we go. There we go. We did it. Nathan says, in teams. Co says, it's a different niche. Gonna be a different growth. You're right, you're right. It's definitely a different niche, but yeah, I just don't want her to compare like her channel to my channel and get discouraged or something, because I do live streaming, and if I didn't do live streamings, my shorts, like I said, don't get pushed to new people. So I make a long form video once every few months, so this would probably still be at 38 subscribers myself. So big thanks to y'all just for helping my mom out. Means a lot, Raw. And it says golden or black. Oh yeah, we love those. Jason says shine is yellow instead of gray. Okay, gotcha. Worm says, who we're subscribing to? Nova says, Nick's mom. Oh yeah. And it's for her ghost tour business that she started here in town. So yeah, if y'all do subscribe to it, I hope y'all really enjoyed the content and see what a little bit of this town has to offer. Oriella says, Ariza, are you in the Discord? I'll probably need help with Scarlet. After I buy it, I find myself looking online for guides when playing games a lot. It would be good if I could hit you up. Worm said, Yo Mama, hey, you remember that MTV show, Yo Mama, and it had Fez from that 70s show, and he was the host of it, and it was called Yo Mama? That was pretty funny. Nathan says, Riza, do you have Discord? Nantel says, I used to use Discord, but let's just say I've been traumatized by that app and removed it permanently. That's how bad it was. Oh, dang. I'm sorry to hear that, Ninetales. Co says, when you hit 1K subs, definitely lean into long-form videos. YouTube pushes those out heavily. Yeah, I have a few that I'm kind of in the works on about how to beat Pokemon using shiny only Pokemon, and pretty much going to death about, you know, getting a cartridge, the GB flash dumper, duplicate the save files, the ROMs, all that. So it probably would make good content and make some videos on that. So you're absolutely right. Nathan says, Oriello, I got you. And Co says, sorry about that. If you ever change your mind, next Discord can be as safe as can be. Yes, we do have great mods in the Discord. Worm and Co. Nantel says, I don't want to talk about it. Even if I did, I couldn't talk about it. Nathan says, I played Pokemon Violet through like 100 times. Dang, I haven't even played it through once. All the way, anyway. Nathan says, Co says, I said, please keep chat close to family friendly. Thanks. Thank you, Co. Co says, W Worm. Ninetales says, but trust me, I just don't want y'all to know what I've seen. I take your word, Ninetales. And again, I'm sorry that's happened to you. Jason says, alright, sorry you had to deal with whatever happened to you, Ariza. Shine says, he will forever be known as Fez. Thank you, Shiny. Yeah, it's Fez. What's his? I was about to say his real name, like Bandamir Wanderla. I'm gonna end up saying some kind of UFC fighter. It's Fez. Alright, it's freaking Fez. That's who it was, and it was a really great show. Thank you for bringing that back up, because the first season was Los Angeles, and they went around to like all the neighborhoods: Hollywood, Compton, Long Beach, probably Santa Monica. They just went around everywhere to find the best like trash talkers. And season 2 was in Atlanta, and you know they went around to like all the Atlanta neighborhoods, Buckhead, you know, probably College Park, and then got shot. So that's probably why there wasn't a season 3. They went to Atlanta, started talking trash, and got shot. Oriella says, that's completely fair, Isaac. The internet can be horrible. I know that deeply. You're absolutely right. Yeah, there's some trash on the internet. Like someone told me one time, like after a breakup, they're like, it's okay, Nick. There's plenty other fish in the sea. But there's also a lot of trash in the sea, so you gotta watch out for that too. But it's true. There's a lot of trash out there. That's why I have so much respect for my mods. The amount of work that they do, timing people out. Like, I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to repay y'all properly, but I will definitely try. Nathan says, what's your Discord, Oriella? I'll help you. Co says, touche. We'll respect that. Nathan says, I'll add you, but I won't be showing my voice if we call. Oh yeah, I don't do like the whole voice thing on Discord myself. One time I accidentally did that, and I learned what not to do now. Oriella says, Nathan, thanks. I'm the only Oriello in the channel Discord server, so add me from there. Co says, fun fact, back in 2017, I was spoofing in Pokemon Go at the Santa Monica Pier. Nice, dude. I did try spoofing myself, but it didn't work. I used like this fake like little GPS app, and like my app started glitching, like the Pokemon Go app, and it wouldn't let me like catch a Pokemon. Like I think like I could see stuff, but like it wouldn't let me click on anything. So I was just like, if I get banned for this, so I never got a strike or anything on it. I couldn't really get it figured out. Nantel says, in the future, maybe a few more months, I might get Discord again, but I still don't know. Nathan says, just add me in there, Pokemon Nathan. What a great name. There's this guy at work named Nate, and he looks nothing like me, but people have been calling me Nate, like on accident. I guess just out of habit because of this dude. I'm like, I'll take it. However you can get my attention, guys. However you get my attention. Nova says, take all the time you need. Nathan says, I'm not in the Discord server. Nick, tell me. Just joking around. Co says, Discord here. Discord link if you need it. Thank you, Co. Thank you. I appreciate that. Jason says, the link is on his channel, Nathan. Yep. And I believe Co, being the great mod that he is, put the link for the Discord in the chat. So I appreciate that. The Discord is a really, really great community. This community here that I've met from this channel, I'm so blessed to be a part of, and like literally just be a part of this community is a huge blessing to me, and the impact that it's had on my life and other people's life is unreal. And you know, we've had a lot of people pop in the stream tonight. You know, a lot of the people, a lot of familiar faces. I've yet to see Hopper tonight, so I really hope Hopper's doing well wherever he is, because I'm sure if he could be here, he would. So I just hope he's doing okay. Shiny says, I stopped playing Pokemon Go when I realized that I would have to travel to different countries to get certain Pokemon. Yeah, and there's what was it, like Mr. Mime? It was like Europe locked, and even like right now, it's still like Halusha, or whatever. You know, the fighting bird Pokemon is. I think you can only get that in Mexico. And then of course, you know, Scatterbug. It's pretty regionally variant. Every once in a while, they'll give you like a little special event where you can catch it, but now see, my neighbor Pokemon John, he actually plays Pokemon Go to the point where like he's trying to catch all Pokemon, all shiny. He wants to get all double XL. He's trying to get all the double X, like XXS, like extra small. He's trying to get all of them. I was like, man, that's a freaking grind, bro. Code says, if you have iPhone, you can screenshot it. We are working on making clickable links active on mobile. I've always had Android myself. I'd be afraid to swap to an iPhone after having Android for so long. But I just don't know what iPhone life is like. I've never had one. Jason says, I was disappointed about that too, Shiny. But every now and then they have events where the regions are available in other. Yep, exactly like I was saying. Yeah, there is events. You're right, Jason, where you can. But for the most part, they're locked, and it is discouraging to a lot of people when you're trying to catch them all. Like the slogan says. How have we not found a shiny yet, y'all? Like, this is ridiculous. Oriella says, shiny, that's why I'm so devastated about losing my previous account. I went to Japan and played around 2019, lost my phone. No. And you lost your account on that too? Dang. Nathan says, Oriella, what's your Discord? Nova says it's a big difference between iPhone and Androids. Yeah, actually you're right, Nova. Like between chargers and just simple basic like maintenance and how to get from one place to another on it. Yeah, I'd be so lost if I got a freaking iPhone nowadays. 'Cause back when iPods were a thing, I had an iPod, like a little touchscreen iPod. And it was similar to like how you can find your way around like you know, iPhone, you know, from back then, but nowadays, oh, I'd be so clueless. And Oriella says, I don't want to send my Discord username in a public chat like this because anyone can add me. Hey, fair enough, Oriella. Fair enough. That is very smart. You gotta protect yourself. feel pretty safe in the Discord, so I talk to people in there. Sorry, Nathan. Yeah, and I'm very blessed for my Discord, our Discord, the very, very safe community. And I'm glad we have 2 mods on there that know not to put up with any kind of bullshit, essentially. 'Cause I think everyone knows where I stand as far as disrespect. I've given my mods full, given the keys to the car. If someone's disrespectful, you have my full permission to cut the head off the snake. Don't just time them out, block them from the channel. I'm cool with that. So if anyone's worried about, it being a safe community, we do what we can. Nathan says, I'll just say something on whatever fire chat and I'll add you on Discord. Jay says, yeah, I love Apple. I got 17 Pro Max. Gonna try not need every new one like I've been doing. Yeah, I've got to go like every 2 years and get a new phone. 3 if I'm lucky. But it's always the port. It's always the friggin' port. I think I'm eligible for an upgrade anyway. Oriola says, I think I'm good with tech until I pick up an iPhone. I can't do anything. My partner says, it's okay, Grandma. I'll do it for you. Oh. That is pretty funny, though. Jason says, also, Kangaskhan, normally Australia exclusive, is occasionally worldwide in mega raids. I didn't know that Kangaskhan is only in Australia, unless it's in like some kind of raid. That is interesting. And speaking of Kangaskhan, let's do it. Y'all watch this. I figured this out earlier. Alright, there we go. Yeah, baby, yeah. And look at what just popped up top right. Kangaskhan. How do you like it? I doubt we'll find a shiny, but hey, we can hunt for it. For the next 500 steps. Shiny says, you should see the plug outlets when you go to different countries. I wish I could do more traveling. I've never left the United States. But I definitely want to see Scotland. I want to see a lot of places in Italy, a lot of places in Europe in general. Okay, says, I got everything on my passwords, username, calendars, notes, everything. It's all on the iPhone. Okay, says, if we hide them instead of block, no one sees them. And we still get the view and watch time hour. Okay, good point. Good point. See, and this is why I've got great mods. I'm so blessed. I'm so blessed. And I don't know if you were here earlier, Co, and I was like, yeah, I'm just so thankful and lucky to have people like Co, where I'm gonna have to get with them after stream and, just ask some questions, because I'm not very tech savvy. And I'm just so blessed to have friends in this community that can really help me with things that I need help with. As far as like the content creation kind of side of things, because I'm very remedial when it comes to computers, editing, streaming. Sometimes I don't even try to hide it. It is what it is. Coast says, not affordable, not affordable. Sam says, Nick, your endurance is remarkable. Thank you, Sam. Sinful B, welcome back in. And yes, we are, Shiny Scyther. But, to go back on what you said, Sam, I'm not really trying to brag here, I'm just letting you know, to confirm what you said. When I did my Ancestry DNA thing, it tells you, what percentage nations, all that. It also gives you some, like, details about your DNA that you may not have known. It told me that I had what's called an elite endurance athlete gene. I showed it to my mom, and she doesn't believe me. Just because you don't have it doesn't mean I don't. But yeah, I get my kicks out of that, which I think is really cool. I was a wrestler in high school, and if anyone that knows anything about wrestling, it's a very endurance kind of sport. I mean, you need to be able to run for 2 hours at least and not get winded. 2 miles definitely. Like, come on now, 2 miles. Like, collegiate wrestlers need to run about 5 miles and not get winded. Cuz says, yeah, being here all stream. Okay, perfect, love that. Worm says, don't forget to like the stream. And Nick, drink water. Hey, thank you. About time to go refill this up. And I might actually go take a quick little 3-minute break. Just a little quickie break. But Oriella says, Sam, do you have ADHD like me? Oh, I have ADHD. I took medication left and right growing up with that. Wellibutrin, Adderall. I was prescribed all that. And at a certain age, I mean, it didn't go away. I just felt like I handled it a little bit better. And Sam says, I definitely saw it the first time I watched live. What stood out to me is the first Pokemon streamer that was present for like 5 hours answering questions and speaking with chat. Oh, thank you. Thank y'all. Y'all are so good to me. Okay, says, have you seen the guns that Nick has? Definitely. I weigh 125 pounds. There's no guns up in here. But thank you. Thank y'all so much. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and knock this break out. We'll get back to shiny hunting. But, again, I just want to make sure I beat this dead horse really dead. I love y'all so much. I cannot thank y'all so much. Like, there's no way I can thank y'all enough. We did hit the 3,000 watch hours mark. This morning was the first time I could apply for YouTube monetization. So, y'all make my life as a streamer so great. And so when I hear this confirmation that y'all enjoy watching these streams, like, y'all, that melts my freaking heart, y'all. Because this isn't what I do for a living. This is my hobby. It's what I genuinely love to do. So it really, really, it gets me good, y'all. So let me go ahead and knock out this quick little break. I'll be right back. Alright. Shady's back. Oriella says, I feel sorry for PTSD. PTSD is a very real thing. I come from a very military family, so I can understand. Alright. Well, let's get to hunting. Let's see here. Sam says, Vine Vents is a slow release that treats ADHD. Yeah, like I said, when I was growing up, I had Wellbutrin, Adderall, some other stuff. Because, you know, every medicine has its own side effect. Little fun fact for y'all. Back when I was taking ADHD medicine as a kid, I developed facial tics. So I remember being on the bus, and I had this little facial tic. Like I would do like that like every so often because of the medicine I was on. It I was developing like this tic. I would just do like that every so often. And someone started calling me Shake Face. So yeah, I got bullied a little bit for that. Hey, everything happens for a reason. Worm says sound off. Sound off, going off. Y'all are so good to me. Y'all are hyping it up. Nova! Co says, my doctor put me on Vine Vants, Adderall, and a bunch of other stuff when I was younger. I stopped when I got older. Guess I don't need it anymore. Yeah, I guess for me... Now, another little funny story behind this is, so around 8th... Hey. We just found our shiny, y'all. That was a shiny boy Nidoran, bottom right. And Jay called it again. He said bottom right. Jay's a friggin' psychic. Jay's a freaking psychic. What the crap? Nice. I saw the sparkle and everything. Nova says, sometimes I've learned to manage. However, there are some days that I am too hyper-focused that I go into ADHD freeze. Kosis, same. I turned 9. I took it till I was 17. I was prescribed, I think Adderall was one of the last things I was on. And around 8th and 9th grade, I stopped taking my Adderall, and I think I started smoking weed. And that's what kind of, in that transition is kind of when I learned to manage the ADHD. And so when I was going to school, this is in high school, this is back when Facebook wasn't even a thing, it was MySpace, right? Well, a kid at school, I told him that I had Adderalls, right? And he was like, oh, well, I would love some of those. And so he hit me up on MySpace and was like, hey man, you want to bring some, like basically asking me to bring some Adderalls to school. Well, my mom got on my MySpace and was like, yo, Nick, why is this kid asking you for freaking of course I learned the hard way. Of course I learned the hard way. I was like, I'm 14, Mom. I need some money. But yeah. So I did not sell my Adderall. I was 14. Alright. And Nova says, now we gotta catch it. Worm says, oh my god, true no, it's only a safari. Co says, 4 hours and 47 minutes for the shiny. I know, yeah, this one hell of a grind for this one. Hopefully we catch it. Alright, we caught it last time, right? So, let's do the same method. Spam the ball. Let's do it. Don't you freaking run away from me. Boom. Alright, so y'all gotta remind me. There's been someone in here. Is it Fishy? Is it Judah? Someone has been asking me to name them after a shiny blue Pokemon. I want to say, is it Judah? Thank y'all so much. Yeah, we knocked that one out. Jay says, is it Elijah? It's Elijah. Oh, it is Elijah. Oh, okay. I would have named it Judah. Elijah would have been like, what the... So yeah, let's go ahead and honor Elijah, because Elijah has asked multiple times to be named after a blue Pokemon. I do like to make it like a poll, but for this one, there's rare occasions where I'm like, you know what, this name's already decided. And we have already called a shiny male Nidoran. Elijah. Worm says, I'm about to lord another character in Marvel Rivals. Love that, dude. Sam says, Nick's lore as the 14-year-old local Adderall dealer. I know, right? Like, I was obviously like too dumb back then to like realize like what kind of consequences that could have had to like to bring pills to school. That would have been really stupid. So like hindsight, I'm glad my mom saw it and like told me like, Nick, this is where you grow up and stop being stupid. Alright, well, let's save this game here. I've got another one set up and ready for us, guys. Oh, wait, I can't save inside the park, so... we'll just go ahead and exit. And we'll save the game. Boom. Cody said, you gonna stream new Wolverine game? Looks like... oh, when does that game come out? Yo, I did a friggin... I think I made a short a while back, and I put Wolverine in this short. I was talking about like top video games to come out like this year. That was one of them. I totally forgot about it. What am I doing? Is it this one? Yes, it is that one. File, load ROM. Boom. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back, y'all. Get this. I'll be right back into the chat, I mean. Jay says September it comes out. Okay. So, about a month and a half, if that. Because, yeah, that does look like it'd be a really fun game. You know something I haven't watched in a long time is the X-Men movies. I used to love watching those as a kid. I was never really much into Marvel or DC, to be honest with you. But I love some X-Men. Alright, this should be the last one right here. Let's see. Jay says, are you pre-ordering it, Nick? Probably not, but when it comes to GTA 6, I'm probably actually about to buy that here in a few days. Just to go ahead and knock that out. What am I doing? Okay, yeah, I forgot. Okay. How to stream. Whoops. Put 148. Perfect. So I'm going to say 149 bottom left. Top right needs to say 51. Now we need 53. Now for the bottom one, 152. Alright, let me check, make sure everything looks good. Alright. Good enough. Um... Jay says, are you gonna stream it, Nick? That'd be cool. You know, I might. I might actually do that. Okay, so let me actually do this. Get on my bicycle, and then I don't have to reset. I can just sit here and do this forever and ever, through every and ever. So we can get a shiny Pikachu, shiny Doduo, shiny Natu, shiny Oddish. Let's see. In this save file, we got the shiny Crobat, shiny Rayquaza, shiny Warren, shiny Registeel, shiny Credilli, and this shiny Groudon. So if I just keep hopping like this, I don't have to reset. Could get a shiny Wobbuffet, that'd be cool. Jay says, or Shiny says, do you mind waking me up when September ends? Oh man, if we get a shiny Girafarig, that'd be friggin' lit. Actually, that's my main priority target right now, is a shiny Girafarig. You know what? Perfect. But yeah, I love some Green Day. That was actually one of my favorite, my first favorite bands, like in 7th grade. Worm says, I also love X-Men, minus the X. So last time we did a shiny hunt in this safari, we found 3 shinies. The first one was a shiny Natu. I can't even believe I found it, because it's not much different than the way it looks now. The next was a shiny Gloom, and it got away from me. I did catch the shiny Natu, but the shiny Gloom got away. But then we did find a shiny Oddish. So I don't even think I'm going to look too hard at the Natu, because I've already found a shiny one of those. Shiny Oddish. So really it's the Pikachus, the Wobbuffet, and especially that Girafarig. Jay says it'll be Girafarig. Top right. Ooh, I hope so. Ooh, I hope so. Within 1 hour. Jay says American Idiot is a goated album. It really was. I think that was one of my first like CDs that I had when I was younger. Don't wanna be an American idiot. Or I don't know if you ever played that PS2 game, I think it was, Tony Hawk American Wasteland. One of the songs in that game was Holiday by Green Day. I actually just listened to a Green Day song the other day, When I Come Around. Watched the music video too. Is that Hulk? Yo. Hulk, you still there? Don't you go anywhere on me. Don't you freaking go anywhere on me. Where is it? It would have been in this game, right? Yeah, it would have. Alright. Never mind. So, what I'm going to do... Yes, Hulk, I did find you a shiny, and we're about to pull it up right now. I'm pretty sure he's on this save file. Where is he? Oh my god, where is it? Surely I saved that, right? Alright, Hulk. So long story short, I did find a shiny Machop, and I did name it Hulk. But I may have to wait till another stream to show you, so I can remember which save file I found that on. Because apparently it's not this one. Jay says, Nick, it was in Fire Red you got it. Oh, okay, thank you. It was in Fire Red. I could have sworn it was, in the Fire Path in Pokemon Ruby. And, let's see here. Whoops. Hey, Cobalt says, we back. Hey, I like that profile pic. That's awesome. Hulk is probably going to stay awake till 1:30 watching this. Okay, love that. Yeah, it's almost 3:30 here. Jay says, nice profile pic change, by the way. Oh yeah, I like it. It's clean looking. Sam says, yeah, but he was too bad to Brittany. Brittany is more goated than Justin. There's a couple that came in, because y'all know I serve, right? And a couple came in, and the dude, who looked like it was like, be kind of like I don't know a good way to put this. He did not seem like the kind of dude that'd be into Britney Spears, but he had on a Britney Spears shirt, and she was wearing a Britney Spears shirt, and I come walking up to him. I was like, hey, I like the Britney fit. They're like, oh yeah, thanks. This is our anniversary, and we decided to just wear Britney stuff out. I was like, oh, that's cool. It's Britney, bitch! And I said it to him just like that, like, but in a much deeper voice, like, it's Britney, bitch. And, you know, I forget how exactly I did it, but I did it very loud and did it very deep. And they looked at me and they're like, holy, you're getting a good tip. And they did. They tipped me like $80 on $80. So I was like, let's go Brittany. Cobalt says, yeah, revamp coming soon. Nice. So yeah, again, sorry Hulk. I'm gonna have to find what save file it is. My immediate reaction right now, and what I'm really afraid of, is that we found that, and then I didn't actually take that save file, because, you know, I have 6 save files here, and whichever one I find the shiny on, I delete the other 5, and then duplicate that one. I wonder if I deleted that save file on accident. Oh, that would hurt. Oh, it hurts me thinking about it. Arm says, looks good, Co. Co says, nah, W chat. Jay says, LOL. Tokimon says, catch anything? Went out to light up. Hey, burn one. Yeah, we did find a shiny male Nidoran, which the last time we did a hunt there, that was the last one we found, so I don't know if that's just the one I noticed. But yeah, we did find that. So now we're in Pokemon Ruby. Shiny hunting, just to see what we get. I want that giraffe rig up there, right wherever he's at. Yeah, I want that guy. Whoops, let me get back in the grass here. And Sam says, such an iconic line. Hulk says, not gonna lie, on Pokemon Go I have a shiny Machamp. Oh, that's cool, that's cool. But yeah, like I said, Hulk, Jay said it was Fire Red, but I'm trying to think where in Fire Red did we catch it at. I'm pretty sure it was Fire Path in Pokemon Ruby, because I was looking for the shiny Slugma, and we found the Coughing, we found the Torkoal, and then the Machop. Yeah, could be wrong though. I'll go back and look. And Nicole, welcome back. Welcome back. How are you doing, Nicole? Good to see you again. Thank you for popping in. Says, hi, Nick. I've been playing Coromon on my phone. Oh, I hope that's been going well for you. Hope you're having a great weekend too. Hulk says it's a Dynamax one. Ooh, that's smooth. It's a good one. I think I do have a Dynamax Machamp in Pokemon Go. It's not a shiny, but it is a good one. And we're seeing enough Girafarig to where, like, I'm actually pretty confident. I think we can get one of those. I mean, look at that. That was 4 on 1 roll. Like, are you kidding me, y'all? Like, no, we're getting a shiny Girafarig. Sam says, it's just typical Brittany's existence. Helped out another Southerner with a good soul. Oh my God. Oh goodness. Most benefit from her music, but Nick benefited financially. I did. I sure did. I shook that Britney tree. Dollars fell. But no, like I said, they loved it. It's Britney. Jay says, LOL. But no, you reminded me, Sam. Who was it? Was it Cat Williams? Talking about the American pimp. He's like, Kevin Federline is a pimp. I'm just telling you right now, Kevin Federline is the American pimp. They're about to have him on Sports Center. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Kevin Federline. How do you make this play? I don't know. Hulk says, can I tell you my most powerful legendary shiny Pokemon Pokemon Go? Oh, please do. Please do. Let me guess. Shiny Rayquaza. This is a random guess. Pokemon says, I'll listen to Brittany. Never liked Justin, though. Yeah, I've never been a Justin fan. Okay, I take that back. When I was in 3rd grade, I did like NSYNC. So let's throw that out there. But he did not, in fact, hit me, baby, one more time. No, he did not. Worm says, I have a 3-star shiny Shadow Machamp in Pokemon Go. Ooh, nice, Worm. Nice, brother. Yeah, it's a shiny, and it's a Shadow. So I was telling my neighbor, Pokemon John, I was like, dude, I feel like Shadow shinies are a myth. But, I mean, he's got a few. I don't think I have any Shadow shinies. Granted, I don't do a lot of battling of Team Rocket, so that's how you get the Shadow Pokemon. But yeah, they're hard to find. Especially a 3-star Shadow, like a 3-star Shadow, that's definitely hard to find too. It seems like every Shadow Pokemon I find is a friggin' 1-star until you purify it. And where it says, who was nicknamed Hulk? WWW. I know, it's disappointing I can't find that shiny Machop. I've got a bad feeling I deleted that save file, y'all. Got a bad feeling on it. I'm trying to think. Let me think. Hold on, let me actually see something. Load ROM. Yeah, I don't. M. What is M? That's Mudkip. Dang it. Okay, hold on. Alright, here's another way to tell. Pokédex. Let me find Machop. There he is. Oh no! There's no ball next to his name. Yeah, I got a bad feeling I deleted that save file. Well, Okay, I think one screen I'm not on the bike, but now I am. There we go. And Shiny says, real shadow shinies are on Coliseum. Ooh, nice. Sam says, can YouTubers play this in music? My music comes from the YouTube Studio audio library, where it tells me everything is fine. But if I started playing like some DaBaby or Moneybag Yo, yeah, I probably would get copyrighted. Co says, depends on anyone who claims it's Sam. Oriella says, I'm going to try and go on a walk. Wish me luck. I'll need it. I'm using my walker for the first time. Thanks to everyone for being amazing. And thank you, Nick, for coming through with a fire stream again. Oh, thank you, Oriello. That means a lot to me. And it means a lot to me that you take time out of your day when you're hurting, no matter that you come in here and you're just an amazing human being. You have such a positive energy about you. So thank you. Sam says, what about video games playlist, Co? Jason says, I have 2 Hundo Shadows in Go, Trico, and Aerodactyl. Ooh, nice. I don't think I have any Shundos. I have Hundos and I have Shinies, but I don't think I have any Shundos. Sam says, like, Sinnoh chill music. I would love to put some Pokemon music in here. Just don't want to get copyrighted. Co says they usually are okay. There is a website that you can use that will tell you if it's copyright or not. A quick Google search helps. Perfect. Thank you, Co. Jason says, what's the white box thing in the grass? I think that's where you put the Pokeblocks. And then, you know, that's actually a pretty good question. Let's put something like that in here. Let's see if we get something different. And Hulk says, did you delete it? It's okay, no problem. It was a misclick. I won't judge you for it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to think, what stream was it? It was the one before the Shroomish hunt. Like, so there would be a thumbnail with the Shroomish. It should have been the thumbnail before the one with the Shroomish. Whoever, maybe it was the Mewtwo hunt. I think it was the Mewtwo, our last Mewtwo hunt. At the end of the stream, we found, like, at literally the last 5 minutes of the stream, we found and caught the shiny Machop, and we named it Hulk. Just for you, brother. So yeah, I'm actually disappointed in myself that I may have deleted that save file. I don't know. I'll do some research after stream. That way, next stream, when you pop in, I can pull it up immediately and find it. Jay says, you got this, Oriello. Hulk says, by the way, did you see the shiny legendary I said? The shiny legendary? No, I saw the Hulk. Which was the legendary that you got? Sam says, thank you, Co. Judah says, hi. Hey, welcome in, Judah. You know, old Fishy Judah was here earlier. I was asking about you. Co says, yes, sir. Says, hey, Judah. Judah waved. Co says, one more like to go to 40 likes. Like the stream and don't forget to subscribe. Thank you, Co. I appreciate that. It's awesome, brother. Jay says, welcome, Judah. Hulk says, do you know when the next stream will happen? Yes. So it won't be tomorrow night, but Monday night, it's going down. Yeah, I've been trying to pace myself. It's like I always work 5 days a week, but this summer's been a pretty busy summer, and so doing more than 4 streams a week. Sometimes I do 4 in a week, but this week's gonna be one that's 3 streams a week. I could probably stream more, but it's one of those things. I don't want to get I don't want to get burnout. You can always overdo a good thing, I feel like. So I'm not trying to stream too much, because I feel like there's a lot. I mean, everything's got its ups and downs, its plus and minuses, its yin to the yang. Of course, it would get more reach if I streamed every day, but this community, you know, How would they feel about it? How would I feel about it? I think it's good to do some moderation, and what I've been kind of doing is stream a night, take a night off, stream a night, take a night off, and I like that. And it works pretty well for me. And Hulk says it was a shiny Kyurem. Ooh, that is a good one. That's a good one, Hulk. Sam says Wobbuffet as a Pokemon. Discuss. Sam says, is the centennial part of Wobbuffet the tail or the blue part? Oh, so you know, I've actually heard that a Wobbuffet could, you know, it could actually just be his tail. See, because he's got an eye on his tail there. Now it says, okay, so I took some medicine so I might fall asleep. Hey, well, I appreciate you being here, Nova. It always means a lot to have you in this chat. It means a lot to me, and not just me, but the other people here in this community. So thank you, Nova, for taking time out of your night to be here. And Hulk says, alright, good night, Nova. Ko says, and if you do, good night, Nova. Sam says, if you do, sleep well, Nova. Sam says, Ko, we think alike. Ko says, nah, W, man, Sam. Dab it up real quick. Dab. Nova says, I'll obviously still be listening, so if y'all need me, just say my name. Say, Mama Nova! Hulk says, Ice Kyurem. Yeah, that is awesome. Big W, Hulk. Sam says, what, you know something I just noticed? I always say, like, Judah says, Cam, or Ko says, but your name actually says Sam says. So that's pretty cool. But Nick says, or Sam says that Nick, even though you see this as a hobby, I believe you will be noble financial rewards in the near future for your work on YouTube. Thank you, Sam. That means a lot. Everyone loves money, so I mean, I'm no different. But what's real, what's even more real than money, is how y'all affect me in such a positive way. We all deal with a lot of things that probably don't even get brought up on stream between me and other people, you know, but it's those hidden battles that we're fighting, and the amount of love and positivity in the stream and how far that can go, and the amount of impact that it's had, not just me but other people that I know for sure. That's what's really real. That's what I'm really after, more than the money. That's what really makes me rich, is I've got friends like y'all. I've got my back. Ko says, oh Sam, just wait. As soon as he flips the membership, it's going for the green. You're too good to me. Sam says ditto. Oh ho, people. Oh ho. May says, you're still alive. I am. I had to time out your friend Brendan. Or is it your brother? No, Brendan's not your brother. He's your rival. Yeah, I had a time out your rival earlier. That was kind of funny, actually. So welcome back in, mate. Welcome back in. Ko says, hopefully he lets me add an emoji or two. Maybe 3. Hulk says, man, not gonna lie, I thought you had to get 2 shines together. I was wrong. Jason says, I have 24 shiny shadow Pokemon in Go, and 3 of them are legendaries. Oh, nice. But I do know that, I think your standard rate for shinies in Pokemon Go is like 1 in 500, maybe 1 in 600, something like that. But for legendaries, like on a raid, it's 1 in 20, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 1 in 25. So it's a much easier chance to get it. Now this is all. And Judah says, Wobba Fett would be a nice emoji addition. Face card troll in a good way. I love that. May says, oh man, I don't even know who he was. We were matching, it was funny. What happened? Oh, he kept saying like, you still don't have a shiny? I think he said that twice, and on the third time he's like, you should just end stream. I feel bad for you. So after that third comment, I was just like, and you told me to end stream? I was like, time out, 5 minutes. You know? Then it was like, what did I say that was disrespectful? All I said is I feel bad for you. I was just like, you told me to end stream. You told me to end my stream. 5 minutes. Enjoy it. Like, that's why I really have mods. It's like, I'd rather those people make those decisions for me. I just kind of thought about it. I was like, you know what? Time out. So it wasn't like he was really that disrespectful, but I couldn't imagine me going in someone else's stream and being like, you're still playing this game? Why don't you just end stream? I feel bad for you. Like, whether he thought that was rude or not, that was kind of rude. And Kay says that dude told Nick that he should end stream because he wasn't pulling any shinies. I know, and if anything, like that just makes me want to go harder. Like, I'm sure I'm not the only one that's like that. Hulk says, take 400 candy, only have 50. May says, damn, bro was stupid for saying that. Yeah, I just kind of felt like it was a little immature, but I guess I'm picturing him as a kid now. Kara says, play with fire, get burned, trust. Reminds me of that Midland song. There's a line in it. The song's called Burnout. It starts off, it's like watching cigarettes burn out. Yeah, I can't sing, but there's a part in the song where it's like, you put your hand on the flame, you got no right to complain, because you know it's going to leave a mark. Or even better, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. May says, yeah, I don't know actually who he was. Just know him from around Hoenn. That makes sense. Jason says the shiny legendary shadows were Cresselia, Raikou, and Dialga. Ooh. Those are really good ones, Jason. Sam says, what's your favorite shiny, Jason? Ko says, nah, Nick, how dare you have to grind for a shiny? I can't believe that you want to show us your progression of getting the shinies. I know, right? Like, why don't I just do this off stream and just start streaming when I do find it? Jason says, either Psyduck or Gossifleur, the unevolved Galar flower. Sam says, oh yeah, powder blue Psyduck is awesome. But what's not awesome is when you evolve that beautiful blue Psyduck into the same, like, the same blue that Golduck would have been if he was regular or not. It's one of the biggest glow. Instead of a glow up, it's a glow down. Ko says, BRB, work, lurk. Working and lurking. Love that, Ko. Sam says, I wonder if Mr. Briny is still chasing Pico around that dusty wooden table. You know, I just hope he's still alive. You know, Mr. Briny, I mean, he was getting up in age like 20 years ago, back when I was a kid. I don't know if he can make it around that. I mean, because, you know, if you don't remember, he could run pretty fast to be an old man. I hope he's doing well. Man says, don't say you can't do it until you try to learn. I do use that excuse a lot of, I'm not very tech savvy. I'm starting to like learn, like, you know, that's irritating for me to even hear nowadays. Like, stop using that as an excuse, Nick, and make your stream better. That's what I need to tell myself. And May said, oh, he is. Still chasing Pico. Such an odd name for a Wingle. Where'd you get Pico at for Wingle? So how did we get here? Sam says, oh, well, at least he's still going strong. I know, right? How old is Pokemon Ruby? 23 years old or something like that? It's crazy to think this video game is old enough to buy alcohol. And Pokemon Gold, I mean, game's old enough to buy alcohol, rent a hotel room, and rent a car. Jason says, I wish shiny Golduck got a yellow color like a normal Psyduck. Oh, that would have been really cool. Yeah, that'd be a really freaking cool sprite. Sam says, Golduck deserves more than a Game Freak. Deserves more from Game Freak in general. Ooh, another good point there, Sam. It does deserve more. You know what deserves more from Game Freak? Is the freaking Gen 2 Pokemon. I feel like Gen 2 Pokemon don't get any kind of love. Sam says psychic typing for one. I think we all kind of like secretly thought that Psyduck is a water psychic type because it knows confusion, but you know, it's not. It's just a water type. May says, guess what my boyfriend gave me earlier? Hint, it's a Pokemon thing. I'm gonna say a Pokeball. I don't know. I'm not good at guessing. But yeah, I say it's gonna be a Pokeball. Jason says that Paldean, Torres, and Tandemus should have better shinies. I think Gengar is such a goated Pokemon to have such a lame shiny sprite. And Jay says, yeah, I want OG Gold and Silver to be the next Switch re-release. That'd be sick. You're absolutely right, dude. Absolutely right. Hopper says, hey Nick, sorry I missed most of the stream. Had some stuff going on, kind of put me in a bad mood. Didn't want to come in and bring the vibes down, so I'm just going to be lurking until I pass out. Hey, thank you for being here, Hopper. You know, I kind of brought you up twice. I was like, you know, I haven't seen Hopper yet. I just hope he's doing well. Like, because I even said, I'm sure if he could be here, he would. So, and I completely understand how that's going, Hopper, and I hope everything's okay for you, brother. I completely understand. Hey, last night, you know, I had everything set up and ready to stream last night, and there's a lot of factors going on between me just getting my ass kicked at work, getting off work late, needing to get up early in the morning to go see my uncle in the hospital. There's just so many factors here and there. Of course, just being tired too a little bit from working a busy Friday night. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna have to take a break on this one. So, dude, I completely understand, brother. Especially when the vibes ain't there. That was another thing. It was just like when I got off work, I didn't feel it. Like, you know, typically I can, like, no matter what, I can bebop a little bit. You know, I might not be too high. I'm definitely not gonna be too low. But yeah, my vibe was not with it last night either. I think my mom was still like with my uncle in the hospital. Yeah, it was just kind of a somber attitude I had. I don't know the best way to put it. So, brother, freaking so glad that you're okay, man. That you're here, and hope you enjoy the rest of your night. The only thing you missed was a shining male Nidoran from the Safari Zone in Pokemon Fire Red, and we already caught one of those. Sam says, I don't understand, Nintendo just doesn't give it to us. Jay says, hey Hop, hope things are okay, hugs. Sam says, just give us the old games on the Switch. It can't be that hard. Now, I think they're just greedy with it. May says, it was a Mudkip plush with the bow tie. May. I know you love that. Sam says, May, that is adorable. Yeah, I know you love that, May. Jason says, like Tandemus, could have been different shiny forms determined on what they evolve into. Good point. Brown for a family of 3 and black for a family of 4. That way they look like real mice. You know what you... Yeah. No, I like your theory on that. I like... Sam says, Nick, remember to hydrate. Thank you. Jason says, get before evolving. Hopefully it's not too stressful, Hopper. May says, his name is Goob, and he is very fancy. I could tell by the bow tie. And Sam says, Jason, where are you from? Podbelski is a cool second name. I've always kind of thought that names that end with ski is a Polish kind of name. I could be wrong on that. As far as like, you know. No freaking way. No freaking way. Holy freaking mother of God. Bottom right is a shiny giraffe rig. Oh my freaking God. Ain't no... Y'all. If I don't catch this... Oh my God. Oh my God. Y'all, that is a freaking shiny giraffe rig. May says shiny, I think. It's gray. I can't see. Bless you being colorblind, mate. So yeah, the bottom left one is not a shiny, but the bottom right is indeed, however, in fact, a shiny giraffe. Nova says, I heard Nick go crazy and woke up from being half asleep. I'm sorry, Nova. I hope the shiny giraffe rig is worth it. I wouldn't have acted like that had it been a shiny oddish. Maybe a shiny Wobbuffet, but a shiny giraffe rig? Let's freaking go. And Sam says, I live in Australia now, Jason. Oh, yeah, I'm freaking jealous, Sam. Like, on the western side, like by Perth, or you live over there by Tasmania, or you live over there by the Gold Coast? Brisbane? Let me know. Let me know, player. So yeah, Nova says, don't be. I found it adorable. Okay, awesome. I'm sorry I woke you up, Nova. Sam says, I'm scared. May said, I dropped my mixing bowl. I'm so sorry, y'all. Sam says, I lived in Perth for a year, now in Sydney. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I did a little research on Australia myself. That's why I kind of know where some things are. So, y'all, I don't even know what to do here. Yeah, Jay says, what are you going to do? Just ball it? Oh my God, we didn't. Hey, here's an idea. We practice. We practice with the non-shiny. Alright, this is the non-shiny we're trying with. You know what? Screw it. Screw it. What the... Are you freaking kidding me? Are you freaking... Oh my God, dude. That would have been one of the best shinies. Oh my god. Oh my god. What up, King? I don't know why I just threw up blood. Crip. Oh no, I'm not a gangster. God. Well, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, the flop. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty much the best short. It's just a flop from this stream. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen. Lotus. Oh, welcome in, Lotus. So my jaw just fell out of my skull. No. May says, I'm not a gangster. Yeah, believe it or not, I'm not a gangster. Hopper said that thing didn't even give you a chance. I know. Maybe I should have practiced with the other draft rig. Well, it was so close that I was like, you know what? I think we're actually just going to catch it. I know the practice ones are still standing there. You're right, just reminding us though what could have been, what should have been. Oh, this hurts. Oh, that hurts. Cause oh man, that was such a good shiny, y'all. Jay said hugs, Nick. Thank you, brother. Alright. Well, I feel like I Billin earlier when he was talking about like losing that shiny. He was like, man, I just get pissed off whenever I lose the shiny. And I want to be like, yeah, but it makes great content, you know, when you... No, I'm with Billin. Nah, dude, that sucked. That was a really good shiny to lose. I hope y'all enjoyed that. May says, Nick, don't feel bad. I lost the shiny gloom the same way earlier. You know, the last time I did a safari hunt here, we found 3 shinies, but the one that got away was the shiny gloom. Oh. Hopper says, you win some, you lose some, brother. You're right, man. You're right, brother. We do win a lot here. So I guess that was, it was time. Oh, it was so pretty, though. Ko says, I'm back. What did I miss? Dude, Ko, you missed it, brother. I found a shiny giraffe rig, and it skedaddled on me. Like, it didn't even try to stick around or nothing. Nova said he lost his shiny. Ko says, oh my god. I know, that's what I said to you. I was like, oh my god. And then I did like a full body flop on the bed. Yeah, dude. Jay said giraffe. Yeah, it was the giraffe. It was the giraffe. Nova said he was so excited. I was. I woke up Nova for it. For what? Just to lose a shot? May says, and I might have broke my mixing bowl by jumping because he scared the badoof out of me. I gotta use that, May. It scared the badoof out of me. My backups. I'm sorry, May. I'm sorry, Nova. Ko says, tell me you crashed out. No. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I totally crashed out. Jay says, Ko, it was a BRB screen worthy moment. Ko said, did we at least get a clip from it? I'll probably go back and clip it tomorrow after work. Because, yeah, I'm not going to stream tomorrow night. I'll stream again Monday night. Noah said, I scared my cat. No, Lotus said he flipped. Yep, I flipped my shit like a pancake. And Noah said, "It flopped on the bed." I was about to do a worm right out the window. Co says, "Better clip it for you." At least we got that. Oh yeah. Bet I'll clip. Oh, you said, dude, thank you, brother. Thank you, man. You ain't gotta do that, Co. Sam says, he literally crashed onto his bed. That is a good point. I didn't really know what else to do. It seemed like the only logical thing to do was just like, pow, just right onto the bed. What would y'all have done if I just laid down and just went to sleep? Didn't even end stream. A few minutes later, you just hear May says, RIP to my cinnamon roll batter. Co said, nice. Lotus says, RIP batter. And again, welcome in, Lotus. Welcome in. Co says, W, man. Make content out of the heartache. Yeah, yeah, Bill and I was in his stream earlier with Tokimon and Jay. And I just popped in after he lost a shiny. And you can almost tell because he's just like, man, like, you know, it's kind of like the attitude, you know, just like of losing a shiny. It's not uplifting. But I didn't say anything, but I wanted to be like, hey, it's so cool, man. Like, you know, because when I lose a shiny, I just tell myself it's great content. This is a little different. That was a really good shiny. Hulk says, well, I'm going to sleep. Good night. Hey, thank you for being here, Hulk. I'm glad you got to see a shiny as well. Lotus says, we better get a powerful shiny after this. You know, really now, I just want redemption. Co says, I usually throw a chair, dive into my monitor, talk gibberish, etc. Oh, that would be funny. Just one day, just straight, just punch the monitor. If I have like another monitor, just freaking whack. If I didn't spend I didn't spend that long. I spent a few hours building this gaming desk. Otherwise, I would do that iShow speed thing where he just like dives onto his computer, his monitor and desk. The monitor, I'm not that worried about. Getting another gaming desk, ugh. Jason says, I would have sat there awkwardly if you did fall asleep on stream. I was telling my neighbor the other day, I used to date this one girl, and I think she was like just about to leave, right? But here's the situation. I open my eyes, and she's standing over my bed looking at me. No, I really like this girl, by the way. Like, I actually really used to like this girl, right? But that was the first sign. That was the first red flag. I was like, there's something not right. There's something not right here. Like, I don't mean like laying next to me, looking at me. Like, literally, already got off the bed, come over to my side of the bed, and standing there looking at me. Like, are you about to kill me? Like, what's happening? May says, Nick, you killed my cinnamon rolls that didn't even get to be cinnamon rolls. Oh. Oh. Were you trying to make little Dosh buns? Little Dosh buns Pokemon seed? Tokimon says, he never says when he's angry, but you can see it today. Are you talking about Billin? When he lost that shiny Tokimon? Yeah, that was funny, because, yeah, I knew you could almost, like, you see, his red hair was even redder. I mean, it was funny. Sam says, I'm hoping for a shine the duo. You know, I wouldn't be mad. Hopefully we can catch it. Lotus says, I will root for any frog Pokemon. Hey, I wouldn't mind a shiny frog if I could find one. Mill says, what are we talking about? Just go back. Oh, dude, I just lost a shiny giraffe rig, man. It hurt. No, this is completely random, but my one cat named Honey loves my singing voice. Well, I think so at least. She purrs and immediately lays on my chest watching. Aw, that's so sweet. So we got Smudges and we got Honey. I know you got 3 more as well. I'm bad with names. And let's see here. Lotus says, oh, that's cute. Sam says, Lotus, do you consider Bulbasaur a frog? What is Bulbasaur? Mill says, who has Power World and wants to join me in crossplay? Tokemon says, yes. Mill says, looking for more people to game with. May says, now I have to remake the whole batter. Whatever. Definitely worth it to freak out about me not being able to tell if it was a shiny. That was pretty funny though, May. That's pretty funny. Lotus says it's more of a toad, but I still love Bulbasaur. Mill says, no. Yeah, dude, we lost the shiny giraffe rig. It was so beautiful. It's like, it's only a subtle difference, like, you know, where he has red nose and like red on his back, that becomes blue, but it's makes it like all pop together in a better way, in my opinion. Hopper says, wish I did, Mills. I'd totally be down. Let's see here. Sam says, Nick, remind me, was Giraffe Rig what you were hoping to get before it appeared? Yes, it was. It was, dude. Mill says, it's $20 on stream if you got a PC. Mill says, that would be super dope, Hopper. Nova says, yeah, it was. Mill says, always got to look for the sparkle. Yeah, and that's my problem, is I run the game so fast that sometimes I don't. Like, what I've noticed is the sparkle will catch my eye sometimes, like it did with the giraffe rig. Mill says safari hunts is a hit or miss. That's why it's the most extreme of shiny hunts. Yeah, and I've been blessed in my previous hunts in the safari zone. So yeah, that was a pretty good kick. May says, shiny? No. Yes? I can't tell. What is it? It was me like 3 minutes ago. Oh, that's funny. I'm sorry, man. It's not that funny, but it is a little funny. Because you're laughing. Mill says, in hunting the legendary dogs. Mill says, LOL, mate. I know, right? That was hilarious. Lotus says, if I was younger, I may or may not just master ball any shiny. Would be a good idea, but you know, here you can't even use the Master Ball. That's crazy. Sam says, that is actually wild. Oh, it appeared within 5 minutes? Yeah. Worm says, we still going. I'm back. May says, Worm. Mill says, welcome back, Worm. Worm is the word. Jay says, hey, Worm. Worm says, you guys make me so happy. Y'all make me happy. Y'all make this very, very enjoyable. Mill says, Jay, my guy. Jay says, Mills, I almost want to get Power World. I don't have online on PS5 though. Yeah, I don't either. I stopped paying for online for PS5 about 1.5 years ago, whenever I stopped playing Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Because it wasn't past November, it's the November before, when Black Ops 6 came out. And by January, I was Prestige level 10. I played that a very unhealthy amount. So now, and really what I did to level up so fast was I'd play a lot of Nuketown. And by play a lot of Nuketown, I mean I go to my same spot. I get in that house. I'll look straight down in one way. I mean, I've got my spots where I go in Nuketown. And it's like, I'll camp there until you can get me. I think the most I ever got was like a 22 kill streak. I've done over 20 a few times, but can't get enough to call it in though. Sam says, I'm so thankful I found y'all. I see Mill's like, Nick is the camper at Nuketown. Confirmed. Yes, it's me. I was that guy that you couldn't get back to back there. You're like, who's this? You just gotta throw a grenade. You just gotta throw a grenade at me. Because it does work. It does work. May says, have I told you the story, Nick? I don't know if you have or not, May. Mill says, I like this theme on PC because they don't charge for online play. Just gotta make sure you got Wi-Fi. Oh. Thank you for letting me know that. Yeah, this is I bought the computer first, a couple months ago, you know, to do literally this right here. So yeah, I'm still not up to par with how I should be with my computer. So things like that, I didn't even know. And Lewis, welcome in, Lewis. Hope you're doing well. Hopper says, what up, Lewis? Jay said, kinda seems like Ark and Pokemon mixed together. Mill says, Black Ops 1 and 2 port just dropped on PS5. I know, I seen that the other day. So does that mean I can play online? Like, and get in those lobbies like I used to back in the day with Black Ops 1? Because the first Call of Duty game that I fell in love with was friggin' Modern Warfare 3 for the PS3. Love that. I mean, I was horrible back then. It was my first Call of Duty game. I would just go running out in the wide open, just getting shot from 7 different directions. Like, I'd be like, what happened, man? And then my friend Tyler, who, this time we were still in high school, but he ended up going on to the Army and being a medic for Special Forces. I remember him telling me, he was just like, dude, you can't go running out in the open. Like, you're just going to friggin'... And then he also noticed that when I first started playing Call of Duty, I would be looking at the ground, like looking... He was like, dude, what are you doing? Like, look up and aim your gun, like... be expecting resistance. You know, he's kind of the one that gave me a coaching like through Call of Duty. Cause I wasn't really a first-person shooter kind of game. I like played a lot of racing games, a lot of sports games, stuff like that. And Jason says, me too. This chat is great. I love the people here. And the conversations are sometimes chaotic and crazy, and sometimes wholesome and super supportive. It really is. It's a great way to put it, Jason. That's why it's so entertaining for me. It's just because y'all are some of the greatest people. Some of the smartest, kindest, funniest people I've ever met. Like, y'all keep me laughing. Y'all bring out the best version of me. And Mill says, we gotta run up zombies on Black Ops 2, brother. Alright, bet, dude. Alright, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. We are getting down on some zombies. Because if we play zombies online, like, dude, you kidding? Which one has the theater map? Is it Black Ops 1 or Black Ops 2? One of those has the theater map. And we're going down. They call me Nikolai. May says, there's men in Japan called Nampa guys. They stalk girls and try to get their numbers. One followed me home once and tried to stab me. I dodged it, but still hit my face and ruined my pupil. Oh no, I remember you telling me that you got stabbed. But you didn't tell me like the details on that story. Like, you got stabbed in your eye and that's how you became colorblind. But I didn't know, like, there's a whole group of people out there in Japan that are freaks and to the point where y'all got names for them. That is crazy, man. I'm glad you're okay, though. May says, I was brilliant enough to turn his own weapon against him to escape. You know, I'm a big martial artist, so I love that. And I do know how to take a knife and turn it back on someone. So I'm glad you knew how to do that. That is brilliant, May. I'm really proud of you for that. I'm sorry that happened to you. Worm says, man, that's terrible, I'm sorry. Jason says, that's insane, May. Why do they do that? Some people are just sick. They're just sick in the head. Mills says, you can find the best of people and the worst by being a streamer. You're a great streamer, Nick. Thank you, Mills. Thank you. I'm very blessed to have this community and have such legendary people by my side. It's my words will not do justice to explain just how thankful I am to be just a part of this community. Mill says, I've had some horrible trolls on my channel. And what I've come to learn is trolls, like, they live a very sad life. Like, on my worst day is probably still better than their best day. It's the way we gotta look at that. Essentially, I know it's easier said than done, but trolling is just another form of jealousy. And, they do pop. They do pop. Worm says, zombie, let's go. And Black Ops 2 has a theater. Worm. W is for worm. So let's go. Yo, we better get down on some theater map. Your boy Nikolai is here to help. Mill says, Jay, you're the MVP. Oh yeah, we gotta get down some zombies now. I'm hyped up for this. Sam says, why did I only notice, just notice Natu? I'm now rooting for shiny Natu. You know, that was the first shiny, excuse me, when I did this shiny hunt probably months ago. The first shiny we found was a shiny Natu, and we found it in like 10 minutes, and I can't even believe I found it. Because I wouldn't have noticed it was a shiny had another Natu popped up next to it. And I compared them. I was like, hold on. One is only slightly lighter than the other one. Had there not been another Natu next to that shiny Natu, probably wouldn't have recognized it. I can almost guarantee you I wouldn't have recognized it. Because it's so similar. May says, those men are dumb cabbages. Mill says, I had a troll that would make posts and videos about me, and he still has his post up about me. Dang. Yeah, that's a sad life. Mill says, they even made a website with my name to harass me and got the website taken down. Yeah, my neighbor, Pokemon John, that y'all saw pop in the stream earlier, he showed me some things that people literally made channels just to troll him. I was like, dang, that's a pretty good jealous, like, you got someone good there, man. You made them really jealous, didn't you, buddy? But that's a form of jealousy. Ko says, I usually troll the trolls. People make fat jokes to me all the time, and I insult back. It's funny, but maybe just me. You're nowhere near to being fat, Ko. But, I get what you're saying. Like, you know, being in my industry of work, you know, serving a lot of drunk people, that's how I handle that job. Is, you know, give me crap, I'll give it right back to you. I've been working all day. I've been waiting for this opportunity. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to streaming, I think I feel a little bit more sympathy. I don't know why. If they're just trying to troll me, it's like, do you not realize how much of a coward you are? When you pop in a stream and you try to troll someone? Like, you would never say this to my face. May says that Nampa means dumb cabbages, Nick. That's why I call those creeps that. Okay. Cobalt says, "Oh no, where are y'all finding these people? I've never had that." Mel says, "Oh dude, I had a troll that would copy my profile names and drop slurs in my chat." Oh my god. Dumb trolls, yeah. Dumb little hairy trolls. Mel says, "They find you, unfortunately. I wish they never found me." And like I said, what this is a form of jealousy when we have trolls, right? Now, I'm sure you guys can imagine, even though I don't try to diminish what anyone else is doing, if anything, I have mad respect for people that shiny hunt the hardcore OG way, like our brother Jay here. Over 12,000 resets for that shiny Charmander. Bless his heart. But some people come in, they see the way I'm shiny hunting, and they feel it diminishes what they've been working for, shiny hunting wise. Which can almost make sense, but that doesn't mean, that means you keep scrolling, right? I was taught if you ain't got nothing nice to say, you just keep, you ain't got to say anything. But that's what the jealousy looks like, so that's why I feel like this channel has had a little bit more trolls than probably most channels. Or as far as new channels, but I can't thank y'all enough for always having my back and just being so supportive of me and the channel and the community, especially the community. You are the real shiny legendaries. Sam says, "Any Harry Potter fans?" Actually, on the Pokemon Gold playthrough, every shiny we found was a Harry Potter themed nickname. And I actually just got done reading all the books myself, Sam. I was never a Harry Potter fan growing up. It was only 2 years ago I went through and watched all the movies back to back to back. I enjoyed it and picked up the book, started reading them. Worm says keyboard warriors. Yes, that's the word I was looking for. The freaking keyboard warriors. Because they're freaking cowards. They would never say that to my face. But they think that this is a gun. Then they realize it doesn't shoot. It actually can't hurt me. Jason says, "I like Harry Potter as a series. I'm not a fan of the creator." I agree. I'm not with the same mindset as JK, but I can respect someone's opinions, even if they may be blasphemy. I can separate. I think Jay brought this up one time. He's like, I can separate the artist from the work. Not a lot of people can do that, so I'm glad you can do that as well, Jason. May says, "I have a story for you, Nick." Oh, I love a good story time. Tokimon says, "I used to troll people before I realized people had their own community." Yeah, it's something that I've never done myself. I'm trying to think, like, when I was a kid, like, streaming wasn't a thing when I was a kid. Neil says, "It's okay, thank you, Jay. They want to stop my motion, but I won't stop. They're just jealous of channel growth." Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's what trolling is. It's just a form of jealousy. Code says, "Not gonna lie, I rage bait, but it's joking and I only with the homies. It's all love and jokes though." Neil says, "I get that, Code. You seem chill to me." Of course, of course. Mel says, "I don't think you would actively try to bring someone down like some real trolls. Right, like going like really far out of your way to be like really disrespectful. Like, no, like there's a funny trolling, like kind of like I was saying, that person that popped in, like, is that Abraham Lincoln shiny hunting talking about me? Like, that's funny. All right, I actually like that. I don't know why I like that. I think it's because I know Abraham Lincoln was a great wrestler. And if y'all don't believe me, Google his wrestling record. It's going to tell you about 300 wins and 1 loss. Abraham Lincoln was an amazing wrestler. Hold on, I got this one, y'all. I got this one. And yeah, Janoki popped in saying something bad about Abe. So I just cut the head off the snake. I just blocked Janoki from the channel. Code says, beat me to it. I know, right? How dare you talk about Honest Abe? How dare you talk about me? Okay? But don't talk about him. Don't talk about him. Anyway, where did we get to? Hold on, I think I missed something here. May says, I was at my new job. A kid saw my name tag, which said what we are, American, Japanese, etc., and asked if I could do the fancy queen voice, which meant my British accent, and I started laughing. Oh, that is adorable. Mill says, even if Abe was gay, that's okay. Gay people rock. Exactly. But the way they were saying it was pretty derogatory. Like, gay people are actually some of the morally best people I've ever met in my life. I'll stand on that. Mill says, some of my best friends are gay. Yeah, I have some really great friends that are gay. They're great people. And like I said, morally, the best. I can trust them with my house keys. Jay says, Nick, you gotta be Abe for Halloween. Your beard just like him. You know, and with the bone structure and everything, I could probably pull off Honest Abe. Jason says, that's right, Mills. I'm gay too. And Tokimon says, it's not like I feel initial. And I just thought people were just ignoring me, and I was more sad than angry. That kind of illustrates my point, what I was saying earlier. Is like, you know, it's hard for me to get mad or like super angry at trolls, and for me to like really respond back in a trollish kind of manner, just because I kind of realize that life is sad, you know. Life can be very sad for some people. You never know what someone else is dealing with, you know. It's just like, I'm not trying to justify them like saying it's okay to troll, but it's kind of me having good coaching in life. It's not about what they do. That's literally what a coach said. It's not about what they do. It's about who we are, about what we do. They don't dictate our decisions. They don't dictate what we do. And that's just kind of mentality I've had. Kind of like earlier when that Brandon dude was like, you should just end stream. Like, dude, like, you lucky I only timed you out for 5 minutes. But yeah. I don't know why I actually like, I should have just timed that person out, but no, I'm all about cutting the head off the snake. It just sounds cool. Sam says, Abraham Lincoln being a pro wrestler is as random as Martha Stewart being a stoner going to jail for embezzlement. Or according to Cat Williams, he said, she went to jail for not snitching. Let me give that to you again. She went to jail for not snitching. It's hilarious. Burger says, life is very sad. It can be, but I'm glad you're here, Burger. How you doing, brother? Burger says, had a nice date with the wife. How's everyone night? Any shinies? Well, we did find a shiny Nidoran, male Nidoran, in Safari Zone for Fire Red. We called it. Popped over to Pokemon Ruby, and we found a shiny Girafarig, and he got away from me. Oh, it hurt. Oh, it hurt. It still hurts. And y'all, here in a few minutes, actually I think we're already over the 6-hour mark on the stream. It's been a while since I hit a 6-hour mark. Code says, had one Nidoran and then a shiny Girafarig. Yeah. It's like, I'd go get high as a giraffe's ass. It's the only thing I know how to do now. Nova says, love is a language spoken by the soul, and the soul knows no gender. Only the rhythm of another heart beating in time with its own. Ooh. Beautiful Nova. Nova. With the very elegant words. I love that. Mel says, "What's goody, Burger? Glad you made it home." Yeah, dude. I hope the date went as well. Went good as well. Burger says, "I love shiny giraffe." I know, dude. I want that shiny giraffe rig so bad. And it looks so cool because yeah, the blue. Oh. It happens. Jason said, "Well said, Nova." Sam says, "For not snitching, y'all. For not snitching." Turkey Mom says, "At the end of the night, I like to have a drink and move on." Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. Burger says, "Glad to always be here, Nick. Is the piece to the chaos. That's why I come, plus the shiny." I love that. Yeah, the shinies pretty much at this point is the consolation prize of just, you know, or it's just extra. Co says, "Yes, you're at 6 hours and 9 minutes mark. Good, sir. Thank you, brother. Thank you." Yeah, I do have work tomorrow, so at some point I will have to focus my attention to that. But for now, Sam says, "Burger, I have a quote for you." Sam says, "It's weird, like, you can see the cruelest part of the world, the cruelest part, but then on the other side, you see the most beautiful part. Do you know?" Sam says, "And it's like you go from one extreme to the next, and they're both worth it, because you wouldn't see one without the other. But that cruel part is damn cruel. You'll never forget it." Sam says, "But that heaven is heaven." Co says, "I rather focus on optimism and positive side." I try to be a very positive person, but at the very same time, I think I'm more naturally a realistic person. And this is a very positive community, and I don't want us to ever shy away from that. I think just naturally, I'm realistic. I just try to lean toward optimism. It's the better of the two evils, obviously. But I do try to stay very realistic, and I feel like that's some of the best mindset to have to be successful. For example, if you're walking with your head down, you're gonna smack your head on a branch. If you're walking with your head too far up, you might trip over a root from the tree. But if you're walking with your head straight forward, you can adjust your path accordingly. And another thing is, I've known people that have been very, very depressed, and there's a strong correlation. And the people that I know in my life that are depressed, they're also some of that happy. You would think the happiest people, and I think they do that for not for themselves, but for us, you know. So I think just for longevity, I think it just makes sense to be grounded to some extent and not be too optimistic. So I know it's a kind of weird thing I kind of brought up there, but I think it is okay to be realistic. Worm says, "Gay people are suspense." Awesome. I love that, Worm. Sam says, if there's a will, there's a way. You have to believe. Absolutely. Co says, "Monday, gonna try speedrunning a game without using W or S, so I can't go forward or backwards, only side to side. After that, I'll redirect to you." Well, that's awesome, Co. I hope I can make it in there. Like I said, I worked Monday night, but I should probably get off work around 11 or probably about 10:30, so I'll make it home by 11. At the latest, I'll start stream 11:30. That's awesome. Burger says, "I am positive, but I tend to keep to myself. I notice I push anything that feels too unreal. I'm working on that. Not easy to let go." I understand, Burger. Nova says, I feel that. So life is short. Hold on, I missed something here, but it looks really good. May says, sweet thing, when I wanted to give up, Nick, I thought about you and all my friends that I've made through people's streams. Y'all saved me, so I can't thank y'all enough for putting light in my life. Thank you for sharing that, May. And those feelings are very much reciprocated. Y'all have saved me. Jay says, yeah, I've been depressed kinda, but it's like I found this community and everyone in it right when I need it. I think we found each other, y'all. I think we really did. Worm says, headed to bed. Nick, drink some water and get at least 7 hours of sleep before you work. Hey, thank you, brother. Yeah, I do really need to drink more water. I hope you have a good night, brother. Thank you for being here. Sam says, I think you should be realistic, but sometimes you don't know what you're capable of. Mill says, good night, Worm the Legend. Burger says, life is short, but everyone progresses and moves differently. I still have bad things and they hunt me, but I'm working on it every day. You're not alone, Burger. I promise you're not alone. Mill says, I love how you guys in the chat are so supportive, and there's been a lot of people here that have stopped by on my channel. I love that. Like, y'all know like how much it warms my heart when I'm in someone else's stream and I see like some regular faces. Like, that makes my time so much better. Even if I'm already enjoying the content, like that makes me enjoy their content even more when I've got a familiar face in the stream that I can talk to, and you know, so I love that. I don't know if y'all have noticed, but whenever I'm in someone else's stream, people like ask me about my stream, like, and I'm like kind of hesitant to like answer sometimes. I think Burger noticed that one day where he was asking about my stream, and I'm kind of like, he like literally brought up, he's like, you're avoiding the question. That's because I just don't like to talk about my stream and feel like I'm taking anything away from that streamer and their stream. It's just a respect kind of thing. I think kind of someone was talking about like one of his streams on the other like stream, and he was like, hey, but we're talking about Nick on this stream. I was like, I really appreciate that like mentality, but I promise y'all I'm not one of these people that gonna time you out for a self promo. Like, no, I want this community to be very much supportive. I'm so blessed to have found y'all. Because that's completely understandable, Burger. I just feel that if you can't let go of your past, it will be hard to focus on your future. You deserve to have a bright future. Don't let the past control you. You know, it's like the saying, when one door closes, you can't focus on that. You gotta focus on which doors are open. And unfortunately, there is a lot of people that, you know, if I practiced half of what I preach, I would be in great shape, y'all. I'd probably be living in the Hollywood Hills. So much easier said than done, because I have been that person that when a door closes, I kind of focus on that door instead of looking for ways to move on. Bill says, I'm thinking about Donkey Kong 64. Such a banger game. Dude, yeah, dude. I love that. Jay says, nice. Co says, yes, sir. It's a respect thing to do. Yeah, it's just one of those things. When people ask me about my stream while I'm in someone else's stream, I'll kind of give like a vague answer. I don't. Maybe months ago, I might be like, oh yeah, we caught this shiny, whatever. But now it's just, I don't want to try and bring light to myself. I don't know. I feel like y'all shine so bright for this channel. Yeah, this community is where it's at anyway. Mill says, y'all are goats for real. Yeah, I say it all the time. Y'all are the real shiny legendaries. Jason says, so are you. Co says, if you don't reach out to anyone in this community, you're doing yourself injustice. Yeah, because whatever you're going through, y'all, whatever battle you may be fighting, I can promise you there's someone in this community that can really, really, really help you. Noah says, when shadows stretch and hold you tight, and courage hides away from sight, look up, there blooms a quiet spark, a golden bloom within the dark. For even when the path is steep and heavy are the vows you keep, the light remains, both soft and true, just waiting to be found by you. Oh, beautiful, Nova. Beautiful. Burger says, I understand what you mean. That's why my life has been progressively after leaving a lot, but other things are still there, but all in progressively work. Hey, in due time, in due time. Time does heal a lot of wounds. And you are in my prayers, Burger, whether you know that or not. A lot of y'all are. I have so much love for y'all in the most purest, genuine form. Just says, that was beautiful, Nova. Mel says, point blank period. I want people to thrive, and if people support me, I want to support them. We all grow together. Great. Yeah, exactly. Great point, Mild. Great point. Ko says, man, I have a bot set up where it shouts you out when y'all come in the chat. Exactly. That's the kind of support I'm talking about, brother. That's what I'm talking about. Mill says, we ate it at the same table. Exactly. And my mentality is I'm not too good to eat off the floor. And that's an analogy. And I heard from Kirby Smart, the head football coach from the Georgia Bulldogs, is, you know, to be a champion, sometimes you got to have that eat off the floor mentality. Not literally eat off the floor, but you know what I mean. I try to be very humble and, again, supportive of this community. Because this isn't something I'm trying to get rich off of, you guys. This is something I want to have fun with. And how am I going to have fun without y'all? You know? Ko says, you can in my stream bring up everyone and their brother. Burger says, Nick, I get it. I won't bring up each other's lives when on other... Oh, no, here, I'm for that. It's just when, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, if you're in someone else's stream and asking about my chat, like I said, it doesn't matter to me. Like, I just want to be respectful to that person, because I don't want that person to be like, feel like people are leaving their stream to go check out my content because they know that I'm a shiny hunter now. That's the way I see it. So I'll try to be respectful of just like not really talking about my channel while I'm in someone else's stream. A Burger, always glad to have you here, man. It's always great to see you in other people's streams too. You and Jay as well. Curse is Faint Master crazy. Noah says I'm very sleepy, so that took me a bit. Well, I think we all got there together. Mill says way alive. Sit down, stay humble. Hunt shinies. Hey, yeah, that's a slogan. Mill says love the poetry. Noah says thank you. Ko says nah. If you don't bring Nick up in my streams, I'll ban you. Jokes. You gotta mention Nick at least once if you're from there. But hey y'all, I'm gonna let y'all know. I'm probably gonna go ahead and call her quits for the night. It's been a pretty good stream, I would say. So I've really enjoyed the hunt. I'm sorry we couldn't get that shiny giraffe rig, y'all. I hope y'all enjoyed me crashing out over it. But the main thing is, I really enjoyed this tonight. I really enjoyed talking with y'all. I love y'all. Y'all are some of the best people in the world. If there's a way I could show y'all that, I would. But I love y'all so much. I want y'all to take care of y'allself. Make sure y'all stay hydrated too. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We won't be back tomorrow night, but the next night we will be. So, W stream, and that's because of y'all. So thank you, Jay. Thank you, Mills. Thank you, Nova. Thank you, Burger. Thank you, Ko. Thank you, Tokimon. This has been a great stream. So again, thank y'all so much. And if y'all didn't hear earlier, we did pass the 3,000 watch hour mark. This morning was the first time I could apply for the monetization. That's a big freaking W coming from y'all. So if there's any way I can repay this, I promise y'all I'm gonna be on that. So Nick is out, y'all. We love y'all. Mill says can't wait for memberships. I just can't wait to see y'all again. So I'll have a surprise hunt ready for us come Monday night. So till then, just take care of yourself. We're gonna spend time with your loved ones, and I will see y'all again soon.